Cahill, Easter Sunday, Dublin, Ireland, 1916. I've helped to wind up the clock. I might as well hear it strike.
Day 1. The Misfire. Chapter 1. The woman caught Aiden's eye a second time, and he realized she was stalking him, which he found ironic given he was in the process of hunting another, although he was fairly sure her idea of success was much different than his. Older than the average female at the bar, she projected an air of quiet desperation, with a sultry smile covering her misery like a cheap coat of paint, the pain clearly evident underneath. Surrounded on all sides by soldiers barely over drinking age, most having recently returned from a combat deployment with the 82nd Airborne, she longed to get away from the smell of stale beer and testosterone. She was searching for someone to take her from the bravado of arms, someone who didn't have the stench of combat surrounding his every move, a civilized man who didn't believe that training to kill was a decent way to make a living. She could be forgiven in her assessment, as Aiden Kelleher was much older than most of the men in the bar. His haircut, clothes, and demeanor did not mark him as a soldier. At least not a U.S. one, with tap-out T-shirts, shaved heads, and skull tattoos. If asked, he certainly considered himself no less a soldier than the rowdy men in the bar. He had taken lives in the name of a cause, and he most certainly knew that killing was a noble way to make a living. Maybe I'll come back here later, taste a little American sweetness. He smiled to himself, knowing that wasn't going to happen. He'd already raised his signature simply by opening his mouth, his accent causing the bartender to comment. He might be remembered, which wasn't good, considering what he had planned. He felt his phone vibrate and checked the number. He held the cell up in the air, letting his partner see it at a table across from the bar, then exited so he could talk in private. I have him in the bar, but I've raised my signature. The police will retrace his steps, and I might be mentioned. Can you still get him? I think so, if you want to push it. I would prefer to wait. We don't have time. He's set to go on a military exercise tomorrow, and we'll only have 3 days. You miss him tonight, and we lose him. We still have the others, right? Maybe. All will have the same issues as you, so we might miss more than just this one. Once they connect who we're after, they will lock them all down tight. All 6 will be protected. It might even take less than 3 days for that to happen. Then tonight it is. He hung up, texting the numbers 11111 to his partner's phone, letting him know the mission was being forced, then re-entered the bar, looking instinctively at the target's table. He was gone, and so was Aiden's partner. He felt his phone vibrate and read the text. In the cigar bar, paying his tab. The establishment their target had chosen was called It's Entertainment City, a large building with a multitude of different venues, including a standard sports bar with the usual chain of flat-screen televisions, a comedy club, a dance club, and a cigar bar. It was a place frequented by soldiers from the sprawling Fort Bragg in Fayetteville, North Carolina. For the most part, their target had spent his time in the sports bar, drinking sparingly and talking with friends. He'd come alone, and given his field time tomorrow, Aiden was sure he'd leave alone. Aiden turned to exit, staging for the follow, and bumped into the woman. He saw she was considerably more intoxicated than he'd thought before, swaying slightly and using the bar for support. Hey, I thought you had left. She gave a crooked smile. Did you come back looking for something? I'm sorry, no. I'm actually leaving now. Her eyes clouded in confusion, his accent struggling to find a foothold in her soaked brain. He moved past her, hearing, Hey, are you British? The comment drove a needle of anger deep between his eyes, causing him to squeeze them shut harshly. He whirled around and said, No, you stupid American cow. Irish! Irish! She stumbled back at his ferocity, and he knew he'd made a mistake. Knew he'd let his hatred overcome his discipline for the mission. She would remember him for sure now. He smiled and said, You going to be here when I get back?" Caught off guard, the liquor clouding her judgment, she said nothing, a confused grin on her face. She hesitantly nodded. He smiled again and brushed her shoulders, saying, "See you soon." The touch made her beam, but Aidan didn't notice. Behind her, he saw his target leaving the establishment. She said something he didn't catch, and he walked to the exit, waiting a beat to let the target get some distance. He dialed his partner. "Dermot, it's Aidan. Where are you?" "Already in the car. I got him in sight. You're clear to leave." Aidan speed-walked to the driver's side of their rental, sliding behind the wheel. Fiddling with a laptop, Dermot said, "Backup is on station, waiting on the beacon to lock. What did Seamus say?" "It's now or never. We miss him tonight, we pull out." Dermot's computer flashed, and he said, "Then let's get him tonight." "Where's he headed?" "That road called Skibo or Skybo or whatever." Aidan took a right on Legend Avenue, saying, "We keep following until he gives up for the night. Same plan. We take him at the apartment." They traveled through the heart of Fayetteville, passing malls and hotels, until eventually they were on a road called Morganton, the target 7 cars up on the right-hand turn lane. Aidan said, "Is that Riley Road?" "Yes." Dermot's teeth flashed in the dark. "Good omen." "He's headed home. Got the backup ready." Dermot began dialing as the light turned green. Aidan crowded the car in front of him, pushing to get into the turn lane. Unconcerned before about maintaining a close distance to the target, in fact preferring to let the beacon do the work, he now needed to be in a position to assault. He heard one horn blare, saw the light go yellow, and blasted through the turn, now 2 cars back. Aidan saw a sign for Stewart's Creek condominiums, and felt the excitement of the hunt rise. He said, "Get ready. Get backup ready. Remember, no shooting, no harm." The target's turn signal began to blink, and Aidan's mind flashed to Belfast and the hunting of men. He felt his lip curl involuntarily, his hands crimping the steering wheel in an effort to release the adrenaline. He had to consciously remind himself that there would be no killing here. A death would be worse than counterproductive. The target pulled into the entrance for the complex, and Aidan goosed the pedal to catch up. His headlights splashed the back window, and he saw the brake lights too late. He skidded forward, punching the bumper hard enough to slam Dermot against the dash. The world stopped for a moment, the only sound the ticking of the engine under the crumpled hood. This was not what Aidan had intended at all. Dermot said, "Abort." Aidan saw the door open in front of him and said, "Call the backup. We take him here, right now, before someone else shows up." "He's completely alert. What if he comes out shooting?" "God damn it. All he knows is he was hit from behind. Why would he come out shooting?" "Because this is America. Everyone has a gun." Aidan snorted and said, "Bullshit. That's Hollywood." He opened the door and swung out, seeing his target in the glare of a streetlight, standing next to the car with his hands on his hips. He said, "Hey, sorry. My fault." He took 2 steps forward, not realizing his mistake. While Aidan was correct in his assessment of the average American civilian, it fell woefully short for his given target. He knew Staff Sergeant Brian Cransfield had recently returned from Afghanistan, but did not realize that the man's hard-fought sense of survival had not yet returned to civilization. This soldier was still living in a world where green-on-blue attacks dominated his psyche, where he'd seen a friend killed by the very men he was training. And unlike the majority of America, Sergeant Cransfield now traveled armed. He'd survived a year in Afghanistan, but the experience had killed him without him even knowing. Had he been less aware, less attuned to potential threats, he would have lived to see the sunrise. He would only have been captured. But he couldn't be faulted for that. He couldn't know that the car behind him wasn't armed, or about the car in front that was. Sergeant Cransfield said, "Why are you following me?" Aidan saw the blunt glare of a semi-automatic pistol. He shot his arms in the air, shouting, "Hey, no, wait!" The soldier raised the weapon and said again, "Why are you fucking following me? I saw you in the bar. What do you want?" Aiden saw a flurry of movement behind the soldier and knew it was too late. He shouted, "No, don't!" But the rounds cracked anyway, the backup team removing the threat. Sergeant Cransfield was struck in the shoulder and collapsed into the car. From the seat, he ripped off 3 rounds. Aiden heard the bullets puncture his windshield and dove to the ground. He crawled backward and heard 2 more sharp cracks, then his name called. He stood up and ran, reaching the target car and the backup team. Staff Sergeant Cransfield was lying across the seat, eyes open and skull split from the kill shot. Aiden slammed the backup against the doorframe, shouting, "What the fuck are you doing?" The man bucked forward, shoving Aiden hard enough to cause him to stumble. "He's going to kill you, you fucking tool!" Aiden leaned back and rubbed his face, thinking. He said, "Shit. Get your team and leg it out of here. Drive his vehicle deep into the woods. We'll deal with this later." Without another word, Aiden ran back to his car and slid behind the wheel. He said, "That Muppet Smythe killed the target." He got no reply. He turned to the right and saw a single hole settle just below Dermot's right eye. Jesus Christ. He put the car in gear and backed out, assessing the disaster. Not only had they failed to take their target alive, but they'd lost a man in the process. He hoped the other 5 targets went better than this. He turned onto Morganton, running through his mind how he was going to deal with Dermot, cataloging his network of American contacts to make the corpse disappear. It wasn't until he reached Skybo that he realized the target's body would be found, causing a police investigation. Which meant the killing wasn't done. He turned onto Skybo, heading back to the sports bar, and the woman who knew his accent. Day 2. The Prize. Chapter 2. The car windows began to steam, Kylie feeling the man's hands fumbling inexpertly at her bra, half of her brain begging him to figure it out while the other half focused on his belt. She felt the strap on her back release and had a split second of regret, wondering if she should stop the train of hormones raging in the cloistered confines. Get back to just talking, like she'd promised herself would happen. She thought of what her Scottish roommate had told her just before she'd left, after she had emphatically stated yet again that she wasn't seeing anyone. An impish grin on her face, the roommate had said, "I know what you Americans call this. When I did my student exchange to Virginia, it was all about what happens on an exchange stays on the exchange." And now she was in the back seat of a car, not with a British aristocrat, but an American soldier, someone she'd been trying hard not to like, but had been failing. Her mother would lose her mind if she knew she was seeing someone in the military, which is why she'd been so secretive, even in a foreign country. But maybe that was part of the attraction. He parted her shirt and leaned forward, using his mouth, causing an involuntary gasp. She forgot about his belt and arched her back, wrapping her hands in his hair with her eyes closed. She heard metal hammer the window behind her and felt an explosion of glass rain down. Her date jerked upright, shouting something unintelligible, and then it was a tangle of confusion, men all over her, dragging her out of the car. She heard, "What the fuck is this? He was supposed to be alone." Irish. Her date began to fight like a wild thing until he was cuffed in the head with the barrel of a pistol. He shouted and rolled onto the ground, holding his skull. He was hoisted to his knees and shown the gun. He said, "What do you want? Money? The car? Take it." The man jammed the barrel into his mouth, the tear on his scalp from the earlier blow leaking blood down his cheek. The man twisted the barrel until the front sight grated against the teeth, saying, "Shut up." The one holding her said, "What do we do now? Kill her?" She tried to cover her naked breasts, and the man jerked her arms to the rear, saying, "Don't move." The first man removed the pistol from her date's mouth and walked to her, a slow, measured pace. Her date said, "Don't fucking touch her. I mean it." The man smiled and cupped her breast, bouncing it slightly. She felt the tears form and began to tremble. She heard him say, "Why? Is she special?" Her date remained silent, and the man laughed. He said, Sterilize the area and leave the Morocco receipt. Don't make it obvious. Make them find it." The man holding her said, "And the girl? Pack her up. We can't have a body found around here." Which was a mistake. Had he left her broken corpse on the deserted English road, he might have lived to see another birthday. Unlike her date, she had no value to be traded, no pedigree that could leverage powerful political forces. But she was special to some. Very special.
I stomped inside, freezing from the run, and grouchy that Jennifer had forced me to do it. I hated cold weather, and for some reason Charleston had turned into the Arctic the last 2 winters. As far as I was concerned, jogging in anything below 50 degrees was flat-out stupid, and exactly why treadmills were invented. But Jennifer hated running in place, even when the temperature was close to freezing. Global warming my ass. Last night, she'd asked if I wanted to run the Ravenel Bridge, and after secretly checking the weather, I'd said yes. Of course, that damn prediction had been wrong. When I'd stepped out onto our balcony this morning, I'd immediately tried to change her mind. She'd shamed me, and we'd taken off running up East Bay toward the bridge spanning the Cooper River, the cold making me more pissed off the farther I went. We'd crossed and headed back, the steep uphill climb whipped by a bone-chilling wind coming from the lack of protection and the height. I'd stepped it out at that point, leaving her behind, my pace fueled by my aggravation and absolute desire to get out of the cold. I kicked the door closed, knowing Jennifer wasn't far behind me, and that she'd be peeved about me deserting her. I was pretty sure she could have hung with me, but it would have been hard, and she had no time for mental games anyway. I moved into the kitchen of our little apartment, the top floor of an antique row house just off East Bay. It was old and sometimes cranky about things like hot water, but the kitchen had been renovated, and the location was perfect. All in all, one of the reasons I loved the Holy City. I put on a pot of coffee and began making Jennifer's favorite healthy goop of berries, granola, and Greek yogurt, moving into the required apology mode. Our cat came out from underneath the table and hissed at me. I was thinking about kicking the shit out of him when the door opened. Jennifer saw me glaring down and said, "Don't you dare." Caught in the act, I just stuttered, trying to pretend I had been contemplating something else besides squashing the beast's skeevy head. Saying he was our cat was giving a little too much credit. Jennifer had rescued him from a garbage can outside of our place, and he showed her every bit of love in his vicious little soul in return. He hated me, and believe me, the feeling was mutual. He was a skinny calico with a potbelly and bald patches from some unknown disease. I couldn't count the number of times he jumped on me when I was sound asleep, tearing his claws into my back. He twitched his tail in disdain and trotted over to her, rubbing up against her legs and purring. She picked him up with one arm, cooing in a faux baby voice directed at me. "Was Pike mean to my little Knuckles, The cat looked at me, and I swear he was smiling. "One day, you little shit." The only good thing about him was his name. Jennifer had decided to anoint him with the call sign of my best friend as a little punishment. Knuckles had given her the call sign Coco on a mission, as in the talking gorilla, and it was something she despised but couldn't shake. Everyone on our team perpetuated the name, no matter what she did. Calling the rat with claws Knuckles was her version of payback, although it fell a little short because the satanic beast treated his human namesake just like he treated Jennifer. Apparently I was the only one worthy of his ire. Jennifer dropped him to the floor, and he sauntered away, now supreme in his kingdom, with the queen preventing any harm. She looked at me, and I prepared to start my defense, but I saw no anger. Before I could begin my groveling, she held up a letter in her hand. "We got something from Blaisdell Consulting." Which was really odd. All the transactions for our company ran through Blaisdell for pay purposes, an umbrella cover company for the counter-terrorist unit that employed us. But electronic transmissions were the order of the day. Snail mail was some old-school stuff we didn't do. She said, "Well, you want to open it, or you want me to?" Feeling a little flow of adrenaline, I sat down saying, "Go ahead. Must be pretty important." which meant it must be a mission outside the usual scope. Something even crazier than we habitually did. A little high adventure that had the potential to be a lot of fun. She slid it open, and I saw her eyes scrunch up. She looked at me in confusion. I said, "Well, where do they need the expert services of Grolier Recovery? Bali? Phuket?" She said, "We've been fired." Chapter 3. Since I'd been expecting to hear about a Mission Impossible tasking, the words made no sense. I stood up so fast the chair I was in fell over. She said, "It's a letter saying they no longer need our services." I took it and saw professional letterhead, wondering what intelligence egghead had created it. I read, "Dear Sir, while we hold your services in the utmost regard, we won't be requiring your assistance in the foreseeable future." The rest was a bunch of legalese BS about settling accounts and turning in any outstanding equipment. It was signed, Kurt Hale, President. What the hell? Jennifer said, "They can't fire us. We aren't even in the government." I said nothing, only staring at the official piece of paper that would destroy my life. I knew I'd gone a little overboard on our last mission, but it had turned out pretty damn good, in fact better than good. If I hadn't gone off the reservation, tens of thousands of people would have died. Knuckles had warned me of the repercussions, but I never thought it would come to pass. I mean, surely results mattered, didn't they? She said, "Pike?" Brought out of my reverie, I said, "I don't know, but Knuckles will." I knew he was in North Carolina running our unit's assessment and selection, so he would be away from the flagpole and able to talk. Although it sort of pissed me off that he hadn't called to warn me in the first place. He was still on active duty and tied into the goings-on of the unit we called the Taskforce. An unorthodox command so far off the books it didn't even have an official name. It routinely flouted the law to protect civilian lives, and did so successfully. There were many, many souls walking the streets unwitting of how close they had come to seeing the afterlife. Firing me for exceeding the limits of operational risk was like handing out speeding tickets at Daytona. At least that was my opinion. I pulled up Knuckles on speed dial, and it connected on the third ring. "Hey, Pike, what's up? You got a minute?" "Yeah, just finished the final. Candidate is a bolo. He's headed back to the hole. I think he'll jack it in shortly." Meaning someone had just failed to solve the problem and was being transported back to the Resistance Training Laboratory for more interrogation. Knuckles thought the candidate would quit instead of starting over. I said, "Call me back secure." He did so, saying, "What's so top secret? You and Coco on the rocks?" "What's going on with Colonel Hale?" "Huh? He's got some shit sandwich on his plate. How'd you hear about it?" That meant nothing. Kurt Hale always had a shit sandwich on his plate. "Tell me you didn't know." "Pike, I have no idea what you're talking about. I got a letter saying Grolier Recovery Services has been fired." I heard nothing for a moment, then, "You're kidding me. They pulled the trigger? You knew?" He heard the anger coming through and said, No, I told you what was happening after that last mission. The Oversight Council was skittish at how you'd gone on the warpath. They were kicking around letting you go. You're the one who said Kurt vouched for you. You knew more than me 6 months ago. Last I heard, you were on probation." The Oversight Council was our approval authority. Since we were outside the traditional military or intelligence architecture, we had our own unique command structure. Composed of about a dozen men in the upper echelons of the government, including the president, it dictated Taskforce actions. I'd ignored their orders on our last mission, and now I was apparently paying the price, even though the refusal had ended up preventing a weapon of mass destruction from slaughtering thousands. "How did you not know this was coming?" "Pike, I've been out here for a month, working 18-hour days. I don't track what the brass is thinking. If I had known it was coming, I would have called." I said nothing, the ramifications settling in my stomach like spoiled milk. He had been kept in the dark, which meant the letter was real. They'd known he'd fight it, and so they just cut him out. Something that was very easy to do in our cellular top-secret world. The letter wasn't a sick joke, and I was losing the reason I existed, the thing that made me whole. He said, "You still there?" "Yeah." "Knuckles, what the hell am I going to do?" Knuckles heard the pain in my voice and understood why. He lived for the missions the same way I did. I'd been his team leader when I was on active duty, and he'd helped pull me through a traumatic event after I'd left. He'd been the first to sign on as our notional employee for the experiment of a civilian company of operators working inside the Taskforce. The first to embrace Jennifer, a female, as an operational member, when everyone else in our testosterone-driven organization wanted to give her the boot without even seeing if she was capable. And the first to ask me to kill the men who'd murdered his teammate on our last mission. The actions that had gotten me fired. He said, "Pike, I won't let them erase the database. I'll keep the documents, leases, contracts, and all that other stuff." Meaning I could be fired on paper, but the enormous cover architecture we'd painstakingly built with Grolier Recovery Services would remain on a shelf, ready to be dusted off. If those linkages were deleted, we'd be done forever. He was telling me what I needed to hear. The Oversight Council would say what it wanted, but the men who mattered most understood and would protect me. It meant a lot, but in the end, I wasn't sure he had the power. The commander would dictate that. I said, "I'm calling Kurt, see what's up." Colonel Kurt Hale and I had been through more than one scrape together, and, if he weren't the commander, I would consider him a friend. Hell, he was a friend. But he also had to make judgments in the best interest of the task force, not for any single operator, and if the Oversight Council had spoken, there was nothing he could do. Knuckles said, "Don't call him today. Let it sit. He's way too busy right now, and you won't get a chance to make your case." "Why? What's going on? Why's this shit sandwich any worse than our usual stew?" "I don't know. I've seen some reports, but I'm not sure what it is beyond the fact that everyone inside the Beltway is starting to spin out of control." "A threat? Something against the homeland?" "No, nothing like that. Apparently somebody's kid or nephew got killed. A military guy that was related to someone on the House Armed Services Committee. Then somebody else's kid came up missing." "Afghanistan?" "I don't know. Yeah, I guess. The reports don't say. I'm just reading between the lines." "Why would that have any task force fingerprints? The Armed Services Committee's not even read onto the program." "He's not, but the Vice President is. The kid that's missing is his son."
Day 3. The Roll-Up. Chapter 4. Navy Lieutenant Kaylin Clute saw a white Toyota four-door sedan enter the parking lot, causing her to lean forward. The glare broke off the windshield, and she saw it wasn't her brother. She sat back, disgusted. She'd been told to wait outside the main exchange on Kadena Air Base, and he'd be by to get her at noon. He'd said he was driving a white Toyota, which would have been fine except it seemed everyone here on Okinawa drove bland white Toyotas. Just like a jarhead. Captain McKinley Clute was her twin brother, and together they came from a long line of distinguished naval aviators. Their grandfather had retired as a four-star admiral, pioneering fleet aviation in the modern era. Their father had decided on a different path, retiring as a captain and going into politics, first as a representative, then as a senator, and was now the chair of the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. There had been no question where the Clute twins would end up. Unfortunately, through a quirk of heredity passed down from their mother, McKinley was genetically red-green colorblind. It wasn't that he couldn't see colors, just that he sometimes mixed those two specifically. They didn't find out until he was tested in high school. And just like that, his dreams of being the next Top Gun maverick went up in smoke. He'd done the next best thing, joining the Marine Corps. Currently a captain in the military police, He'd been stationed at the Provost Marshal's office on Camp Foster, Okinawa, for the last 2 years. Kaylin had continued in the family tradition and was one of the few females flying the FA-18F Super Hornet. Assigned to VFA 103, she had been detailed for mission planning and review of Op Plan 5027, the order of battle for the Korean Peninsula. A mundane tasking, it meant she'd spend her days validating such things as targets, refueling responsibilities, logistics trails, and a smorgasbord of other requirements that seemed to be planned in advance if they had any hope of winning a fight with North Korea. She wasn't looking forward to working with her joint partners in the Air Force and Army, but there was one bright spot. The meetings were all taking place on Kadena Air Base, just a stone's throw from Camp Foster. She hadn't seen McKinley for 8 months, and had wrangled away to fly in a day early to make that happen. Now, if he'd only show up. She saw another ubiquitous white four-door sedan enter the parking lot, and recognized the shock of red hair even with most of it shorn off. An involuntary smile broke out. McKinley pulled to the curb and leapt out, holding his arms wide, and she jumped off the bench saying, "Mac!" She ran into his embrace, ignoring the stares from the people coming and going. She said, "What took so long? Today's the only day I have." He made an excuse, then got back behind the wheel, saying, "The wait will be worth it. I got a treat for you." As he drove out of the parking lot, she said, "What's that?" "A place called Kajinho, which apparently means pizza in the sky." "Pizza? You're shitting me. Why can't we go to a local place, something Okinawan?" "I see the Navy's done wonders for your vocabulary. Don't worry, it is local, and you'll get to see more of the island getting there than eating around here. It's about an hour and a half north on the tip of the island, and it has the best views around. I'll play tour guide." He turned onto National Route 58 and they began the tour, Mac pointing out landmarks as they passed. The Army Post Torii Station, the Marine Corps' Camp Hansen, Shinto shrines, Okinawan tombs, and anything else he could find, all the while talking like an expert. In between, they caught up and compared notes on their 2 military careers. About 90 minutes later, they were off of 58, winding through the mountainous jungle. Eventually, the road was only a car and a half wide, the switchbacks coming every 500 feet, concrete tombs peeking out from the tangled jungle growth on the hills. Kaylin said, "You sure you know where you're going?" "Yeah, it's right up here another 100 meters. They broke through to the top, and she saw what looked like an old Okinawan house, with a view 360 degrees around. Her brother had been right. It was gorgeous. They ordered their pizza and struck up a conversation with a couple of foreign backpackers new to the island. On their way to Australia, they had only a day to spend, but had still managed to find a little slice of heaven at the top of Okinawa. They asked for further things to explore, and McKinley was more than willing to play tour guide. While paying the bill, he agreed to lead them to the Okinawa Aquarium just 15 minutes away. They never made it. Captain McKinley Clute's car wasn't found for 2 days, lodged in a ditch on a winding dirt road. The Okinawan police and Camp Butler Provost Marshal questioned everyone in the surrounding area, but came up with nothing. The Clute twins had disappeared without a trace. The only lead was a couple of Irishmen who had been seen talking to them at a pizza joint a mile away. All attempts to locate them for questioning failed. Governor Rachel de Leon speed-walked to her car to get out of the crisp winter air. The driver, a sergeant in the Texas Department of Public Safety, opened her door. She said, "Bill, take the long way in. I'm expecting a call." He said, "Yes, ma'am," and closed the door. As the governor of Texas, she had a mansion within spitting distance of the capital, but instead of a convenience, the closeness made her feel as if the job never left. In reality, it didn't leave no matter where she went, but she preferred her house on West Lake. As the most powerful person in one of the largest states, she had defied the odds to achieve the position. Right off the bat, she was a female fighting in a man's world. To make matters worse, she wasn't classically beautiful. In fact, she was downright homely. something that every campaign manager she'd ever known said made her dead on arrival. She had fought a vicious campaign on the usual issues separating the parties, and would have lost handily, but she had a couple of assets that nobody else in the running could tear down. For one, she was Hispanic in heritage, which in Texas could do quite a bit to counterbalance her less than telegenic appearance. But it wasn't enough. She needed the dyed-in-the-wool conservative vote from the people who were scared of that very heritage, people who might believe she had an agenda related to the immigrants swimming across the Rio Grande, which is where her husband came in. A fifth-generation Texan, he was also a lieutenant colonel in the Texas Army National Guard, a veteran of both Afghanistan and Iraq. Never mind that his military specialty was public affairs, and that he had not once heard a shot fired in anger. Not once left the perimeter of Balad and Bagram air bases. The fact that his job was no more dangerous than a publicist at a corporation was irrelevant. He was a war hero, a veteran, and that title had proved decisive. Currently, he was on temporary duty with the Texas Adjutant General at NATO headquarters in Brussels, helping craft some deployment schedule or other thing. He'd promised to call at lunch, and given the 7-hour time difference, that meant she could take it on her way to work. They turned into Guadalupe Street, the dome of the Capitol coming into view, and she began to wonder if she was going to miss the call. Paralleling the University of Texas, she started to tell her driver to turn onto MLK Boulevard and circle the school when her phone rang. She said, "Finally. I thought I was going to miss you. Headed into work?" "Yeah, unfortunately the general bumped up a meeting, so I've only got a second. How's life in the music capital?" "Still ticking. Usual fights. That asshole Reese is talking about investigating our stock purchase into Dell again. Nothing I can't handle." She heard him say, "What the hell?" Then, "Hang on, honey. There's some sort of accident. These cops are death on cells while driving." The phone went silent, and she heard her husband's voice as if spoken from a distance. The other party was muffled and inaudible. "Officer, you speak English?" "Huh? Sorry about that. No insult intended. I never expected to hear that accent. Can I get through here?" Her husband's voice grew strident, the cell signal strong enough for Rachel to sense the fear. "Hey, what the hell are you doing? Don't! No, wait!" She heard him scream, and she began shouting into the phone, causing her driver to whip his head toward the back seat. Her husband didn't respond. The only sound coming over the line was a car door slamming. Airman First Class Curtis Oglethorpe bounced his beat-up Jeep down the road, pushing it faster than was safe. Well, safe for the Jeep, that is. As for Curtis, he needed to get off the lonely highway leading from Soto Cano Air Base to Tegucigalpa, the nearest city to his miserable station. An air traffic controller for Joint Task Force Bravo, he paid his roommate to take his shift, which wasn't exactly kosher as far as the chain of command went. But then again, Curtis never found the rules worth following. Far from it. He was what was known in military parlance as a shitbag, the guy who could always be depended on to disappear whenever extra duty came around, which gave his father no small amount of fits. The son of the current Secretary of Defense, Curtis had been given everything, the proverbial silver spoon jammed up his ass from birth, and had done everything in his power to reject it. Not out of any pride in making his way on his own, but simply out of laziness. When he'd failed out of Dartmouth, a school that had been no mean feat to get him into the first place, his father had had enough. He told Curtis in no uncertain terms he was joining the military or getting cut off. Being a little bit of a coward at heart, Curtis had agreed, searching out the least military occupational specialty he could find, eventually settling for air traffic controller in the Air Force. The recruiter had told him it was all gravy, with nothing but stateside assignments and 9-to-5 work. Then he'd been shipped off to JTF Bravo in the stinking jungles of Honduras, controlling flights targeted against the drug trade, along with a multitude of other taskings. Not his idea of the cush life promised by the recruiter. The work was grinding, and the base grew tiresome within a month. He'd spent every waking moment he could haunting the bars in Tegucigalpa, searching for some companionship. In that, he'd failed, with the women seeming to smell the broken promises in his DNA. He'd started hunting Honduran women in internet chat rooms and had found one who had taken a liking to him. So much so, she'd agreed to meet him in Tegucigalpa at a place called the Bull Bar. The catch was he had to come tonight, which meant he had to get out of his shift, which also meant he had to get off the two-lane highway that led to the city. JTF Bravo was a small place, and if he passed anyone coming back from Tegucigalpa, they'd recognize his Jeep, then realize he was supposed to be on duty right now, and that wouldn't be a good thing. The old Jeep groaned down the road, the suspension complaining at every pothole, the rusted holes in the body whistling with the wind. Curtis fought the vehicle, straining to keep the four wheels on the rutted blacktop at a speed that caused the Jeep to become nearly unstable. He began to pass houses, then side streets, then entered the city itself, breathing a sigh of relief. He wound through the small town to his rendezvous at the Bull Bar, the fear of getting caught now replaced with the hormones of getting laid. He parked out front and took a quick look in the mirror, smoothing back his longer-than-regulation hair, then sauntered inside. It was fairly early, the sun still in the sky, and the bar looked old and worn without the cloak of darkness. But Curtis cared little about ambiance. His head on a swivel, he looked from the bar to the tables, finally settling his eyes on the mechanical bull in the corner. He saw nothing but a couple of males at the bar sipping whiskey out of highball glasses. He approached and took a seat on a stool, seeing the men were inebriated. He turned back to the door, and one leaned over to him, saying, "Where are you from, bud?" He heard the accent, but couldn't place it. He said, "America." "You?" "America. Land of the free, home of the brave. We just came from there. We're from Dublin, on the great Emerald Isle." "Emerald Isle?" "Ireland, friend, Ireland, the land of the leprechauns." "Let me buy you a drink." Curtis took another glance around the bar. Still not seeing what he wanted, he said, "Sure, whatever you're having." "Irish whiskey, what else? Although the bog down here isn't exactly pedigreed." The bartender poured, and his new friend picked it up, turning a complete circle to hand it to him, staggering as he did so. Curtis took a sip and nodded. Good stuff." The Irishman clinked his glass and said, "Who are you here to meet?" "Supposed to hook up with a girl here." "A horny little lass? Some hot Honduran gay?" He gave a drunken wink, and Curtis took another sip, wondering how he was going to break contact from the sots when his date showed up. Curtis said, "Well, I just met her online." He stopped, unable to continue his train of thought, his head beginning to swim. What the hell? I only had 2 sips. He focused on the Irishman and saw double, the room starting to swim. The Irishman said, "What's the girl's name? Is it Esmeralda?" His head was spinning, and he was fighting the bar stool as if he was riding the mechanical bull in the corner. The only thing that penetrated was the name. Woozily, he said, "You know her?" "Yes, I do." The Irishman smiled, not looking nearly as drunk as he had a moment ago. "Sorry, bud. She's not coming." Curtis started to slide off the stool and felt someone grab both of his arms. Then he felt nothing. Day 4. The Panic. Chapter 5. Colonel Kurt Hale could barely make out the words through the sobbing in the phone, the hitches of his sister's voice making her incoherent. "Kathy, calm down. Take a deep breath. I can't understand what you're saying." He heard sniffling and looked at his watch. Running out of time. "Kathy, listen. I have a meeting I have to be at in 30 minutes, and it's all the way across town. I'll give you a call back when I'm done." The hitches stopped, and he felt the heat through the phone. "Meeting? I'm talking about your niece. She could be lying in a ditch or dead. Jesus Christ, she loves you better than her own father, and you're not even giving her the time of day. Okay, calm down. What's he doing about it? Did you call him? He knew the answer before she even spoke. Kathy's ex-husband, a Wall Street bond trader, was a philandering, narcissistic jerk. Kurt had always wanted to punch the smirk off his face, but it had taken Kathy 5 years to figure out his true stripes. Kathy now used him only to provide for her daughter, like paying for Kylie's student exchange to England. That asshole just offered money. He can't do anything anyway. Kathy, neither can I. Bullshit! You work for the CIA or something. You can find her. You're the only person I know. Nobody else cares. Maybe you don't either. He rolled his eyes up in frustration. He loved his sister dearly, but her views on how the world worked were distinctly different from his. She was a pacifist, to the point that it had taken 7 long years before she'd even speak to him again after he'd joined the army. When he started working in classified assignments, she naturally defaulted to thinking he was some black ops assassin. And, even when he told her he was in a special forces unit, she believed it to be the CIA. She believed everything was the CIA. For 20 years he'd listened to her conspiracy theories, and ironically, if he told her what he was doing now, all her fears would be realized. He deflected the line of discussion, saying, Kathy, look, it's only been 24 hours. There's probably a simple explanation. Maybe she's just out partying. I mean, shit, she's grown up now, a college kid. You remember what that was like. Kurt, that line of BS would work when we were her age, but not now. She's got a cell phone, Instagram, Skype, Twitter, Facebook, Snapchat, and Lord knows how many other means of communication. All of them have been stagnant. Her cell phone goes straight to voicemail, and she's not posted a thing when she usually does that 4 or 5 times a day. Which were the first words his sister had said that made Kurt pause. The first clear signal that this wasn't a college drunken blackout. Kathy spoke again, the rage gone, replaced by fear. Kurt, I don't know anyone else to call. She's not important enough for anyone to care. She's just another lost American, and she's in trouble. I know it as a mother. You've got to help me. I have no one else. She said nothing for a moment, then, Okay, Kathy, send me an email with all of her information. Don't forget all that social media stuff. Let me get this meeting over with, and I'll see what I can do. Driving across the Key Bridge, George Wolfe finally broke the silence. Hey, you gonna let me in on what's going through that head? You thinking about those missing soldiers, or you finally accepting what happened to Pike? Still time to change your mind on this brief. Interrupted from his trance, Kurt faked a grin and said, No, nothing like that, just some personal stuff. Personal? Last I saw, you had no life outside of this organization. You seeing someone after my 42 attempts at a setup? Marge is going to be pissed. This time Kurt grinned for real. Wolfe was the deputy commander of the Taskforce, Kurt Hale's number 2. Like Kurt, he'd basically torpedoed his career to create and help command Project Prometheus. The thrill of the mission much more attractive than the potential future rank. Unlike Kurt, he had a family to come home to, complete with a wife who took pity on the vaunted task force commander, trying to set him up with every middle-aged divorcee she could find. Kurt said, It's not like that. It's some trouble with my sister. Nothing like the trouble Pike is in. George continued in silence for a moment, weaving through the downtown D.C. traffic, then said, You know, falling on your sword is so 1990s. The nobility of sticking to your convictions doesn't fly anymore. Kurt said, Tough shit. It flies in our organization. It's what makes our organization what it is. Kurt, I get the military code, but you don't know this place like I do. That code is fine on the battlefield when bullets are flying. This battlefield is all about what have you done for me lately. Unlike Kurt, who had grown up in special mission units in the Department of Defense, George was CIA. As such, he had lived through quite a few purges and witch hunts, all looking to hang good men for a petty political edge. George turned from the wheel and caught Kurt's eye. This isn't going anywhere. All you'll do is cause a lack of trust in your judgment. You defend Pike, and they're going to think you agree with what he did. Agree that ignoring their orders is okay, which will cause them to question you on everything you bring forward. Think about that." Kurt reflected a moment, then said, "Trust is the cornerstone of our organization. Faith is how we operate. Faith that the operator will do the right thing. Pike was the man on the ground. We were 1,000 miles away. He ignored Oversight Council orders and made a call. It ended up being correct. He saved tens of thousands of lives at great risk to himself. I will not destroy him because a bunch of political animals now find it expedient." "Kurt, he went on the warpath over Decoy's death. He lucked into the thread of the WMD by hunting the Russians. He wanted to kill those men, and he did. You have to see that. He cannot be controlled. Even you couldn't control him. He didn't luck into shit." "What's that mean?" Kurt looked at his trusted friend and said what he thought would never be uttered. "I let him off the chain." "What? Are you saying you gave him permission?" Kurt sagged in the seat and said, "No, not in so many words, but I knew what he would do and I didn't stop him. He would have listened to me. I let him go. Hell, I gave him assets to do so." "Jesus, Kurt, you can't say that. That is not a defense. That will destroy the task force." Kurt smiled. "Calm down. I never thought I'd say those words out loud, and I'm certainly not going to tell the council. I'm not even sure Pike realizes how I felt. Look, the Oversight Council is a necessary thing to keep us in check. But he's what's right in our organization, and I'll defend what's right." Chapter 6. They rolled into the security checkpoint for the west wing of the White House, the granite monolith of the old executive office building off to the left. Alexander Palmer, the president's national security advisor, one of about a dozen read onto the task force, had been promising for years to get the Oversight Council a permanent home. But so far the council members still trekked inside the same building like a multitude of other government employees. It made Kurt skittish, because sooner or later someone was going to ask what the hell the top-secret meetings were about. All it would take was one NSC staffer to speculate, and the Washington Post would go into a frenzy. Trudging up the stairs, Kurt began to rehearse what he was going to say. George had said Kurt was naive to the ways inside the Beltway, but that wasn't the case. He understood completely what he was facing, including who was an ally and who was an enemy. He needed to massage both. They reached the conference room, and Kurt saw no Secret Service, which meant no President Warren, the biggest gun who could help. George stopped, his hand on the door. "Last chance. I have that offer to open a yogurt shop. You want in?" Kurt grimaced and said, "Sharks aren't out yet. Let me chum the waters before I give you an answer." George swung the door open, and Kurt saw bedlam. Everyone in the room was waving their arms or talking over one another. Usually the council was sitting still when he entered, like Supreme Court justices about to hear an argument before them. Hand-picked by the President of the United States, they were all members of the executive branch or private citizens. By design, none were in the legislative branch, in order to allow a calm, unbiased analysis of the potential fallout of task force actions, free from competing political pressures. And usually they were calm. But what Kurt saw looked like a couple of cliques at a junior high yelling at each other. He moved to the podium unnoticed, laying his computer on the desk next to it. He plugged it into the Proxima projector and looked for Alexander Palmer, the man who chaired the meetings in the absence of the presidents. He saw a heated argument between Mark Oglethorpe, the Secretary of Defense, and Kerry Bostwick, the director of the CIA, but no Palmer. The conference room door opened and Palmer entered, followed by another man, a youngish-looking bureaucrat who appeared as scared as a rabbit cornered by a pack of wolves. The man moved to the front of the room, unplugged Kurt's laptop, and plugged in his own. Palmer walked to Kurt. "Hey, plans have changed. We aren't going to hear about Pike's status today. He's inactive indefinitely." "What's going on?" "You heard about the missing military folks, right? This NSC staffer has the latest information." How is that Taskforce business? Who gives a shit? I'm not going to let Pike rot because of some political crap. Palmer scowled at Kurt's nonchalant attitude and said, Everyone gives a shit. Pike's done for now. Take a seat. Surprised at the ferocity of the reproach, Kurt nodded and joined George at the back of the room. The staffer turned on the projector and the room became silent. He waited a bit until the bulb settled and the computer had signal, then cleared his throat studiously, avoiding the Secretary of Defense's eyes. Palmer said, Get it going. Give them the damage. The man cleared his throat again and said, Gentlemen, it appears that our initial fears have been realized. This is not a coincidence or a random act. An organization has targeted military relatives of key members of the United States government. Currently, we know this. He clicked a slide and Kurt grew cold at the two headings. KIA. Staff Sergeant Brian Cransfield, Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Nephew of Representative Duncan Cransfield, ranking member of the House Armed Services Committee. MIA. Lieutenant Colonel Travis de Leon, Brussels, Belgium, husband of Rachel de Leon, Governor of Texas. Captain McKinley Clute and Lieutenant Kaylin Clute, Okinawa, Japan. Son and daughter of Easton Bull Clute, Chair of the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. Airman First Class Curtis Oglethorpe, Soto Cano Air Base, Honduras. Son of Mark Oglethorpe, Secretary of Defense. Next to each bullet was a picture of the missing person. Kurt saw the last name and picture, a smiling man in Air Force camouflage, and understood why the SecDef had been so agitated when he'd entered. He caught George's eye, but said nothing. Jonathan Billings, the Secretary of State, said, So the Vice President's son is okay? That was bad intelligence? Palmer said, Unfortunately, no. That information is close hold, so much so that nothing is being put on hard copy or electrons. Nick was an analyst at the NATO Intelligence Fusion Center at RAF Molesworth, England. He paused for a moment, going eye to eye with the men in the room, then said, He's missing as well, and if that leaks, I swear I'm going to cut someone's nuts off. The DCIA brushed aside the threat and said, The Nifsy? What did he do there? He pronounced it, Nifsy. Billings said, What's the Nifsy? It's the intelligence hub for NATO. They're responsible for all operational targeting, both possible and actual. Palmer said, He's an Air Force weatherman. He provided predictive analysis for operations. Shit. So he was read onto ongoing and planned missions? Yes, I guess. Well then, him being the Vice President's son may not be the worst of this. He's like the guy in the mailroom that knows everything going on in the corporation. He's potentially got information in his head that could damage current operations worldwide, from Afghanistan to the Ukraine. He leaned back into his chair and said, What's in that man's head may be more important than who his father is. Chapter 7. A low murmur went through the room, then grew into a buzz. The young staffer remained silent. Alexander Palmer said, Quiet. Let him continue. Give them what we think. The bureaucrat clicked a slide, and Kurt read, We value the sanctity of human life above all else, but the fact remains that if a person takes up arms against our nation, he becomes a threat to our way of life and will be dealt with, whether he's a United States citizen or not. Rest assured, though, every operation is thoroughly reviewed and every person targeted is given the same due diligence, whether he's a foreign national or an American. Beneath that quote was another. I beg to differ. Not every life is the same. You kill people all over the world without any thought to the collateral damage. Farmers in Yemen, civilians in Pakistan, goat herders in Somalia. It's all the same to you. What would it take to alter your behavior? Whose life is more valuable than the ones you target? It's an interesting question, isn't it? Perhaps we will see. The staffer said, 8 months ago, the administration hosted a virtual town hall on the website Reddit. The last question asked dealt with our armed UAV program. The top quote is from the administration, given 8 months ago. The bottom rejoinder appeared yesterday. The DCIA said, "So you think this is connected?" Palmer said, "We're assuming so. And before you ask, the NSA is doing everything it can to identify the location of the message. They've come up with nothing. Or more precisely, with about 100 different possibilities. The sender covered his tracks well." "So, given the topic of the Reddit thread, we're assuming an Islamic group?" "Yes, for now." The DCIA leaned back and said, "I don't see it. This scope is too big, too much ground to cover, too much overt work that had to be done. There's no Islamic group out there with the capability to conduct synchronized operations that span the globe. For one, they stick out too much. How are a bunch of Arabs going to do operational work on Okinawa? They would have been compromised. For another, they're too fractured, especially with all the internal fighting going on. We would have heard something." The SecDef spoke up. "Well, there are 2 facts right now. 1, they're missing. 2, we didn't hear anything. So what are we doing?" His statement was calm and measured. Considering what was at stake for him personally, Kurt was impressed with the control. "We've locked down anyone remotely believed to be a target, including redeploying 2 from the war zone in Afghanistan." Oglethorpe's control fractured a smidgen. "Well, that's great proactive work, but I meant, what the hell are we doing about the ones missing?" Understanding the pressure, Palmer let the jibe go. "The President has made this priority number 1 for every single federal agency that might be of use, and that includes the Taskforce." Kurt popped his head up at the comment. Palmer saw the movement and said, "What?" "Sir, that's not what we do. We're not a law enforcement investigative organization, and we aren't focused on hostage rescue. Our operations take months, sometimes years. This is going to be time-sensitive. And forcing the issue will get us compromised. I understand the wish to do something, but you're trying to use a flathead screwdriver on a Phillips screw. It may do more harm than good." Palmer tapped his chin and said, "What is your primary mission?" "Counterterrorism. Preemptive activities against designated sub-state groups with an end state of preventing harm to the homeland through long-term analysis and disruption." "Don't give me that official doctrinal crap. You know what I mean. What do you do?" Kurt pursed his lips, seeing where his question was leading. "Manhunting." "Exactly." "Sir, you know we're tracking 2 separate threats coming out of Syria." Kurt looked at the SecDef. "I understand completely the feelings here. But if I divert to this mission, it may mean we lose the thread. It may mean we miss the ability to stop an attack. We're putting 5 people's lives ahead of possibly many, many more." Palmer rubbed his eyes, saying nothing. The SecDef said, "Don't make a decision about the task force because of me. I'm recusing myself from the vote on this." Palmer said, "There is no voting this time around. This briefing is for information only. The task force is going to dedicate all assets to recovering the 5 hostages. That's from the President of the United States. Anyone has an issue with it, take it up with him." Kurt heard the words and felt a little disquieted by them. He believed President Warren to be a good and trusted man. But in one fell swoop, he had just castrated the very council that was designed to keep the task force in check. Designed for oversight, as the name implied. Palmer focused directly on Kurt. "You'll brief just like any other operation, letting the Oversight Council know what's going on and gaining concurrence for operational activity. But you're doing the mission." Kurt nodded, and after a little more discussion about the absence of any leads, the meeting broke up, the various members returning to their day jobs. Kurt held his tongue until he and George were back in the car and outside the gate. With the White House in the rearview mirror, he said, "What the hell just happened?" George said, "I'd say the President is a little fired up about assholes taking our people." "Yeah, I get that. But we're proving the terrorist on Reddit to be right. We just put 5 lives ahead of everything else. Shit, they fired Pike for ignoring the council, and now the President is ignoring the council. It's not good. You've got his ear. You can talk to him. No, not yet. I'm not the neophyte you think I am in this world. He sent Palmer on purpose. He didn't want to see me. George looked at him and smiled. Very good, meat-eater. Perhaps there's hope for you yet. Kurt felt his phone vibrate with a text. Call me, please. It was from Kathy, and his niece popped back in his mind, causing his stomach to sour. On the drive over, he toyed with the idea of diverting Taskforce assets, or maybe even a couple of operations to England to see what they could find. But that was out of the question now. George said, Too bad we don't have Pike in the lineup for this. He's got a habit of stumbling into the heart of every bad thing. Kurt heard the words and dialed the phone. Who are you calling? Pike. I need someone to stumble onto some bad things. Chapter 8. Kylie Hale felt shame wash through her as her bladder released, leaking through her jeans and staining the concrete floor. She tried to prevent it, but she'd been tied up for so long, and she was afraid to shout out, afraid of drawing attention to herself. She could see nothing in the darkness, and probably couldn't even if there was light, because of the cloth bag on her head. She began to weep, small hitches that she willed herself to contain. She failed, lost in the fear of what had occurred, wondering where her date had been taken. She lay and shook, the urine dribbling on the floor. 24 hours ago, she'd been worried about college finals. Now she feared for her very life. She could barely comprehend the turnabout. On the dirt road, the men had flex-tied and hooded both of them, showing little compassion before shoving them both in the trunk of a car. They'd been told not to say a word, then tapped in the head with the barrel of a pistol to seal the threat. Driven for roughly an hour, they'd stopped, and she'd spent the night in the trunk, the claustrophobic hood preventing her from seeing anything. When the engine had fired up hours later, it had snapped her eyes open, the panic returning. She heard a multitude of other engines, then felt the vehicle drive up a ramp. She heard a bellowing foghorn and knew they were on a boat, which meant they'd left England. Eventually, they had begun moving again, the engine lulling her and the exhaustion taking over. By the time they'd stopped again, she'd lost track of how long they'd been driving. She'd been ripped out of the trunk, hearing her date shouting behind her. She was thrown into a dank basement smelling of loam and mold, the cold seeping through her clothes. For the longest time, she'd lain completely still, afraid to move. She remembered what the men had said when they had originally captured her, and knew she was in serious jeopardy. The only thing unknown was the time. She rolled over onto her back, worming her way out of the urine puddle. She sagged into a ball and began weeping again, then heard a shuffle in the darkness. She froze, the sound shooting fear through her body. A groan, then scraping. She remained mute. She heard a whisper. Kylie! Kylie! Are you in here? It took a moment for the words to penetrate, then the relief flowed through her. Yes, I'm here. Are you hurt? Only my pride. I'm okay. Before she'd been crammed in the trunk, she'd heard him fighting and heard the punishment delivered. She was fairly sure he was downplaying how hard they'd treated him. She said, What do they want? Why did they take us? It's me. I won't let them hurt you, I promise. You? Why? What did you do? Nothing. But it's me. She heard a squeak and then footfalls on wooden steps, each one ratcheting up her anxiety. They reached the concrete and stopped next to her. She strained her eyes through the bag, seeing a dim shadow. You pissed on my floor. Jesus, Mother Mary, and Joseph. The Irish accent was pronounced, so much so she had trouble following it. She was jerked upright into a sitting position, causing her to tremble. She felt hands on her skull, and she began to scuttle backward. The voice said, Calm down. I'm removing your hood. It slid off her head, and she saw two men, one over her and one over her date, both with rough clothes. The man above her was tall and thin, with an ascetic hatchet face, the veins on his neck standing out like a marble sculpture. Behind his left ear was a tattoo of a harp. The man over her date was younger, with a thick beard like a lumberjack. The man with the tattoo squatted down to her level. "Why would you piss on my floor?" The view of him was disconcerting, scary. I didn't want to." He studied her. He said, "You may call me Seamus. I'm a soldier, and work with the soldier's creed. I do not kill civilians if I can prevent it. And you've presented me with a problem." Her date said, "Leave her alone. You have me. That's enough." Seamus stood up and walked to him. He removed the hood and said, "Nicholas Honister. Yes, we do have you, and unlike the lady, you're not a civilian. And don't think your name will protect you." Nick said, "Look, everyone will know soon enough that you have me. Letting her go won't matter. You can take her back where you found her and just let her walk away." "No, everyone will not know. The last thing the United States wants is this to become a circus in the press, and there will be enormous pressure from your government to find you. I cannot risk that your floozy has some clue in her head." The back and forth between them confused Kylie, making her wonder who Nick really was. She knew his last name as Seacrest, not Hanister, and he hadn't told her anything to indicate his family was rich or well-connected. If that were the case, why was he enlisted in the U.S. Air Force? Seamus walked back to Kylie and said, "What is your name? I know his, but not yours." "Kylie. Kylie Hale." "Well, Kylie, do you have any reason I should keep you alive? Are you valuable to anyone?" She began to weep, saying nothing, the tears running down her face. His eyes stayed on her for a beat, then he stood and nodded at the bearded man. He came over and untied her feet and raised her up. Nick started thrashing, getting nowhere with his feet tied at the ankles and his hands behind his back. He shouted, "Don't do it! Leave her alone, I'm warning you, don't!" Seamus slammed a boot into his stomach and said, "Shut the fuck up. If you'd told someone you were going out with her, we would have waited. Blame yourself." Kylie was halfway up the stairs, her legs barely moving, the bearded man dragging her steadily upward. Seamus turned to go, and Nick shouted, "She's my fiancée. She flew in to surprise me. I didn't know she was coming. Don't kill her because of that." Seamus turned back. "Your fiancée?" He nodded furiously. "Yes, my mother and father love her like me, even more than me. She was staying with him last week and set up this surprise." "Then why were you fucking her in the backseat of a car?" Nick paused, then said, "Girls aren't allowed in the barracks." "You never heard of a hotel?" "Look, I don't know. We were just overcome, I guess." Seamus shouted up the stairs, "Hold it!" Kylie sagged to a step, still weeping. Seamus marched up to her, cupped her chin, and raised her head. "Is this true?" Lost in her own despair, Kylie hadn't heard the conversation. She said nothing, almost catatonic. He squeezed her chin and repeated, "Is it true?" "What? Is what true?" "Are you his fiancée?" She looked down the stairs and saw Nick staring at her intently. He faintly nodded his head. She hesitatingly said, "Yes." Her mind struggled to keep up, to comprehend what Nick was doing. She saw Seamus considering her answer and prayed he didn't ask any questions about Nick's family. Nick had been extremely evasive whenever anything like that came up, even secretive. She'd never pressed. He leaned back and said, "We researched Nicholas for over 6 months and you never surfaced." "Why is that?" From the floor, Nick said, "The Secret Service insisted we keep it quiet. She can't be officially protected, and they saw her as a potential leverage point." Kylie thought, Secret Service? Seamus smiled. "Well, they were right." He nodded at the man holding her. "Take her back. We'll see how the Honorable Philip Hanister deals with 2 missing he holds dear." As the man jerked her back down the stairs, the name swam around her head, seeking purchase. He kicked the back of her knee and forced her to the ground, flex-tying her feet again. As the darkness descended from the hood, her memory clicked, and she knew why they wanted Nick. Philip Hanister, the Vice President of the United States.
Day 5. The Hunt. Chapter 9. Going through the metal detectors of the Smithsonian Air and Space Museum, I was a little disappointed in Kurt's choice of meeting location. I always preferred hitting up a small pub, of which there were plenty in D.C., but for some reason Kurt had decided that the McDonald's attached to the museum was the way to go. Considering it was 10 in the morning, I guessed that was okay. On the civilian side, Kurt was ostensibly the president of Blaisdell Consulting. On the military side, he was a PowerPoint Ranger staff officer working at the Special Operations Division of the Joint Staff in the Pentagon. The multiple personalities would have given me schizophrenia. For security reasons, because of the myriad different cutouts and cover companies tangentially associated with the front known as Blaisdell Consulting, Jennifer and I never went to the physical building next to Arlington Cemetery in Clarendon. Anytime we needed a face-to-face with our command, we did it off-site, and this situation was definitely one for a face-to-face, especially given the strange instructions Kurt had relayed on the phone call yesterday. Based on Knuckles' recommendation, I'd patiently let the letter sit on my desk for the better part of 2 long days. Well, patiently was a polite way of putting it. I'd paced around and read it so many times that Jennifer had asked if I'd worn out the words. I'd finally figured that a day and a half was long enough and picked up the phone to call Kurt. Jennifer had stopped me, saying I'd promised her to let it sit for 2 full days. I started to argue, then my cell had rung. Strangely enough, it was Kurt. Stranger still, he didn't want to talk on the phone. He'd told me to pack clothes for a week and to fly to D.C., to which I'd responded, "Is the Taskforce going to reimburse me for the airfare? If not, you can fly your ass down here." He'd said, "I'll pay you back, both you and Jennifer. Not the Taskforce will pay you back, or Blaisdell Consulting will reimburse you, but I'll pay you back." And he wanted Jennifer to come as well, with enough clothes for a week. Strange indeed. We wound our way through the displays, moving around the simulated moon landing outside of the interior entrance to the food court. Through the glass, I saw Kurt in the corner, sipping a cup of coffee. Dressed like a businessman, he glanced my way and nodded. Jennifer broke to the counter to get her own cup, and I went straight to him. He stood up and shook my hand, saying, "I know you have questions. Let me talk first." I nodded and sat down. He said, "Did you get a hotel?" "Yeah. Just dropped our luggage off. Embassy Suites in Old Town." "Good. Well, first things first. It's true, Grolier Recovery Services has been laid off. I'm going to rectify that. But my briefings to the council on your behalf were preempted by other things." "What does that mean?" "I'll get to that in a minute. For you, the primary problem is that prick Billings. He's steadily grown convinced that you're a threat, and Brazil was the last straw. As Secretary of State, he convinced enough council members to vote you out." "Brazil? I stopped a nuclear weapon." I know. But you also went on the warpath, eliminating Russian members of the FSB. When we originally sent you to Bulgaria, Billings was the dissenting vote. When you ignored the council's orders, he went into "I told you so" mode. They attacked us, sir. They killed Turbo, Radcliffe, and Decoy. Came damn close to killing Jennifer and me. And it was the Israelis who did most of the killing. He held up his hands. "Pike, you don't have to convince me. I have no problem with what you did. Well, except when you basically told me to fuck off." I felt my face grow red in embarrassment. He was right about that. He said, "Look, I've ordered the task force to keep all linkages. We aren't shredding the cover mechanisms, and you'll be kept on Blaisdell Consulting's books like everyone else. But I'm going to need some time before I can get in front of the council again." "Why? Knuckles said something about a soldier dying, and that the VP's son was missing? Is that what's got the Beltway's panties in a knot?" And he told me about the whole hostage mess, which was pretty damaging. I could see why everyone was spinning out of control. If we didn't find them, the administration would be held hostage by both the press and the terrorists. Everything that occurred would be under the prism of the captured Americans, with half saying any military action the United States executed was unjustified, and conducted solely to prove we don't listen to terrorists, and the other half saying we were cowering down and not doing military action because of the terrorist demands. It wouldn't matter what crisis we were dealing with. The hostages would taint our response. He then topped off the debacle with a nice little cherry that the VP's son was apparently an analyst with potentially catastrophic intelligence in his little weenie head. Who do they think it is? The consensus is an Islamic group, but I tend to agree with the DCIA. It's much too complex for them. I guess we'll know soon enough, because we've been given the mission to find out. The task force? How the hell are they going to do that? It's not like they can liaison with a foreign police force as an official U.S. government entity. Whose bright idea was that? The President's. The entire task force is now dedicated to this. I've got teams headed to Okinawa, Brussels, and Honduras. Knuckles is going to England. The conversation was starting to confuse me. Why tell me what the teams were doing when I had no need to know? Jennifer sat down, sliding over a cup of coffee. Kurt said, "Good to see you, Coco." She took his hand and smiled and said, "Good to see you as well, but please don't call me Coco unless I'm on a radio." Kurt looked at me and I said, "Yeah, she's not into the whole call sign thing. Aggravates her. Anyway, are you telling me that you want Jennifer and me to help with this mission? Even after letting us go from the task force?" "No, unfortunately I'm not. Remember my niece, Kylie?" "Well, yeah, of course. What about her?" "When I was still in the Army, on active duty, Kylie had been a fixture at any unit function. The truth was, we all took a liking to her to the point where she became sort of a unit mascot. She was always hanging around at our get-togethers, grabbing us beers and wanting to hear stories from the teammates. My wife actually took her under her wing for a little bit, letting her babysit our daughter and taking her out for girl talk occasionally. But that had been years ago, when I had a wife and daughter. She's on a student exchange from the University of Virginia to Cambridge University in England. My sister called right when this other crap was brewing. Kylie hasn't called home, and I'm worried about her." Kurt was a permanent bachelor, but he treated Kylie like a daughter, much to her mother's regret. In turn, Kylie adored him as if he were her real father, like the father she'd never had. When Kurt's sister had divorced, Kylie had taken her mother's maiden name, and I was fairly sure it was because of Kurt and not her mother. The mother, on the other hand, was a piece of work. Kurt seemed to tolerate her, but she was a peacenik with her head in the dirt, always going on and on about how evil the CIA was and how the United States used the military to ensure the flow of oil, or whatever else was current at the time. If she'd called Kurt for help, she was desperate. Still, not understanding the significance, I said, "Worried how? She's a college kid. They do that shit all the time. What do you mean?" "Not like this. She's been gone for 48 hours, Pike, just gone. She's dropped off the face of the earth, and I think she's in real trouble." The fear on his face was a little bit of a punch, reminding me of my own daughter, reminding me of what I'd lost. He saw my face and immediately knew the wound he was cutting open. Jennifer saw it too. She clasped my hand, and they both closed in, leaning forward, as if they were now discussing a terminal disease with a patient, which aggravated me. I could take the pain. I'd been through it already. I said, "What do you want me to do? Why do you tell me about the missing men? The task force mission?" "No reason, except we bought a new Rockstar bird, a Gulfstream 650. It has longer range, faster flight, and more storage than the G4 you blew up. Knuckles is taking it to England on its maiden voyage. I want you to go with him." The Rockstar bird was a nickname we had for a Taskforce Gulfstream 4 that was specially modified to infiltrate Taskforce equipment into a country. It was outfitted with everything from suppressed weapons to technical surveillance kit, all hidden in special compartments in the walls of the aircraft to defeat host nation immigration procedures. I'd used it on the last mission to detonate a nuclear bomb over the ocean, which hadn't gone over too well considering its cost. He continued, "I want you to find my niece. Make sure she's okay. I'll pay for your flight up here today, and pay for your per diem in country. Just tell me she's okay." I saw the pain on his face, and felt my own memories start to bubble. The loss, and the chance to prevent another one. I said, "As a Taskforce member, doing secret shit?" "No. As a friend of the family, Knuckles will be doing the secret stuff under a cellular's telephone contract. You land and walk away. I've already talked to Knuckles, which is why I'm sending him to England. He can keep a secret. You can't mention that I allowed you to use Taskforce assets. You get there, you can talk to anyone you want. Give them my number, my sister's number, whatever. The only thing you'll be doing with Knuckles is flying over with him." I was running the implications through my head, and he misinterpreted it as hesitation or aggravation at having to hide what I was doing. He said, "Pike, I'm sorry about the Oversight Council. I didn't want that to happen. And you're getting a raw deal, but I need you on this. I need you to do what you do best. Find her for me, please, as a friend." Jennifer said, "Kurt, of course we'll go." He leaned back and exhaled. I said, "Sir, there was never a question about that. And don't worry about the pay." He said, "I'm really scared. I'm afraid of what you'll find." I grinned. "Focus on the circus going on back here. Kylie's probably teaching the limeys to play beer pong. It'll be a walk in the park." "And if she's not?" Jennifer said, "She is. Don't think that way." Kurt kept his eyes on me, an unspoken question on his face, the pain just behind the eyes. He and I knew of a different world that could have touched Kylie, a place of evil that rarely knocked on the door of the average civilian, a place that was causing him nightmares, a place that had found me already, and he knew it. I said, "Jennifer's right. Don't worry about it. I'll go get her. I understand no backup, no official help, doesn't matter. If she's in real trouble, they made a mistake in the target. Whoever took her will wish they'd taken the VP's son instead." He squeezed my arm, glancing at Jennifer. "Pike, I know I have no right to ask you, but I don't want just questions answered like the police have already given. I don't want to hear no clues. I cannot live with, 'We've done all we can.'" He looked out the window and said, "She's in a world of shit. I can feel it. And I can't do anything about it. With the crap going on around here, I can't leave." He returned to me, I swear with a touch of shame. "Will you do what's necessary? Can you? After what happened with the council, I need to know." I understood what he was asking, and I was a little surprised that he thought he had to. I knew he'd given me permission to go after the Russians, even if it wasn't articulated. But this was on a whole different level. This wasn't about national security. This was personal, which in my internal code was much, much higher. I locked eyes with him, feeling my daughter. Feeling a chance at redemption. I gave him the answer he wanted. I'll get her back, trust me. There is no measure of the pain I will inflict to do so.
Chapter 10. Kylie waited for 30 minutes before speaking. When she was sure none of the kidnappers were still in the basement, she blew air, getting a gap in the hood, and said, "Nick, you still here?" She heard nothing. She said again a little louder, "Nick." She heard a shuffle, then, "Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, my head's a little woozy. I think I have a concussion. I keep going in and out." The words scared her. He was her only anchor. "Nick, I don't know what to do. They're going to come back, and they're going to find out the truth. I don't know what to say." She heard a scuffling, then his voice much closer. "Kylie, they won't. Just pretend like I said. The Secret Service prevented you from getting too involved. You don't know how anything works because you were kept away. I'm sorry I ever did this to you. I've never gotten involved with anyone for this very reason. I just couldn't help myself with you. I'm sorry." She heard the words and felt a warmth, despite the circumstances. "I appreciate what you did. You didn't have to." She heard nothing for a moment, then, "No, I did, and not because I feel responsible. Strange to have it come out here, I suppose, but I'd have liked to have a few more dates with you." She smiled in her hood, the conversation taking her away from the situation. "Maybe we could do that. Why are you going by the name of Seacrest?" "It's my mother's maiden name. Secret Service thought it would help protect me. Guess that was a crock of shit." They sat in silence for a moment, then he said, "You know, I do blame you. Who else in this whole damn country drinks rum and coke? Nobody. That's what caught me. My favorite drink." She turned her head in the hood, focusing on his voice, wanting the connection. The only thing she had. "I got that from a friend of my uncle. That's all he drinks." Then she remembered who the friend was. "Hey, my uncle is a pretty important guy, and his friend is a holy terror. When I come up missing, they'll start to hunt for me." Nick chuckled and said, "Kylie, I'm the vice president's son. You can't get any more important." "No, you don't understand. My uncle is in the military. He does something all classified. He isn't important in a political way. He's just... I don't know what he is, but he's someone these guys don't want to meet." She heard the condescension in his voice. "Well, maybe he'll do something. Can't hurt." Kylie focused on the face of her uncle, drawing strength from it, knowing what he would do. She reached her hand to her neck and rubbed a gold pendant on a simple chain. Shaped in a circle, it looked like a thick golden washer. Stenciled around the rim was a Bible verse, Romans 3:8. It was a gift from her uncle, and just having it made her feel secure, as if he were watching over her right this minute. She remembered his friends she'd met at picnics and unit parties full of volcanic heat and restrained violence, remembering how she'd been scared by him and drawn to him at the same time. Unlike the men a floor above, he was a predator, and he would come. She was sure of it. She lay down, feeling the first sense of calm since the ordeal had started. More to herself than Nick, she touched the pendant and said, "He'll come, and these fuckers are going to pay." She heard the door open above, and her nascent confidence wilted like a flower in the desert. She heard footsteps, but not of someone walking clean. They were dragging a body down. She perked her head up, straining to see anything through the hood. She heard something large slap the concrete, then a wail. "I work for NATO. I don't know anything about Ireland. I haven't done anything." She heard something like a sack of dirt being kicked, then coughing. "Shut the fuck up. I'm sick of your whining. Keep it up, and you'll be the first we kill." The steps retreated, and they were in silence again. Eventually, Nick brought up the courage to break it. "Hello? Who was just brought down?" She heard nothing. Nick tried again. "Hello?" A voice tentatively said, "Who are you?" "Nicholas Seacrest, American. You?" "Travis de Leon, American as well." Nick said, "Who are you related to?" "What's that mean?" "Why did they take you? Who do you know?" Kylie heard nothing for a moment, then, "I don't know anyone. Why would you ask that?" "He thinks we're trying to trick him." She said, "Travis, I'm Kylie, and we're just trying to figure out why we've been taken." "Kylie who?" "Kylie Hale. I'm sitting here with a hood on my head as well." He didn't respond. She heard scraping and worming, then heard Nick say, "You're in ACUs. You're Army. How would you know that if you're hooded?" "I just got my hood off. Listen, I'm an Air Force weatherman stationed at RAF Molesworth in England. I see your rank. You're a lieutenant colonel in the Army. Something's going on, and I want to know if it's because of what's in our heads or something else. What do you do?" "Quit talking. They'll hear us. They'll come down here." "Maybe so, but they took us alive for a reason. They aren't going to kill us because we pissed them off. no matter what threats they throw out. I thought originally it was for intelligence, but you shouted you work for NATO, just like I do. And these guys are Irish. So that makes no sense. It must be because of who we are. So who are you? Kylie heard the door open and curled up, praying Nick was right. She heard footsteps, then a struggle with the slapping of flesh. A man said, "Keep your fucking hoods on." She heard a kick, then coughing. "All of you shut the hell up, or I'll cave your face in." The footsteps retreated, the door slammed, and there was silence. She heard someone spit something thick. Then Nick said, "Well, which is it? Do you work in a capacity that they'd want what's in your head, or is it you?" Travis hissed, "Be quiet. They'll come beat us." Nick said, "They just did, and I can take it. The scare's over. They'll only kill who can't help them, and you can. Why?" Kylie whispered, "Nick, maybe he's right. Maybe we should just wait to see what's going to happen." "Bullshit, I'm not waiting. Nobody's coming for us. If we want to get out, we'll do it ourselves. We need to start thinking about escape. Get ready for an opportunity." His voice strident, Travis said, "No, no, no, no. We will do nothing, nothing. You hear? Let the U.S. government sort this out." Kylie heard Nick exhale, then say, "The U.S. government won't come for us in time. These fucks intend to use us to leverage our government, to alter some policy. They will use our lives to harm the United States. We have to plan an escape. You're in the Army, for Christ's sake." The steel in his voice was new, something different from the soft man that had talked her out of her shirt, something like her uncle's friend. She debated whether he was putting them in jeopardy, and whose side she would take. Her uncle's friend came to her mind's eye, all hard edges and predatory skill. She decided, better to fight. She said, "Travis, he's right. We need to plan for a way out. Sitting here waiting on the police isn't going to work." Travis said, "I am a lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Army. I'm the senior officer here. I'm giving you an order to not do anything. Nothing. You understand?" Kylie had no idea what any of that meant, but got a clue from Nick's response. Jesus Christ, they put a pussy in here with us. Chapter 11. Standing behind a man working a laptop, Seamus McKee saw Colin return. He said, "What were they talking about?" "Nothing. Trying to figure out why they have a bag on their head." "They'll know that soon enough." He returned to the man on the computer. "Christ, Kevin. You said this Reddit thread would catch their attention. They still haven't responded. Are they that stupid?" "The ragheads don't send riddles. This isn't Belfast. They aren't used to your signature." "Well, maybe we'll have to acquaint them," Colin said. "We don't have a drone strike yet, and even if we do, I still don't think this will work." Seamus smiled. "A little late for that. They won't deal, and there will be no end to the search. As long as the press is in the dark, they'll deal. Remember the U.S.-Iran-Contra scandal, when President Reagan tried to exchange arms for hostages, after all his tough talk about smashing terrorists? Just like Whitehall when they handed out those secret immunity deals to the Irish traitors in '98. Doesn't matter which government, they're always willing to deal." Seamus McKee was a dying breed, a leader of a splinter group of the fading Irish Republican Army. He was one of the last who still believed Irish unity could be achieved through violence. In his eyes, Northern Ireland was an affront to every person of Celtic blood, and he was determined to see the final 6 counties under it return to Irish control, or at least punish those who disagreed. Calling themselves the real IRA, they'd been fighting since the provisional IRA had called a ceasefire in 1998. When the cowards in the PIRA put down their arms, referring to grovel for a half-step political solution, the RIRA split off and continued the campaign of violence. Car bombs, landmines, mortar attacks, and assassinations were all in its repertoire. Its goal? A unified Ireland, just like Michael Collins had envisioned so many years ago. Others could quit under the strain, but Seamus McKee never would. The fight had been going on for decades, centuries really, but Seamus and his brother Braden had been at it just under 10 years. In that time, Seamus had carved out a leadership niche and had proven his dedication to the cause. There was no shortage of will to attack, but operations cost money, and the cash flow had become harder and harder to maintain. Gone were the days of passing the hat in the pub, with even Americans of Irish descent supporting the cause. For the most part, the younger generation didn't really think about Northern Ireland, and the older generation had grown complacent, satisfied with a country of 26 counties instead of the total island of 32. Because of it, the RIRA's primary source of income was from crime. Gaining small-scale payoffs from extorting drug dealers and businesses, they spent more effort trying to collect operational funds than on the operations themselves. In order to increase the flow of money, Seamus had had some of his men migrate to the continent, working with a team of Serbian jewel thieves who were experts in their chosen field. Called the Pink Panthers by Interpol, they had pulled off some spectacular heists. While their nickname implied buffoonery, the operations were anything but. In less than a decade, they'd netted over $500 million in places as far-flung as Dubai and Tokyo, conducting hits that looked more fit for a Hollywood movie than real life. Even with that, the Serbs were the undisputed leaders of the team. They used Seamus's men for their specific skills, but took most of the profits, leaving him little to show for the risk. But through it, he'd learned that there was money to be made if one found something valuable enough to steal. He'd decided to graduate from material things. After all, at the root, what was more valuable than life? While his men thought the entire operation was about money, for him it was personal. Make no mistake, he intended to earn enough funds to keep them in operations for decades. But he also had some lessons for the special relationship between Britain and the United States. Lessons only his brother Braden knew about. Kevin turned from the computer, a Reuters press report on the screen. Looks like they just conducted a strike in Yemen. Hit a wedding party by mistake. Talk about perfect timing. Seamus smiled. You see, you can always count on the Yanks. They don't take any shit, unless something valuable is at stake. He turned to Colin and said, Execute the plan. Get the package in the air. Time to show we're serious. To Kevin. Go ahead and send the message. Kevin pulled up the whitehouse.gov contact page and filled out the return information using the name of one Abu Mustafa. He typed a message, then turned around and looked at Seamus, waiting on permission. Dialing his phone, a concerned look on his face, Colin said, You sure that can't be traced? The government owns that website, and the United States will bring everything they have to bear. The NSA is no joke. Kevin said, I tried to explain it to you, but it would be wasted effort. Just consider it magic and me Gandalf. It can't be traced. Unlike me, the NSA isn't a magician. Seamus said, Send it. With Colin talking in the background, Kevin posted the message. Seamus waited until Colin was done and asked, Any issues? No. They're ready to leave Honduras. They'd already made the tape. Now it's just a matter of cutting the limbs. The issue is whether they've gone too far too soon. This is going to cause the U.S. to explode. Seamus bristled, saying, What is your fucking problem? Are you afraid of them? Afraid of the fight? They're no more powerful than England. No more powerful than the intelligence agencies we've been fighting for years. They know nothing of us. They're babies in our fight. They'll never figure it out. The secret is the power we hold. They will be looking for the wrong people. And in the meantime, someone will pay for them, one way or the other. What about later? The hostages say it wasn't a bunch of ragheads that held them. How long can we hold up under that pressure? Christ, all they have to say is we had Irish accents. The hostages will never talk. It'll work out. Worst case, we blame the Serbs. We're paying them enough. Colin said, One more weak link. Those bastards will sell their own mothers. They have no cause. You're wrong. They have the omerta. They will never utter a word. I'm more worried about you. Collins said nothing under Seamus's withering gaze. He eventually nodded, wanting to break the contact. Seamus held his glare one moment longer, then said, "Call Braden. Tell him to deliver the package as soon as it arrives." Colin began dialing, and Seamus said, "Let the games begin." 28 hours later, a nondescript two-door Fiat pulled over on Rue Royale, a large expanse of park separating the driver from the U.S. Embassy in Brussels, Belgium. A man exited carrying a small styrofoam ice chest, just large enough for a six-pack of soda. The Belgium weather was blustery, and he didn't look out of place wearing a hat and scarf, his cheekbones the only thing visible just below the sunglasses on his face. He entered the park and walked through until he reached Rue du Cal, the rear of the U.S. Embassy just in front of him, local National Guard surveying everyone who exited. He circled the block, coming south down Boulevard du Région. He passed the Russian embassy and saw the black chain-link fence and the Belgian guards protecting the front entrance to the U.S. Embassy. He continued to approach, nodding to the guards and proceeding around the fence, just one more pedestrian walking the boulevard. When he reached the front of the embassy, still outside the fence, he bent over and placed the ice chest on the ground, in full view of the guards and the cameras, then walked rapidly away. Before the guards could react, he was gone. A suspicious package alert was called, requiring a response from the Brussels police force bomb squad. They used their robots and other technical kit, setting back Seamus's plan by another 4 hours and aggravating the hell out of the drivers on Boulevard du Région, now closed in the name of safety. Finally, after enough exploration, a man in a full-on blast suit stiffly advanced, looking like a character from a Saturday morning cartoon. He bent over the container, searching all around for hidden triggers. When he saw none, he removed the lid. Then he fell back. At first, the men in his squad thought he'd tripped, but when they saw him crawling away, they became agitated. One zoomed a camera in on the plexiglass shield of his helmet. It was covered in vomit. Chapter 12. As Kurt raced as fast as he could through the D.C. traffic, George Wolfe said, "They didn't give you any indication of what this is about?" "No, but it's serious. I haven't seen this much activity since Khalid Sheikh Mohammed. Everyone's spinning, and it's going to leak, only a matter of time." "Who are the players?" "The chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee is going bonkers. He's a powerful guy, and his twins are gone. The SecDef wants to start bombing Pakistan, and that fucking governor of Texas is raising holy hell." "What about the vice president?" "Surprisingly, I haven't heard much from him. They're really hoping to keep that under wraps. Can't see how that'll happen, though." "This meeting is Oversight Council only, right?" "Yeah. Something's broken free." As they pulled into the lane for White House security, George considered his words, then said, "I hate to be a CIA stickler about sources and methods, but we're starting to blend Taskforce activities with the traditional intelligence architecture. The pressure to share is going to be enormous, and we're going to be compromised." Kurt showed his identification to the uniformed Secret Service manning the gate at the West Wing, waited until he was checked off a list, then pulled through. He said, "Maybe, maybe not. We can use the Director of Central Intelligence. Thank God he's a council member. We can feed all of our intelligence into the CIA, and they can sanitize it for the FBI. Hopefully, they'll do the same in return. That's not going to be timely. And what happens if we find one of them? Are we going to conduct an assault or call for someone else? I don't know. I haven't thought that far ahead. We need to start. If we conduct a rescue, successfully or not, we're going to end up splashed on the world stage. We might be able to hide who did it from the public, but we won't from all of the other elements involved. And some of those elements will forget the gratitude in one news cycle, especially if the press continues to push. After all of the other crap that's happened in the intelligence world, they'll throw us to the wolves to save their elective ass." Kurt parked and said, "Yeah, I know." I'm worried about having to make a call like that. As bad as it sounds, it might be better to let them go. I'm not sure their lives will be worth all the lives that will be lost if our counter-terrorist capability is eviscerated. Maybe you should bring this up to the president. He knows the stakes. Maybe, but not just yet. We aren't at that stage, and odds are we won't be. Police work is what will solve this, and we can't do direct interface. Waiting on the CIA to feed us what the FBI learns from host country liaison is way too slow. Someone will beat us to the punch. Or it'll just all go bad without our ability to help. George climbed the cracked granite stairs in the old executive office building, replying, "I hate to say it, but we'd better hope so." Kurt rounded the corner, seeing the Secret Service flanking the conference room doors, knowing that meant President Peyton Warren was attending this meeting. Knowing that couldn't be good news. They showed their badges and passed into the room. Unlike the bedlam last time, there was stone quiet, all eyes on them as they entered. A discomforting feeling, given that Kurt had no idea why he'd been summoned. He looked at the president and said, "Sir, is the council expecting a briefing on something? Because I don't think I got the memo." "No, we're expecting some biometric results and an update. You can give us yours while we wait." Kurt nodded at George to take his seat, then said, "Well, I don't have a lot. I've got 4 teams in the air, each headed to a disappearance location: Honduras, England, Okinawa, and Belgium." "What's taking so long? We gave the order to launch over 2 days ago." That came from Secretary of State Jonathan Billings, the same prick who had pulled Pike Logan from his operational capacity. Worried about Pike's habit of pushing the envelope, he now wanted it both ways. Wanted the envelope pushed to the point of compromise. Or maybe he just didn't get it. Kurt said, "Sir, I don't have a division of commandos sitting around waiting to launch. I had to redirect teams that were on operational missions, 2 on Alpha, 1 on Omega, and 1 running assessment and selection." The Taskforce called every stage of an operation a different Greek letter, each representing an escalation of potential actions. Before a mission moved to a different stage, the Oversight Council had to sanction the elevation. Alpha meant the introduction of forces to explore a potential target. Basically, poke around a little bit and discover whether he or she was actually out to harm the United States. Omega, the last letter in the alphabet, meant that the target was an imminent threat, and the Oversight Council had granted permission for hostile action, either to capture or kill the target. In this case, nobody seemed concerned about the potential threat or the Omega authority given. It didn't matter that a team that had been granted permission to remove an impending danger to national security was now being redirected to hunt for hostages, something that wasn't even in their mission profile. Instead, Billings was pressing the time lag. Kurt looked around the room for the Secretary of Defense, knowing he understood the intricacies involved with moving forces on the chessboard of global operations. For the first time, he noticed the man was absent. Focusing back on Billings, Kurt said, "Sir, it takes time to get them redirected. It's not like they can just jump on a plane. It takes time to close out cover contracts and get deployment assets on station. Time to assess whether the redirect will spike host nation intelligence services. Time to establish a new cover mechanism in the redirect country. Time to ensure the new cover status they'll be operating under will withstand scrutiny. It's what I talked about before. This isn't our fort. We're not an alert force that can turn on a dime." Billings started to grumble when the door opened. Alexander Palmer entered with the same NSC staff weenie from before. He still looked as if he were a rabbit in the wolves' den. Kurt waited on President Warren to dismiss him, noticing the man was haggard from sleepless nights. Warren said, "Good enough, Kurt. Have a seat for the update." Kurt nodded, understanding without words that the president already knew what was about to be briefed, and that it wasn't going to be good. He thought about expanding on his statements to Billings, conveying the danger the mission was placing on the task force to the only men in the room who really mattered, then thought better of it. He took his seat at the rear of the room. The staffer booted up his laptop and, without any preamble, said, "We got this through the White House website contact page. The email address is bogus and the ISP terminates in Guam. We've already explored the ISP with in-country assets and got nowhere. It's clearly a redirect." On the screen, Kurt read, "Dear Mr. President, you never answered the question we posed on Reddit, so we have to assume you thought it rhetorical. It wasn't. You just conducted a strike against a harmless wedding party in Yemen, and because of it, you have forced our hand. We ask once again, are all lives equal? Will you continue such actions when the end result involves something you hold dear? There are 7 innocent families weeping over the loss of loved ones in the Sada province. Who will weep in your inner circle from this attack? Nobody. But someone will weep. We promise." Kurt had read about the strike in his daily intel update. The Al-Qaeda propaganda machine was saying it was a wedding party, which had been picked up in the press, but the intel track had shown a terrorist convoy. It was hard to determine what the convoy actually was, but regardless, inside that convoy had been 3 definite terrorists, now dead. The chatter afterward had confirmed that, along with the loss of 4 civilians with an indeterminate heritage. The staffer said, "Given the enormous number of comments that are directed at the White House contact page each day, it took over 20 hours for the Reddit thread connection to reach someone who understood the significance. By the time we had begun tracing the digital trail, a package had been delivered to the front gate of the U.S. Embassy in Brussels. Inside was a DVD recording and the hands and feet of a human being." A low murmur went through the room. And Kurt had a horrible intuition about why the Secretary of Defense, a principal in the Oversight Council, wasn't attending. The screen flipped to an MP4 movie and the lights went dim. Kurt saw a person hunched in the center, a hood on his head, surrounded by men wearing keffiyehs that covered their faces, each brandishing an AK-47. There was no sound. The hood was removed, and he saw the Secretary of Defense's son. The boy began to cry in silence, and the man to his right held up a section of poster board displaying the words, "Experience the pain." The man began to flip the poster boards like a high school YouTube video, each one with a different sentence about the casualties of United States policy. The last placard said, "And now it is your turn. Reap what you sow." The man behind the captive raised his barrel, placing it on the back of the boy's head. There was a second pause, and then he pulled the trigger. The frontal lobe of the skull exploded outward, taking the eye orbit with it in a shower of gore. The Secretary of Defense's son fell forward, his mouth open, his jaw the only thing remaining as a human face. Chapter 13. Startled gasps filled the room, followed by murmurs. President Warren held up his hand, and everyone grew quiet, subdued by the intimacy of the death. Something they ordered often in their duties, but now were forced to see in hyper-real detail. It left them dumbstruck. As if he were talking about the national orange crop, the staffer said, "DNA and fingerprint testing has proven that the body parts delivered in Brussels match Curtis Oglethorpe, Mark Oglethorpe's son. We believe the video is genuine, as is the Reddit thread and White House comment. Furthermore, we believe that all of the missing have been taken as leverage against our policy of armed counter-terrorist drone strikes." He finished and looked to Alexander Palmer for guidance on what else to say. For his part, Palmer looked to the President of the United States. President Warren said, "Gentlemen, the entire fabric of our country is now under attack. The barbaric method is new and unique, but the outcome is the same. An attack against our ability to defend the nation. And it's effective. I've already given orders for all strikes against terrorist targets to halt immediately. What I want to know is how we're going to get them back, and barring that, what we're going to do about it. Kurt heard the words, and the enormity of the stakes came home. There would be no even-handed discussion of how best to use the Taskforce. The administration was going to destroy anything tangentially associated with the video. And after seeing it, Kurt was more than willing to light the fuse. Ignoring the emotion, Kerry Bostwick, the director of the CIA, said, "So we're still feeling that it's an Islamic group?" Palmer snorted at the question. Billings said, "Well, what the hell else could it be? The name on the contact is Abu Mustafa. The target of the action is our drone strikes, and the men in the video are clearly Arabic. Yes, it is an Islamic group. We need to focus on transits to Yemen, Pakistan, or Somalia, places where they feel secure. That's where the hostages are going. That's where Curtis was killed." Ignoring the outburst, Kurt said, "What do you mean, Kerry?" "Well, it still doesn't ring true to me. I just can't see them able to conduct such a wide-ranging operation." President Warren said, "And neither could your organization on September 10th. We've always discounted the threat. I don't intend to do so again." Kerry bristled, and Kurt backed him up, saying, "There's more to it than Kerry's gut feeling. I agree with the CIA on assessments of the operation. Besides just being able to coordinate it, they'd have to execute, and we'd have some indication of Arabic men doing the job. We don't, which means they might have help from a non-Arabic group, like used to happen in the 70s and 80s. Maybe there's an Islamic organization behind it, but we shouldn't discount help from someone else. Someone who could penetrate. Like the Japanese Red Army at the Lod airport." Billings said, "What the hell are you talking about?" Kurt rolled his eyes, disgusted at the lack of knowledge on basic terrorism. "The Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine." He paused and said, "You know who they are, right?" Billings grew red and nodded. Kurt continued, "The PFLP couldn't penetrate Israeli airport security because of their nationality. They hired terrorists from the Japanese Red Army to attack for them. In 1972, the Japanese terrorists came into Israel as tourists, then began flinging hand grenades and shooting up the place. I'm saying it could be the same here." Billings said, "But that was when the radical ideology was similar, when all the groups had a Marxist bent. This Islamic thing is different. They'd never accept help like that." Kerry said, "There's something more. In Islamic videos, they almost always cut the head off of the victim on camera, like Daniel Pearl, like those Islamic State barbarians in Iraq." He saw everyone react to his flat words and said, "Look, let's deal with this clinically. Get over the death on screen. It's horrific, but getting emotional won't solve any problems." He turned to the president. "Sir, I've never seen one where they simply shoot the victim, especially since the Islamic State came around. It's crucifixions and beheadings all the time. Shooting happens in tit-for-tat reprisals on the battlefield, but not in a staged video designed to maximize propaganda value, designed to elicit maximum fear. And there's no talking, no shouting Allahu Akbar along with something we have to translate. This was done on cards, like they didn't want us to hear them speak." Kurt said, "And that final card is interesting. Reap what you sow is a Christian thing from the Bible." President Warren said, "Is it? Only Christian, I mean?" Kerry said, "No, it's in the Quran as well, but only in concept. You'll find plenty of references about doing good to gather good or doing evil to gather evil. But you won't find the words reap and sow like you do in the Bible. Maybe they're poking us in the eye by using it, but it's another data point." President Warren considered the words, then said, "At this point, it's irrelevant. We go with what we know. We have no indication of any other groups, and every indication it's from some Islamic terrorist organization. They've mentioned Yemen twice, and that matters. We've never had an indication that Islamic groups were connecting to organizations they would consider infidels. But we do have a ton of connections between Islamic groups. That I could believe. Right now, we focus on the Islamic ones. Kurt said, "Sir, you know if they get them to the Fatah tribal lands in Pakistan, or the Sada province of Yemen, we're out of luck. Shit, even if they get them to Mali or some of the outlaw lands of Libya that have been created since Gaddafi fell, we'll never find them." The president looked at Kurt and said, "That's where you come in. We'll provide all the intelligence we have, but nobody has the agility across the globe like you do. Everything we do as a government is compartmented by region or even nation. I can do a fine job of crime scene work in Okinawa or counterterrorism in Somalia, but when that shifts to another theater, we're fucked. The guy who finds the lead in Okinawa can't follow up in Mali. He has no global experience, and he'll just pass his information into the network. Unlike you can work across bureaucratic boundaries, and you have." Kurt looked at George and saw a slight nod. He said, "Sir, we need to talk about that. I'm with you on the threat, but I want to make sure you understand what you're asking. I do this, and there's a good chance the Taskforce will be exposed. A very good chance." He saw Billings draw back, not liking the words. Understanding what exposure could cause and not liking having his skin in the game, Billings said, "What do you mean by that?" "You heard me talking about cover before, but it's more than that. Sooner or later, this is going to break in the press, and it's going to be ferocious. If I resolve the problem, there will be no way to keep it secret. It's not like causing a terrorist to disappear who nobody knew about in the first place." Billings said, "I thought you could do this without any fingerprints. That's what you always brag about." "I can, right up until we have a bunch of rescued hostages in the press. We won't be able to keep it secret, and like bin Laden, everyone will want to know how it was done." "So unlike bin Laden, we don't blab about who it was?" "That might work for the public. You might be able to keep a secret from them, but you won't from the insiders. Shit, the chair of the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence has missing kids. He's going to want to know what happened, and he's going to find out. I just want to make sure we all understand the repercussions." Billings sat back for a moment and said, "Maybe Kurt's right. Maybe we should use traditional assets on this, even if they aren't as good." President Warren's face showed disgust. He said, "Have you talked to the Vice President?" Billings shook his head. President Warren said, "I have. And I'm also the one who told Mark about his son. The one who had to deliver the news on how he died." President Warren's face was stone, the anger leaking out of his voice like acid. "I promised that Mark could give a shit about any exposure. He'd gladly spend the rest of his life in disgrace or prison if it meant vengeance for his son. Vice President Hannister has seen the Curtis tape. I guarantee he'll do anything in his power to prevent his son from ending up on a tape of his own. Think about what you would do if it were your son or daughter." When Billings said nothing, preferring to sit back and hide his eyes from the president's gaze, Warren turned to Kurt. "You understand my orders?" "Yes, sir. I think you've been plain." "Well, let me make it absolutely clear. If you've got the means to resolve the situation, and the end result is compromise, you will compromise. Do you understand?" Kurt nodded. "Yes, sir. Perfectly." President Warren's eyes bored into him. He pointed at the screen, the still of Curtis Oglethorpe's body on the ground. "No mercy. Burn it to the ground, whether we get them back or not." Chapter 14. Lieutenant Kaylin Clute slowly came to consciousness, the world a hazy kaleidoscope of light. She felt a ravenous thirst, but also queasy. as if she'd just been on a roller coaster, her inner ears in turmoil from repeated spinning. She strained her eyes, trying to penetrate the gloom, but still couldn't see anything concrete, only vague light and shadow. She realized it was because of a rough burlap sack on her head. In a panic, she attempted to sit up, only to find she was tied at the ankles, knees, wrists, and elbows. And it all came back. The Irishman's car pulling over to the side of the road, flashing its lights. Mac cursing his luck, saying he wished he hadn't agreed to show them to the aquarium. Her calming him down as they pulled alongside the disabled car, one Irishman already out and under the hood. Her exiting the vehicle, then seeing the pistols. Mac shouting and fighting, the needle being injected into her neck, her vision blurring as she watched Mac being beaten. The memories slammed home, making her tremble, sweat popping out on her neck. She rolled onto her back, the nausea returning, her body feeling as if it were rocking left and right even as she lay still. She felt damp, rough-hewn lumber under her, and heard a steady mechanical noise. A pump. She smelled diesel and realized it wasn't the drugs affecting her equilibrium. She was on a boat, or more precisely in the bowels of a boat, next to the bilge pump. But where was Mac? Afraid to speak, afraid of alerting anyone that she was awake, she slowly lowered her head down to the wood and scraped, feeling the sack move an inch. She continued until she had a sliver of light at the base of her neck, enough so that she could see her chest. She lay still, waiting to see if the motion had caused anyone to notice, wondering if someone was watching her right this minute. Nothing happened. She repeated the maneuver until she had a good 5 inches of vision at the base of her chin. She rolled her head to the left and saw the dim interior of a ship's engine room, but no Mac. She turned right and saw a pair of legs, tied. McKinley. She wormed her way forward until she made contact with him, then did the best she could to wake him, rolling her body on top of his and patting his chest with her restrained hands. He did nothing, sending fear through her that he was dead. She slid off him and squeezed her eyes shut, fighting the panic. She chastised herself, reverting to the discipline it took to achieve her position in naval aviation, remembering her survival and resistance training. She began thinking through the problem just as she would if she'd had a catastrophic failure in her aircraft, putting aside the fact that she had absolutely no control over anything. Then McKinley's legs moved. She sensed it more than anything else. She cocked her head back to see, remaining still as a stone. A moment passed, and she saw them move again. She sagged to the hull, letting out pent-up relief in one ragged breath. She waited, knowing Mac was working through the after-effects of the drugs, just as she had. He slowly showed more animation, and she could stand it no longer. She wormed toward his head and whispered, "Mac! Mac! Are you awake?" He groaned, a noise that overshadowed the bilge pump. She hissed, "Mac, quiet! Whisper to me." She craned her head again until she could see the burlap over his face. It turned toward her. She said, "Mac, can you hear me?" "Cahill? Yes. Are you all right?" She snorted quietly and said, "Well, I'm alive. I don't think this qualifies as okay." "Where are we?" "On a boat somewhere in the ocean, but it's got to be near the island chain. This thing isn't big enough to cross the Pacific. I have no idea how long we've been out. Could be hours, could be days." She saw his head sag back. He said, "What the hell is going on?" Before she could answer, she heard a hatch slam onto the deck and saw a spike of light near the engine. Footsteps resonated from someone coming down, and she lay still. Through the gap in her hood, she watched the legs approach, stopping between Mac and her, just next to her chest. She studied the leather boots, waiting. The man said, "Looks like that needle worked as advertised. I was beginning to wonder if you two was in a coma, but it cleared out just like they said." The accent was heavy and Slavic, not Irish, Eastern European. Mac fought to sit up, shouting, "What do you want from us?" She saw the boot rise, then push McKinley back to the hull, not harshly, but with enough force to show he meant business. "I want nothing from you. I'm but a delivery boy. We will be stopping soon. When that happens, I'm going to untie your legs and remove your hood. You have some walking to do. If you try to escape, I'll kill you." She felt the boat shift, the engine slowing down. He said, "I want both of you to roll onto your belly. Now." She did so and felt the rope around her knees and ankles fall away. She remained still. The hood was removed, and she was told to stand. She complied and found she was half a head taller than her captor, a short, wiry man wearing a wool sweater, with close-cropped black hair and eyes as dull and lifeless as a chunk of burnt wood. He reminded her of a KGB agent from a cartoon. All he was missing was a pencil-thin mustache. In one calloused hand he held a fillet knife, undermining any notion that the man was a comic book buffoon. He pointed to the ladder and said, "Go on to the deck. Sit down and wait." She hesitated, looking at Mac still tied up, and he said, "Do as I say. I'm not going to harm you. I just don't want two of you loose down here at the same time." She climbed the ladder carefully, afraid of tumbling back down below without the use of her hands. She reached the top and was hoisted out by another man, then forced into a sitting position. He showed her a pistol and shook his head. She understood. She found the boat much larger than the engine room indicated. A fishing trawler with great nets attached to booms on either side. The ladder came up just outside the wheelhouse, where she saw another man steering and cursing. To the left, a third man was lowering a rubber dinghy with an outboard motor, working the cable winch, and answering the curses with foul language of his own. She heard scuffling, and Mac appeared, his hand still tied behind him, the small man from below keeping him from falling backward. He turned to face her, and she was shocked at the damage. His left eye was swollen shut, his lips split, dried blood looking like ketchup stains from a greasy hamburger underneath his nose and on his chin. He smiled to give her confidence, but it came out hideous, like a caricature from a horror movie makeup room. It did little to ease her fear. They were ordered to the stern of the boat, where the edge was closest to the water. The dinghy was brought around, and they were passed into it one by one, dropping unceremoniously onto the rigid deck. The original man, now armed with a pistol and wearing a rucksack, climbed in behind them and said, "Just sit still," and off they went. 500 meters away she could see an island. It grew until she could pick out the shore and the jungle beyond. No houses or other signs of civilization. They beached on a short, rocky stretch of sand. They were made to exit, then began walking up a steep footpath, slipping and falling among the roots of windswept brush. They reached the top away from the shore, breaking out onto a road facing a large open area with concrete pads stretching off into the distance. Max said, "Holy shit, I know this place. It's Tinian Island. We're at Northfield." The man pushed them forward, saying, "Quiet." They walked for another 100 meters, getting close to an outbuilding of crumbling concrete and indeterminate usage. When they reached it, he pointed with a pistol and said, "Sit." They did so, and he walked 50 meters away, withdrawing a radio from his rucksack. Seeing he was out of earshot, Kaylin whispered to Mac, "Where are we? And how do you know?" Mac said, "Northern Mariana Islands. It's an American protectorate, way south of Japan, east of the Philippines. It's the base where the Enola Gay took off when it dropped the bomb." She said, "Enola Gay? How on earth can you tell that from looking at a bunch of concrete?" "Remember a year ago when I finally got to leave Oki? Go on an exercise instead of working Provo Marshal stuff? Well, it was to this godforsaken lump of rock. Exercise Forager Fury. The whole point was to establish a forward landing strip for the Marine Expeditionary Force. That was the exercise. I pretended to pull security with a platoon of MPs while they rebuilt the old World War II infrastructure. It culminated with C-130's landing, proving we could project force in an austere environment. He leaned back and said, "I spent 28 days on this piece of shit, patrolling the perimeter over and over. I'd recognize it in my sleep." She took in what he said and instinctively knew the implications. It was an abandoned airfield with new serviceable runways. They were waiting on an aircraft. No sooner had the thought entered her head than the man returned, saying, "Get up." They did so, and she scanned the sky. To the west, she saw a speck, which grew into an aircraft. It hit the ground, and she recognized a Viking de Havilland Twin Otter, a twin-engine plane designed for short takeoff and landing. Used the world over for harsh environments, it was loved by bush pilots for its ability to get into tight, rough spaces. But it wasn't known for its endurance. He pushed them forward, and she began to see the plan fall apart, to see their death. She said, "Listen, you're going to be lucky to get to another piece of land on that thing. I don't know what the pilot told you, but I'm surprised it made it out here on one tank. Getting back is suicide. You're going to kill us in the ocean." The man said, "Perhaps we should let you fly it, The words caused an involuntary spike of fear, belying his earlier words about being just a delivery boy. He knew exactly who she was. The plane taxied to their location and stopped, the engine still turning. Two men exited, moved to the concrete building, and pushed out a large cylinder on wheels, with a gas nozzle attached. They began refueling, and Cahill finally realized how much effort had been put into their capture. How much coordination and preparation. Which meant the men had something very valuable in mind in return.
Chapter 15. I stepped out of the train station behind Jennifer, dragging our two carry-ons behind me. She pointed to the street and said, "Guess I was right about the rental car." In front of me was a sea of bicycles, all chained and stacked haphazardly, as if the Tour de France had decided to stop for a train ride. Well, that is, if the Tour de France was run with rusted beachcombers and ancient 10-speeds. It looked like a bicycle graveyard, which did nothing to help my mood. My entire plan of attack had started to disintegrate over the Atlantic Ocean, 10 minutes out from the British Isles. Knuckles had gotten a redirect. Apparently the Vice President's son's car had been found out in the English countryside, and it had been clean with the exception of one clue, a ferry receipt for Tangier, Morocco. It had necked down the potential kidnappers significantly, pointing to 3 or 4 different Islamic groups. As hunting terrorists was more of the Taskforce forte, he was given a mission change to explore the connection, leaving the English criminal investigation with the FBI, which meant we were dumped as soon as possible at Heathrow in London, nowhere near Cambridge. Poking out of the hatch of the Gulf Stream, he'd said, "Sorry to do this to you, but orders are orders." Then he'd smiled and waved before closing the door, and leaving us on the tarmac holding our bags. I knew he thought it was incredibly funny, and I felt like a hitchhiker that had been tricked and taken to the wrong destination. I'd wanted to get a rental car and drive to Cambridge, but Jennifer said that taking a train would be much easier. I'd argued that we needed the flexibility, and she'd stated that she'd done the research on Cambridge University and the surrounding town, and that having a car would be more of a hindrance than a help. I'd acquiesced, mainly because I'm the one who had tasked her with the research, so I had to live with the results. But I was sure I'd prove her wrong when we arrived. That certainty faded in view of the bicycle graveyard, sending a little stab of aggravation through me. Jennifer said, "Want to rent some bikes? The hotel I booked is right around the corner." I said, "And what? Strap these bags to the seats like a Viet Cong on the Ho Chi Minh Trail?" I saw a tiny grin slip out and realized she was screwing with me. Knowing that I had been all set for a big ol' "I told you so," she was returning the favor. I shook my head, unable to stop my own smile. I tried to maintain my annoyance, but it was impossible with her. I said, "Can we get a cab instead?" 3 minutes later, and we were headed to our hotel in downtown Cambridge. It turned out that the university didn't have a single campus, but instead spanned the entire town. Composed of over 30 colleges, each with its own separate green, the school was impossible to separate from the town. And the town was old, I mean really old, having been founded in 1209. Charleston, South Carolina, prided itself on its history, but it had nothing on this village, something that Jennifer loved. Getting the history lesson on the cab drive over, I began to regret giving her the research task, right up until she corrected the cab driver on his knowledge of the town, which was funny as hell. We dumped our bags at the hotel and asked directions to Queen's College, the campus where Kylie was conducting her exchange. A third-year student studying English literature, she should have been finishing up her first semester here. Instead, she'd disappeared, and I dearly hoped to find out it was just a college prank. Kurt had already smoothed the way with the administration, and they were expecting us, so I didn't think we'd have any trouble with the school. Her roommate might be a different story. I tried to get a cab, but Jennifer insisted on renting some bikes from the hotel, and we set out, pedaling through history, the stone buildings and alleys projecting a stoic reticence at our very presence, allowing us to view them, but knowing we would never appreciate the history they embodied. Well, that's what I thought anyway. For her part, Jennifer kept exclaiming one thing after another from her research, making me wish we could explore and let her run around like a puppy in a field, making me wish we had some time before we began to dig into what had happened to Kylie, something I was dreading. After a short ride, we chained the bikes outside of Queen's College and entered through the arch to the administration building, stepping back in time in more ways than one. The first person who met us was an ancient dragon lady with a dour expression, soaking through her wrinkles. Apparently, one of the first to graduate from Queen's College in the 15th century, she was convinced we were a couple of slimy Yank tourists out to deface her beloved grounds. We spent about 20 minutes trying to break through her prejudice, with me growing more and more aggravated. Jennifer saw me getting pissed, and knew my nascent social skills were at the breaking point. I was on the verge of simply walking into the courtyard, ignoring the old prune's protests. Jennifer glared at me, giving me her disappointed teacher stare, and I hissed, "Well, you take over then, before I crack that bitch in the head." I saw her face flush at my cursing, her expression looking like she was trying to contain a volcanic eruption. I immediately regretted my choice of words. She clenched her teeth and bored into me with her eyes. I did what every man on earth had done since leaving the cave. I cowered. She said, "Don't utter another word," then turned to the battle axe, all sweetness and sunshine. After a bit of back and forth, the biddy was on the phone, calling down Kylie's roommate and giving me the stink eye, reminding me yet again how much fun Knuckles must be having chasing bloodthirsty terrorists. 5 minutes later, a slight girl with long black hair, glasses, and bushy eyebrows entered the office. She had a piercing next to her right eye, and my first thought was English lit major, but I knew better than to allow that to escape out of my mouth. Jennifer would probably punch me. I decided to let the females handle the introductions. She shook our hands, then, speaking with a Scottish accent, said, "I'm Blair, Kylie's roommate, and I'll help you any way I can. I'm worried about her." Which popped any ideas I had about a bender in London and ramped up my concern. I said, "So you haven't heard from her at all?" "No, I haven't heard from her since she went out the other night. She never came home, and that's not like her." Jennifer said, "Can we see her room, her stuff?" Blair looked at the battle axe, who nodded, squinting at me as she did so. I almost said, "I won't shit on the floor, I promise," but bit my tongue. We left the dragon lady behind, walking to the dorm. Chapter 16. Strolling across the courtyard, Blair said, "She was seeing someone, and I figured she'd gone dancing at Cindy's. But when she texted to tell me where she'd left my bike, it wasn't anywhere near there. That was the last thing I heard from her." I said, "Wait a minute, one step at a time. What makes you think she was seeing someone?" "She just was. She was very secretive about it, but I could tell. She spent too much time getting ready, too much time trying to look nice. It was for a man.
So, she never told you who it was?
No, like I said, she kept it a big secret. I mean, she wouldn't even admit to going out with someone. I think she was afraid of being labelled a slut or something.
Jennifer said, "What's Cindy's?"
It's a local dance club. It's actually changed names from Cinderella to Bellary. But everyone still calls it Cindy's. But she didn't go there. Well, at least that wasn't the last place she went.
We turned the corner, walking through an arch in a building older than our entire nation. A wooden bridge spanned the canal, and Jennifer said, "Oh my God, is that the mathematical bridge?" Blair nodded and started to say something about it when I interjected. "Can we stay on point here?" Jennifer glared at me, and Blair went back and forth between us. I stepped onto the bridge and said, "How do you know where she stopped last?"
I don't know exactly where, but she sent me a text telling me where to get my bike. She'd broken the chain on hers, and I'd loaned her mine. I needed it later in the night. I mean, I was going out as well, and she texted where she'd left it locked up. It was nowhere near Cindy's, so that's not where she went.
We reached the dorm, which wasn't nearly as old as the original school buildings. It was modern, maybe built in the 18th century as opposed to the 15th. She led the way up the stairs to the second floor, and I wondered how many people had trodden the same path. I found it a little creepy, with everything built in dark wood and shadowed in a gloomy light. She unlocked the door to their small apartment and said, "Here's home. Her stuff is through the kitchen on the left. All of it is still there. Her computer is on the desk." I said, "Is there internet in here? Or are you guys supposed to learn like the forefathers?" Blair laughed and said, "Yeah, there's Wi-Fi. She should already be hooked up, but I can't help you if she has any passwords on her stuff." I pulled a slip of paper out of my pocket and said, "I got that. Jennifer, see what else Blair knows. I'm going to hit the room." I left them in the kitchen, walking to the doorway of Kylie's dorm. It was small, with a simple wood desk and a double-sized bed, and had a faint musty smell, reminding me of old drapes left hanging way past their service life. It was clean and tidy, with only a single pair of socks on the floor. A MacBook Pro was on the desk, an open notebook next to it, as if Kylie were coming home any minute. For some reason, the scene brought about a melancholy feeling, a sad reminder of how fragile life can be. I shook those thoughts from my head. There was no indication that something bad had happened to Kylie. Not yet, anyway. I went through the desk first, hoping to find a journal or calendar. From the third drawer, I pulled out another notebook. Inside was nothing more than a school assignments list, with most of the notebook pages blank. I pulled out a syllabus from my pocket, and a small piece of folded paper fluttered to the ground. I opened it and found a visitor's pass made out to Kylie Hale for RAF Molesworth. The escort name was Technical Sergeant Nicholas Seacrest of the NATO Intelligence Fusion Center, with the destination being some pizza joint on the post. What on earth would she be doing at a British air base? How good could that pizza be? I put the pass away and turned on the Mac, logging in and going straight to her social media. There were a ton of new posts to her Facebook page, but no comments or posts by her since she disappeared. I opened her private messages, feeling a little slimy. I went through them as fast as possible, not wanting to pry, scanning the initial sentences and moving on. I found nothing of interest. The same for her Twitter feed. Just innocuous posts about college life. I moved on to Instagram and found nothing on her public profile. I went to direct messages and finally got a hit. A picture of a man's hand pointing to a brochure of some place called The Eagle, with the time and date written in blue ink on the border. The date was the day she disappeared. The caption said, "Shh, loose lips sink ships." I clicked on the profile that had sent it, someone called St. Nick 762, but it went to a dead link. I hollered out of the room, "Blair, could you come here?" Jennifer entered first, saying, What did you find? I showed her the visitor's pass, then the Instagram picture saying, "The profile is deleted." Blair came in, and I showed her the pass, asking, "Is this close by?" "Well, the town of Molesworth is about 20 minutes away. I don't know anything about the military bases, though." Why would Kylie go there? I have no idea. She certainly couldn't have ridden her bike there. And we don't have a car. I looked at Jennifer, frustrated at the lack of answers. She pointed at the screen and the Instagram picture saying, "How about this? Do you know where it is?" Blair took one look and smiled. "Oh yeah, it's a historical landmark. And it's right near where she left my bike."
Chapter 17. Kylie felt a cold draft sink from the window, breaking through a small bit of warmth and causing her to glare at it in frustration. Their cellar prison was constantly frigid, with only sparse woolen blankets provided to keep them from going into hypothermia. When nighttime came, the cold of their subterranean cell increased, the dampness seeping into her bones and preventing sleep. Her only moment of warmth came when she was allowed out to use the bathroom. Just breaking the door at the top of the stairs provided a welcome blast of heat, and using the toilet allowed her to sit in relative luxury for a scant few minutes. But now the small window was robbing her of her only pleasure. It was tiny, really a slat more than a viewing pane, maybe 10 inches high and 2 feet wide, and looked as if it was shut tight, but the outside air was leaking through. She stood on the toilet, awkwardly pulling herself up with her tied hands until she was level with the bottom of the pane. She saw that it cranked outward, opened by a small lever, and it was cracked, just a smidgen. She rotated the handle, cinching the wood tightly into the frame and sealing out the draft. She stood for a moment and looked through the pane at the freedom beyond. She saw a bed of gravel just below the sill and a concrete wall 6 feet away. The window was only 6 inches above the ground. Her guard threw a fist against the door, scaring the life out of her. She collapsed back into a sitting position on the toilet, her pants still fastened, saying, "I'm almost done. Please, another few seconds." The man grunted something but didn't open the door. She sat for a moment longer, then flushed. The noise brought the guard in, the man clamping down on her flex-tied wrists and leading her back into the hallway. She glanced back at the window, an impossible lunatic thought flitting through her head. Back in the cellar darkness, she waited for her eyes to adjust to the small glow escaping from the door at the top of the stairs. They no longer had to wear the hoods at all times, but the basement was still as black as pitch, the edges of the door providing no more illumination than a slice of the moon in a forest. She whispered, "Nick." "Yeah, I'm here. You okay?" "Yes, I'm fine. I see it didn't warm up while I was gone." Nick chuckled and said, "But you got the heat of the toilet, right?" The comment brought a smidgen of shame, as she was the only one allowed the luxury of a toilet. The men were forced to use a bucket in the corner, which would have been bad enough, but she'd told Nick about the warmth, about the brief respite from the dungeon they were in. He sensed the pause and said, "Kylie, I was kidding. Don't feel bad about what you got in relation to us. Use it." She said, "That's what I want to talk to you about. I think I can get out of the window in the bathroom. It's so small they don't bother locking it because no man could get through it, but I think I can fit." "You mean escape?" "Yes, if you think it's best for me to try." Lieutenant Colonel Travis de Leon cut in, his voice floating out of the darkness. No way. You heard the instructions. Someone even tries to escape, and one of us will die. This is a typical hostage situation, and we treat it as such. Let negotiations take their time." Kylie said, "I don't think they'll harm us while we still have value. We can do whatever we want right now, but they will eventually kill us. It's only a matter of time. They have no intention of letting us go." "Young lady, you don't understand how this works. I cannot allow you to attempt that. You'll put us all in jeopardy." Nick said, "Sir, what the hell are you talking about?" "How would you know how this works? Trust me, I've seen what happens to people in this situation, and it isn't pretty. Kylie's right. Our one weapon is our value. There's something these guys hope to get from it, and the minute they do, our value drops to nothing. Until then, they won't hurt us no matter what we do." Kylie heard the words and thought, "Seen what happens to hostages? Where? In the Air Force? He told me he was a weatherman." She wondered what else the Vice President's son had hidden from her. LTC de Leon replied, his voice strained in a harsh half-whisper, "Nobody is doing anything beyond what they tell us. Nobody. You two hear me? I'm not getting killed because of idiocy." Kylie said, "I'm telling you we're dead anyway. Have you not wondered why nobody bothers to cover their face? Why they don't care how much information we can glean by simple contact? They're even giving us their names. They have no intention of letting us go." Travis said, "You don't know that. The names can be fake. One thing is for sure. You try to escape and someone's going to die. Probably me. I'll take my chances on the negotiations, on the rescue." Nick said, "You fucking sicken me. Nobody's going to find us in time. These men know what they have and know how much pressure will be brought to bear. They put a lot of thought into this, and they're going to be a step ahead of our government. We need to plan for our own escape." "So you want to put your girlfriend in a line of fire, and you call me a coward?" Nick said nothing for a moment, then, "No, that's not what I want." She said, "Nobody's putting me anywhere. It's my choice. I think I could get out, and Nick's right. These guys are smart. Anybody that's looking for us is on the wrong trail, or they'd have been here already. If I can get out, I can fix that even if they move you guys later." Travis said, "Move us later? Seriously? Both of you are delusional. Even if you could escape, we'll disappear. You'll be no help. Nobody will find us." Kylie thought about her uncle and about her uncle's friend. About the stories she'd heard hovering among the groups of men during her uncle's unit parties. She'd been much younger then, and impressionable, but she was sure the stories were real. Just above a whisper, she said, "That's not true. My uncle is looking, and he has some scary friends. If I could escape, I could get to them. They would rescue everyone." Travis snorted and said, "Your fantasy isn't worth my life. I'm telling you both again as the senior officer. Nobody is to do anything against the orders of our captors. It's too risky." The door slammed open, and the bearded man came stomping down, shouting, "Shut the fuck up, or the hoods go back on." Caught in the light, Travis tried to get out of the man's path, wrapping his arms over his head. Nick rocked back, but kept a defiant look on his face. The man slapped Travis in the head, then saw Nick staring at him. He slammed a boot into Nick's stomach, causing him to grunt and roll onto the ground. The man said, "You want to be taken down a peg? And I'm more than willing to do it. We only need you breathing." Nick squeezed his hands against his gut, but maintained his insolent expression. The man advanced on Kylie, pulling her head up by the hair. He said, "You still want a pissing contest?" The terror flooded through her, her eyes rolling in a fear that was reflected on Nick's face. Nick said, Okay, stop. I won't talk, please." The man stared at him in silence for a moment, then threw Kylie to the ground. He walked away to the stairs without looking back, slamming the door and plunging the room back into darkness. Kylie began to weep. She lay in the cold, stricken by their utter helplessness, her earlier bravery vanishing as quickly as the light from the door. Nick wormed over to her and whispered, "It's okay, he's gone. I won't do that again, I promise." She thought about the window. She sniffled and said, "I don't know if I can do what I said. I don't have the courage." "I don't want you to do it. I don't think they'll kill us if you get away, but I'm sure they'll kill you if you don't." She started sobbing again, a low, desperate sound. "We're going to die." He awkwardly brushed her shoulder with his bound hands. "Shh, don't think about that. Focus on anything else, something to draw strength." She closed her eyes and rubbed her necklace. She pictured her uncle's friend, an executioner who would eradicate every single one of their despicable, cowardly captors. A hunter she dared hope was searching for her right this minute.
Chapter 18. As if I were slow, the airman manning the gate handed me my pass and repeated, "You can go in, but the lady and the taxicab must remain out here." I said, "What sense does that make? If I'm cleared, then I'll vouch for them." He said, "I can give you a pass based on your ID, but you can't sponsor her since you don't work here and you're not active duty, and his cab company isn't on an approved list to enter. So what am I supposed to do? I need to get to the NATO Fusion Center." "Sergeant Major, you'll have to walk." "Walk from here, seriously." I knew fighting the idiotic rules of the U.S. Department of Defense would get me nowhere. Actually, I was surprised to see the front gate of Molesworth being manned by U.S. Air Force in the first place. I figured it would be manned by British soldiers. They'd let me in because of my retired military ID card, but wouldn't let in anyone else, which, once again, aggravated the hell out of me for not getting a rental car. According to the dumbass rules of DOD, if I had a rental, I could drive it in, albeit leaving Jennifer at the gate. But since we'd taken a cab, I was out of luck. Jennifer and I had argued the point, and I'd eventually back down when I couldn't find the airbase on Google Maps. She'd said a British cab driver from Cambridge had a hell of a lot better chance of locating the base than we did driving around the English countryside and asking questions at every intersection. I'd relented. Then we'd paid the damn cabbie to drive around and ask questions. I guess we paid for the accent. Eventually, we'd passed through the old World War II outer barbed wire gates and driven up to the security checkpoint, only to find that they wouldn't let us in, which was becoming par for the course on this little adventure. We were getting nowhere. After finishing in Kylie's dorm room, Blair had taken us to the Eagle, which had turned out to be one of the coolest places I'd ever seen. A pure English pub with a history that made it hallowed ground in my mind. According to the sign outside, over a pint, 2 scientists had solved the riddle of DNA. But what meant much more to me were the names on the ceiling put there by the smoke of a cigarette lighter. All were from American or British bomber crews from World War II, left in between missions over the continent. I couldn't help but wonder how many had drunk a pint, left their name, then never returned. One day I'd be back under better circumstances. We talked to a manager, but as could be expected, he had no idea about Kylie or anyone else on the night in question. To make matters worse, when I asked about waiters or waitresses to interview, I'd been told that all orders were placed at the bar, and the food was sent out by table number. They had no system where a waiter or waitress would remember anyone for any length of time. I'd walked about the interior, seeing the various little pillbox rooms and the outdoor patio, and knew I was out of luck. Without knowing exactly where she'd had dinner, there was no way I could find someone who would remember Kylie. The place was just too big and chopped up, with nooks and crannies all over. But she'd been here, of that I was sure. Standing on the patio, staring at the gate to the Corpus Christi campus, and trying to find a thread, I was about to throw my hands up when Jennifer had said, "Pike, look above the gate." I did, and saw a CCTV camera. I then went through the area again, looking for surveillance. They had a camera in almost every room. The entire place was wired. I went back to the manager, pointing at the camera over the bar. "How long do you keep a recording of this place?" He said, "I have no idea, but it's irrelevant. I can't show them to you." "Why not?" "I'm not going to get you in trouble for anything. I'm just trying to find a girl." He held his hands up. "I know, it's a privacy thing. The owner won't show them without a court order. I've seen it in the past. I don't even know how to if I wanted. We don't keep tapes here. It's all contracted out." "You mean like it's downloaded somewhere else?" "Well, yeah, like the cloud. The surveillance company maintains the cameras and keeps the footage. It's all done over the internet. We don't have it here. It gives the owner a firewall when folks like you come asking." Which was very good news. It was a firewall, all right, but one I could penetrate with the Taskforce, saving me from cracking this guy in the head and stealing old-school VHS tapes. "What's the name of the company?" "Sentinel Security, out of London." We left at that point, knowing we wouldn't get anything else, and drove to Molesworth to explore the mysterious visitors pass. Only now, I was going to have to hoof it to figure that out, proving yet again how little sway a retired commando had. The gate guard saw my expression and repeated, "Sergeant Major, if you want to go inside the post, you'll need to park the taxi in the visitor area and walk." I shook my head in frustration and said, "Okay, damn it. Where is the fusion cell?" "You see that golden dragon? Just walk around to the right." He continued blathering on, and I continued to get aggravated. Eventually, I just waved the cab forward, told Jennifer I'd be right back, and started walking at a pace that I hoped would let off the anger. The post ended up being very, very small. Originally full of ICBM silos, it had been dedicated entirely to nuclear counterforce strikes during the Cold War, but now it was a collection of intelligence fusion cells for NATO and the newly minted Africa Command, or AFRICOM. There were no barracks or commissaries, just a select few buildings that did top-secret intelligence activities. It didn't take long to find the NATO cell. All I had to look for were the flags of all the member countries flying in the breeze. A squat 4-story building with few windows, painted a dull yellow, or maybe white that had faded. It had a fence surrounding its compound with a turnstile not unlike ones you see at amusement parks or New York City subways. A 7-foot thing with multiple rotating bars to prevent entry. Next to it was a phone. Being unannounced, and knowing I was on camera, I picked it up. "Can I help you?" "Yes, I'm looking for Tech Sergeant Nicholas Seacrest." "And who are you?" "Nephilim Logan, retired Sergeant Major, U.S. Army." "Purpose of your visit?" "I have some questions for him regarding a missing female." With the enormous scandals going on with sexual assaults in the Department of Defense, I hoped mentioning the word female would cause the gates to open. Everyone was so afraid of being accused of not cracking down on anything smacking of sexual harassment, I figured I'd get in just so they could see my face. Instead, I heard, "Do you know the office?" "No." "He's a weatherman in the U.S. Air Force. I need to talk to him." "Stand by." I waited for a good 10 minutes, then saw an entourage headed my way, which made me wonder if they'd had a few sexual assault problems with this Nicholas Seacrest in the past. There were 4 people, 2 Air Force and 2 Army. As they got closer, I saw the lowest rank was a major. What the hell? They reached the gate, and a bird colonel named Fairchild did the talking. "Who are you?" I told the desk, "I'm Sergeant Major Nephilim Logan. I'm here to see a Nicholas Seacrest." "Why do you want to see him?" "He was the last known person with a female that's come up missing. I'm trying to locate her." "Well, he can't talk, sorry. He had nothing to do with any female." "How do you know? You haven't even asked her name. Do you know all the comings and goings of the men here?" "Sergeant Major, he had nothing to do with any female, period. He's on a classified assignment." "Come on, sir. I'm not a New York Times reporter. I've got a top-secret clearance. Stop the bullshit." "I just want to talk to him. I'll find him here or at his barracks." "You won't find him at all. He's on leave. He went back to the United States for 30 days. "I thought he was on a classified assignment." I got a blank stare. I asked, "When did he fly?" "That's classified." The answer tripped a trigger he didn't want to see. I slapped the bars, causing them to jump back. I shouted, "Are you shitting me? Open this fucking gate right now!" Colonel Fairchild's face went from amazement to anger at the outburst. He said, "Sergeant Major, I don't know where you've worked in the past, but I will not tolerate such behavior. You will leave here right now, or I will call base security. Tech Sergeant Seacrest is on leave, period." I stared at him for a moment, wanting to rip his throat out. I looked at the men to his left and right, then turned away without another word. By the time I reached the cab, I was in a fine mood. I told the driver to hang on a minute, then pulled out my phone, moving out of earshot of the cabbie. Jennifer exited the car and asked what had happened. I said, "Nothing, absolutely nothing." She said, "What's that mean?" I dialed and said, "It means we need some help." I waited for the connection, fuming, and Jennifer said nothing more, knowing she'd get the answer for my call. After a few seconds, I got Kurt on the phone, his voice sounding tinny from the encryption. "Tell me you found her." "No, sir, I haven't, but I will with a couple of requests." What do you have?" "First, I need all surveillance video from a place called the Eagle here in Cambridge. It's held on a server for a company called Sentinel in London." I heard nothing then. "You want me to hack it?" I knew what was going through his head. I was telling him to use U.S. assets to penetrate a foreign company for personal business. He wasn't asking because he was unsure of my request. He was running the ramifications through his head, deciding how far he would go to save his niece, deciding where his boundaries lay. As the commander of the task force, he had the capability. Now it was only a question of whether he would use it. I said, "Yes, sir, that's exactly what I'm asking. The Eagle is her last known location. I need the footage to see who she was with." He said, "You mean she was on a date with someone? That's why you want it?" "Yeah, and that brings up the second thing. I think I know who she was with, but I'm getting the runaround by the military here." "Military? What do you mean?" "I think she went on a date to the Eagle with a Tech Sergeant Seacrest from Molesworth, but they're telling me he's on leave. And they're doing it in a weird way. I got a full-court press from a bunch of chairborne rangers when I asked about him, all top brass." I heard nothing but breathing. I said, "Sir, you there?" "What was the name?" "Technical Sergeant Nicholas Seacrest. He's apparently a weatherman here. I need to talk to him. I need you to put some pressure on the NIFC." I heard an explosion of air, then, "Jesus Christ. Kylie's been taken by terrorists." I said, "What the hell are you talking about?" "Nick Seacrest is the vice president's son."
Chapter 19. Kurt hung up the phone, thinking through the ramifications. He heard his name called and saw George Wolfe at the entrance to the west wing of the White House, where he'd left him when his cell had rung. "We're going to be late. I thought you wanted to slip in unnoticed to this meeting. You keep stalling, and you're going to end up interrupting the briefing with all eyes on you." Kurt waved him over, out of earshot of the security at the entrance. He handed George the simple manila folder in his hand. "I'm thinking of skipping this one and sending you in alone." "Whoa, not a good idea. The president called it. You're not briefing on anything." He held up the folder. "All you have to do is hand this to Palmer." Exactly as George had predicted, the meetings had escalated outside of the small circle that knew about the task force. The president had grown tired with the stovepipe and separate meetings, and had scheduled an update briefing in the White House Situation Room. In attendance would be every big shot in the U.S. government, from Homeland Security to the Gang of Eight, from the House and Senate Intelligence Committees. The majority were not read onto the existence of the task force, much less its activities, so Kurt had been tasked with providing a hard-copy situation report to be hand-carried to Alexander Palmer, the National Security Advisor. After that, he was supposed to be nothing more than a fly on the wall at the back of the room. The report itself summarized current task force operations for the missing hostages, which was to say it was a single sheet of paper delineating very little. The only clear lead they had was a ferry receipt from Morocco, but so far Knuckles had turned up 0. Kurt said, "That call was from Pike. He's found something out about Kylie. He has a thread." "Well, that's great. Let him work it, and let's get our ass into the briefing room before it fills up and someone wants to question who we are." As the National Security Advisor, Palmer had given them cover as members of the NSC Watch Team, a 30-man cell that maintained 24/7 operations inside the Situation Room, but that cover would work only if they were at the back in the cheap seats, not if they interrupted the briefing as it was in progress, like a couple of prima donnas. Kurt said, "George, the thread runs through the vice president's son." George's mouth opened, and nothing came out. Kurt didn't wait for him to speak, giving him what little he knew. George took in the information, then said, "We have to tell Palmer." Kurt shook his head in frustration. "How? I can't brief in that room, and the information isn't on this hard copy. I'm not even sure it's real. On top of that, it's fucking Pike. How am I going to brief the Oversight Council that the one lead we have is from a man they expressly forbade me from using on Taskforce operations? They'll fire me on the spot." George smiled. "No, they won't. Not if it pans out. Nobody argues with success. That's just it. That asshat Billings will blow a gasket and demand something stupid, like recalling Pike and throwing other assets at the problem. They'll screw up the one lead we have. They'll get Kylie killed. There won't be any success." George heard the words, now seeing what was really weighing on Kurt's mind. He said, "Okay, look. We let Pike explore, get the surveillance tapes, see if it's real. If it is, we redirect someone else, maybe Knuckles. Let them start the chase and then brief the council. Control the mission and preempt any shenanigans. Either way, if it's real, we have to brief." Kurt started walking toward the entrance to the West Wing, saying, "What a mess." George fell into step behind him and said, "Well, I have to hand it to you. Sending Pike was a stroke of genius. That guy is a magnet for finding bad things." They signed in at the entrance, received their badges, and wound their way through the lobby, skirting by the groups starting to form outside the Situation Room, Kurt recognizing several faces as guests from Sunday news shows, men and women he'd never met in real life. George took a seat at the back while Kurt walked up to Palmer, interrupting his discussion with the director of the CIA. Palmer took the folder and said, "Anything good?" "No, sir. Nothing much at all." He simply nodded, dismissing Kurt to sit with George. Kurt walked away, a feeling of deceit flowing through him, causing conflicting emotions. On the one hand, he wanted any lead on Kylie to pan out. On the other, a part of him hoped it didn't involve the vice president's son. Lost in his thoughts, he failed to register President Warren entering the room. George elbowed him, and they stood along with everyone else. To Kurt's surprise, the vice president followed behind. The sight of him brought another twinge of regret for keeping silent. President Warren said, "Have a seat. Let's get this going." This time it was Alexander Palmer himself giving the briefing. He started by stating where they stood on the search, which was basically nowhere. All the investigative effort had come up with very little. The murder of the Secretary of Defense's son was a bust, with the command in Honduras stating he was supposed to be on duty, and since he'd basically gone AWOL, they had no threat at all. The information on the twins was no better. They had simply disappeared without a trace, and there wasn't the faintest clue as to whether they were still in Okinawa or not, still alive or not. The only lead was the Morocco ferry receipt from England, related to the VP's son. But that, too, had produced little. Palmer finished the section, and the president said, "That's all we've got? The most powerful government on Earth, and we come up with nothing?" Kurt had to physically stop himself from rising up at that point. Palmer saved him. "No, sir. All it will take is one break, and this thing could crack open completely. And we might have that break." He flipped a slide and said, "We received more communication from the terrorist, which is good. Every time they talk to us, they open themselves up to being found." The president said, "So we got something from this communication? A possible location? The name of the group?" "Well, no, not exactly. They once again masked their ISP." Palmer tilted his head at the side and said, "We don't know where it came from, but here it is. We could keep these men forever, much like you have at Guantanamo Bay and your secret prisons, but we are not like you. Lives matter. Even these lives. In the words of the prophet, if anyone slew a person, unless it be for murder or for spreading mischief in the land, it would be as if he slew the whole people. And if anyone saved a life, it would be as if he saved the life of the whole people. You are the one spreading mischief in our lands, but these men are mere puppets of your blasphemous regime. How much are they worth to you? How much are you willing to pay?" President Warren said, So here we go. Let me guess. Get all U.S. persons out of the Middle East. Actually, no. In this case, they're talking about real money. Terry Bostwick, the DCIA, said, "What the hell? They want to ransom them? That makes no sense whatsoever." The SecDef said, "What's the price?" 100,000 bitcoins. Secretary Billings said, "What the hell is a bitcoin?" Chapter 20. Alexander Palmer looked to a woman on his right. She rose and said, "Sir, I'm Nancy Phelps of the FBI's Financial Crimes Division. To answer your question, Bitcoin is a form of digital currency that is fairly anonymous. It has no physical tangible properties like a dollar bill, but it is worth money and can be exchanged for cash. It's a way for the terrorists to get something of value without us being able to catch them. They want to prevent us from setting up any traps by avoiding hard currency. No wire transfers, no banks, no suitcases full of cash to pass off. Basically, they give us a digital address, and we transfer the quote-unquote coins, all done over the Internet." President Warren said, "Can we track it?" She said, "Not if they set up certain protocols. It's not like wiring money with all the regulations involved. The bitcoins will simply go to an address on the Internet. If their current expertise is any indication, we won't know where that is. But when they exchange it for real money, we might be able to track that. Every Bitcoin transaction is maintained in a log, so when those coins resurface, we'll know they're the ones we paid, and we can then possibly get a real address to work back from. Sooner or later, if they want to use them on anything besides novelty sites on the web, they have to have a bank account that takes real money, and that account will be tied to a name. So if we give them the coins, they can't ever use them? Surely they know that. Well, there are ways around the problem. There are mixing sites that will take your coins and intermingle them with others. Speak English, please." She paused for a moment, gathering her thoughts, then said, "Say you marked a bunch of quarters, then gave them to me. Every time I spent one of the marked quarters, someone would know. Now say I want to guarantee my anonymity. I get together with 50 or 100 other folks with quarters, and we put them all in a bag and shake it up. When I'm done, I simply count out the number of coins I put in the bag. What I end up with is washed quarters. The mixing sites work the same way, only digitally. When they're done, our bitcoins will be spread out all over the place. We could track them to the mixing site, but little else." President Warren said, "Why on earth would such a site exist?" "Because criminals use bitcoins, just like these terrorists." Billings said, "Well, why don't we just make up a bunch of bitcoins? It's all digits, right? Hell, give them 1 million of them." Nancy smiled and said, "It doesn't work that way. It is digital, but it has a real architecture and backbone behind it. We can't counterfeit bitcoins. One other thing, the actual dollar amount fluctuates wildly. Currently, 1 bitcoin is worth about $500 US, so he's basically asking for about 50 million. Tomorrow, that could be 100 million, or 1 million, depending on price fluctuations." President Warren said, "Can we get 100,000 of them, without spiking what we're doing and causing questions?" "It will be hard, and involve setting up multiple different accounts that purchase small amounts from different exchanges. But we could do it. It will require time." Terry Bostwick said, Wait, before we even go down that road, how do we know this is for real? I cannot believe that an Islamic group would ransom such valuable hostages back to us. It makes no sense. I mean, look at the chain of events. First, they talk about stopping our drone attacks. Then they kill one of the hostages to prove they're serious. Then they tell us they believe in the sanctity of life and we can pay to get them back? How do we know this message is from the group that's got our people? Palmer said, Good question. They also gave us an account and password for an application called Snapchat. They stated they would tell us when to log in. President Warren looked at the ceiling and said, Do I need to bring my daughter in here for this? What the hell is Snapchat? It's a picture-sharing application. Basically, you can send an image or video that has a finite time before it deletes itself. You take a picture, send it to a friend, and it disappears seconds later. He coughed and said, "Apparently, it's primarily used to send naughty photos between young people. We think they're going to use it as proof of life." So once again, we can't do anything with it. Only got a couple of seconds to analyze it for clues before it self-destructs like a Mission Impossible movie? No. They may have outsmarted themselves this time. We can intercept a picture and do a lot with it, depending on how it was taken and transmitted. It's a mobile application, so it'll be coming from a cell phone, which opens up a host of possibilities. Good. About time we got a break. Okay, here's what I want. Continue the full court press with the units in the field. Something may break. He looked at Nancy. In the meantime, start buying bitcoins anonymously. Get up to what they want. Kerry started to protest, and President Warren held up his hand. I'm just covering all bases. Finally, get whatever experts we have on standby to receive this Snapchat. I want everything associated with that picture analyzed when it comes in. Kerry said, I'm assuming you've already bled the Bitcoin account for any information? Palmer nodded. Yeah, we talked to the company. Now jotting in a notebook, President Warren snapped his head up at the comment. Palmer said, Don't worry, there aren't any fingerprints. We went through the FBI on a routine check. Anyway, it didn't do any good. The account was created from an ISP in Shanghai, which is to say it was spoofed. No help. President Warren said, Listen up, everyone. Palmer's last comment reminded me of something. The circle of trust on this thing is getting bigger and bigger, which means a leak is just around the corner. That cannot happen. This isn't about politics, and it isn't about egos. He looked at the Vice President, then Eastern Clute, the chair of the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. There are lives at stake here, and if word gets out to the press, our options will be severely limited. He paused, looking from person to person around the room. Does everyone understand? Kurt saw the powerful first tier sitting around the conference table nod their heads, the various staffers in the back row with him doing the same, and wondered how many times a sitting president had said similar words only to read about something the next day in the newspaper. One man raised his hand. Kurt recognized the Secretary of Homeland Security. President Warren said, What is it, Gerald? Sir, I was going to bring this up later, but now's as good a time as any. What are we supposed to say for press inquiries? The reason I ask is that Grant Breedlove contacted me today. He wants to talk. He didn't say what it was about, only that he was working on a story. But he seemed pretty sure he had something explosive and gave the usual threats about posting the story without my input. Kurt heard the name and inwardly groaned. Grant Breedlove was an investigative reporter for the Washington Post and was very, very good at his job. He was Kurt's greatest fear regarding Taskforce exposure. Somehow the man managed to find sources in the deepest, darkest places of the national security architecture. And those people always talked. Kerry Bostwick said, Put a bullet in his head. The table gave a polite chuckle, and President Warren cut it short. We already have reporters circling? Jesus Christ, if I find out who's talking, I'm going to put a bullet in their head. Palmer said, Nobody's talking. He's just got his ear to the ground. He's heard about all of these meetings. He's sniffed a story but doesn't know what it is. He won't publish without comment. Why he went to DHS is a mystery. Kerry said, Because the leak is in Homeland. That's why. Someone's talked. That's what always happens. They get a whiff of blood and then start swimming for the carcass floating in the water. He's smelled the blood downstream and is now trying to find the body. Gerald bristled. Nobody in my office talked. I'm the only one read onto this. Bullshit. Someone in your office, a contact of his, has pieced together something and fed it to him. It might be solely based on your schedule, but make no mistake, Grant is good. And honestly, half the time, he listens. Maybe we bring him into the fold. He won't want to get anyone killed. Vice President Hannister spoke up for the first time. No way. We let him get his nose in the tent, and we're screwed. It'll be just like you say. He might keep his word, but his cubicle mates will then start sniffing. It'll blow, and my son will die. Easton Clute nodded his head vigorously. I agree. He can't find out. My son and daughter are worth more than some one scoop. President Warren sat back and rubbed his eyes, saying, The wonders of a free and open press. He pulled his hand away and said, Meet him. See what it's about, but don't look too eager. You agree immediately, and he'll think he's near the body. Drag him out with mundane stuff, then finally agree as if it's a huge favor. Then find out what he's talking about. Hopefully it's just some stupid non-controversy, drones on the border, or some other bullshit. If it is, let him run with it. Keep him focused on another story. Hell, it might work in our favor. He breaks a story I don't care about, and the slavering 24-hour news cycle will pick it up and go crazy, letting us work the real problem. Palmer said, And if it isn't, then we deal with it. But let me make this perfectly clear. Nobody in this room had better be keeping secrets from me. You hear anything, and that includes from the press, I want to know. He looked around the room, catching Kurt's eye. Kurt nodded, once again feeling adrift, torn between his desire to save his niece and his loyalty to the administration. But the president was only one man. As much as Kurt trusted him, he knew Warren would defer to the expertise in the room, and Kylie would die. Kurt glanced at the Secretary of Defense, the man's grief radiating out like heat in a sauna. He focused on the Vice President and recognized the same visceral fear that was eating at his own soul. Come on, Pike, work your magic. I need it now more than ever. Chapter 21. Kevin Fagan pulled a sheet of paper out of the printer and handed it to Seamus. This is a paper wallet. Doesn't look like much, but it'll hold all of the bitcoins. Seamus looked at the printout. In the center was an orange rectangle with a QR code. Sticking out of the end of the rectangle was a smaller tail with another QR code. He said, I'm supposed to trust this thing? Better than online. Someone could hack your account, or we could be tracked. This way, you can move the money anywhere you want, between different accounts, and it's air-gapped. How does it work? Once we get the bitcoins in our online wallet, we scan that big QR code and simply send the coins to that address. To remove them, we set up a new online wallet and scan the smaller code. Why is it shaped like this? That's just the web design. You're supposed to cut it out and fold it up like some stupid origami thing. Turn it into a real wallet. All that really matters are the QR codes. You could cut just those out if you wanted, but make no mistake. If you lose those codes, it's the same as losing a real wallet. Your bitcoins are gone forever. Seamus said, This is the weirdest crap I've ever seen. You're sure bitcoins are real and untraceable? Oh, they're real all right. And after I send them through the Bitcoin Fog website, they'll be clean. The only hang-up is that we'll have to do small amounts each time, like no more than $10,000 worth. That's not a problem. How long will it take the Americans to come up with the bitcoins? Well, they'll want to keep it secret, so they'll be buying them in small lots. To not spike, I'd say a few days, a week at the most. Peering over Kevin's shoulder, Colin said, All of that sounds good, but this will only work if we stay alive to spend it. Tricking the Americans into thinking a Muslim group took the hostages will only last as long as they never talk. You said before that wouldn't happen, but killing them won't stop the hunt for us. It's a very dangerous game. I never said I was going to kill them. Colin crossed his arms. He said, I think it's high time you let us in on your secret plan. Seamus looked at Kevin. He nodded in agreement. Seamus considered, then said, Okay. I suppose you deserve to know the whole scope of what we're about to do. Remember our contacts in Croatia? The ones who got us the weapons a few years ago? Yeah, Muslims. I didn't trust them at all. Right. Well, trust them or not, they've connected me to some Somali expats on the continent who are willing to make a trade, a group called Al-Shabaab. They're going to end up with the hostages, which I assume they'll use to actually stop the American drone strikes in Somalia. I don't really care. What's critical is that a real Islamic group is going to end up with them. So like the bitcoins Kevin was just talking about, we'll be washed. Colin turned on his beard, thinking. He said, "How are you going to get the Americans to pay? I mean, without giving them the hostages." "Oh, they'll pay. We have all the leverage. They might not give it all to us, but we'll get enough to fund the coming fight." Kevin said, "You talked about a trade. Are the Somalis paying as well?" "Yes, but not in money." Here Seamus paused, knowing his next words might not be well received, given Colin's apprehension about being hunted. Kevin said, "What then?" Seamus said, "Tell me, why did our ancestors take up arms against the British?" Colin's face soured. "Spare me the history quiz. Just answer." Kevin said, "Because of the famine. Because of the way they treated us, letting us starve to death. Because they put a boot to our head for centuries because we wanted to be free." "Exactly. And that's the problem with freeing the final 6 counties. The British have learned. They give in with a dribble of political theatre, and we laugh it up like kittens. We need the boot to return to kindle the fire of the population." Colin said, "What does that mean?" "The Somalis will conduct an attack that will rival the 93 Bishopsgate bombing. We'll take credit for it. Because we won't have any direct fingerprints, there will be no way to find us. But the RIRA will declare it our work." Kevin said, "And? That's it?" "No. What do you think the Brits will do? I'll tell you what. They'll bring back the black and tans. Belfast will return into a police state. They'll start kicking in doors, conducting extrajudicial killings, torture, you name it. Just like they used to. And the people will see the truth." Colin raised his voice, saying, "Just because of a single attack? How could you keep this secret from us? It'll make us hunted men. We won't do anything but spend our time running." "The attack would be very spectacular, but no. It alone will not suffice. It is just the fuse. We are the bomb. We are the vanguard. I have no intention of running. We'll take our money from the hostages and start a new front, the final one. We will end up in the history books alongside the gallant men of the Easter Rebellion. And yes, some of us will die." Colin's face grew dark, his hands clenched. Bigger and stronger than Seamus, he leaned forward. "Why didn't you tell us this before, when we were laying the groundwork, when we were building the infrastructure to capture the hostages? Or are Kevin and I the last to know?" What Seamus lacked in physical prowess, he more than made up in intensity. He matched Colin's glare and said, "I'm telling you now. You want out? Feel free to drive back to Cork. Go get drunk in the pubs until you puke. I'm giving you a chance to unite the land, to do something with your life." Seamus knew he was at a crossroads. He would either become the undisputed leader of the new war, or his cell of men would splinter. He waited, the tension thick in the room. It was broken by a cell phone ringing, one of several on the windowsill. Kevin picked it up, saw the number, and said, "It's our contact at Molesworth." Seamus took the phone without looking, maintaining his staring contest with Colin. The bearded man broke first, turning away as if the conversation didn't matter. Seamus smiled and brought the phone to his ear. "What's up?" "You told me to call if something strange happened." "Yeah? So what happened?" The contact was a janitor who worked inside the NATO fusion cell. He'd been the man who'd provided most of the tactical information about Nick Seacrest's pattern of life. "We had a man here asking about Seacrest." "You've had a platoon of men doing that. We expected Scotland Yard and the FBI to be all over the command." No. This guy wanted to talk to Seacrest. He had no idea he was missing. On top of that, he wasn't cleared. He was a walk-in." The words alarmed Seamus. Strange was right. Has the disappearance leaked? Was he press? No. He's retired military. Even with the investigation, the commands managed to keep the disappearance secret. What did he want to talk to Seacrest about? I don't know. The man wasn't ever let in. Whatever he told them, he did it at the gate. They turned him away. I got a copy of his visitor's pass, though. If you want to follow up, it has his name and where he's staying. Yeah. I want it. Send it to me. He hung up, wondering if it was a complete coincidence. Even if it was, he'd put too much time and effort into this project not to be sure. He picked up a different phone and manipulated it, dialing his brother in Brussels using the internet instead of the cell network. Braden, it's Seamus. He heard a laugh. That damn VoIP app comes up with a different number every time you call. I always expected to be a telemarketer. How goes the planning? Good. These Serbs are no joke, and the lasses they're using for the recce are pure blades. I don't know how they find them, but they turn heads. And the diversion? I took the explosives and pre-positioned them. They're ready to be primed. The packages are tucked away with Clooney and Smythe. They're just sitting around waiting on me to return. That's what they get for botching the North Carolina capture. They get to play backup again. The Serbs okay with the plan? Yeah. If this diversion goes off like we promised, they're more than okay. The target is pretty prominent, and they're going to need all the help they can get diverting the French police. How soon do they want to go? They're in no rush. Why all the questions? I need their help. He explained what he'd been told minutes earlier. You want them to break some legs? They won't be too keen on that. Tell them the man is about to screw up their heist. Tell them it will affect the diversion. And anyway, all I want to do is confirm what this guy is up to. No contact, just follow and report. Seamus heard nothing for a moment, then, Okay, I'll give it a go. Get them on a train to the UK. They need to move fast. The only handle I have is the Doubletree Hotel in Cambridge. I don't know how long he'll stay. Tonight for sure, but that's all I've got. Braden agreed, and Seamus broached something he didn't want to. He said, You did that right, didn't you? Was there anything you left? Any clue? Fuck no, Seamus. Your damn information proved incorrect. He was supposed to be alone. Instead he met that girl. I was forced to take them both. Seamus said, Okay. I had to ask. There's too much at stake. I did it right. Left the fairy clue and cleansed the site. It isn't me. I believe you. Remember why we're doing this. Got the Serbs moving. His brother said goodbye the same way he always did. For Brian. Seamus replied, For Brian. Let's make these fuckers pay. Chapter 22. Captain McKinley Clute heard the footsteps coming across the floor, and he sat up, trying to see through a small hole in his hood. He managed to cock it just right, flipping his head to keep it in place, but caused a string of drool to fly up from the cloth gag in his mouth. He stared at the door, hearing the footsteps approach, wondering if it would be his or Kaylin's that was opened. It was his. He heard the boots clomp across the floor and tensed his stomach, curling into a ball. In the past, they'd kicked him just because they could, and he'd taken to protecting himself whenever they approached. His hood was ripped off, the command, Rise, echoing in his ears. He blinked his eyes, getting used to the light, and stood. This could be either good or bad. Sometimes he met Kaylin in the central den to eat, the only time he saw her, both being forced to their knees, hands tied behind their backs, a rabid bit of punching and shouting to keep him off balance. He'd begun to believe it was just harassment, designed to ensure he didn't entertain the notion of fleeing, but the pain was real all the same. He shuffled through the door, hands behind his back and head bowed. He reached the den of the apartment and saw his sister on her knees, looking up at him in concern, her mouth gagged like his. The sight brought a sense of relief. Well, one, because he knew he wasn't getting a beating, and two, because he could see she was okay, even with the cloth cinched tight into her mouth. A hand was placed on his shoulder, and he was made to kneel like Cahill. The flex ties were switched, with their ankles bound together and their hands released, then the gags removed. A bowl was placed in front of each of them, some sort of oatmeal-like gruel with the color and consistency of wet concrete. The man who'd led out McKinley said, "Eat, 15 minutes." The man turned away and sat on a rusted metal chair, the only furniture in the room. He pushed the chair onto its hind legs, the back leaning into the wall precariously. He crossed his arms, staring at both of them. The other man stood inside Cahill's doorframe behind them, out of sight, making McKinley want to protect his kidneys from an unseen kick. McKinley dipped the spoon into the paste and took a bite, wincing at the acrid smell, but knowing it would be the only sustenance he was given. He brushed Cahill's arm on the way down, receiving no punishment, even though he knew they'd seen it. It confirmed something in his mind. He'd put some serious thought into their captivity, not having anything else to occupy his time, and while it was alternately brutal and barely tolerable, he was sure it was all scripted. There was a reason they were separated for 23 hours a day. It was to instill a sense of hopelessness and prevent any collusion. The same reason they spent their days in the dark with a hood on their head. His beatings appeared random, but were designed solely to convince him that his captors were on the ragged edge and prone to snapping at the slightest provocation, to prevent him from even thinking about escape. But they never touched Cahill. The gags were the final proof in his theory. They'd never had them crammed in their mouths for the entire trip, through hours on boats, planes, and cars, sometimes drugged, but most of the time not. They had been subjected to the indignity only when they were first tied up in the apartment, the drool running freely from the cloth to the floor. Which meant one thing. The captors were afraid of the damage the noise would do if they started screaming. That, along with the beatings to keep him cowed, told him they were very, very close to other people who had no idea what was going on, perhaps in the apartment next door. He didn't know where they were, not even the country, having woken up in the trunk of a car and been brought into the building in the dark. But he was sure it wasn't some murky safe house full of thugs. He'd been forced to walk up 4 floors, and he now believed he was surrounded by innocent civilians. People he might be able to contact, if only to get them to investigate, to call the police. He surveyed the room again, focusing on the locks of the front door. He saw the bolt lock was worked by a key and felt his hopes dim. He couldn't break through that, and they always kept it bolted. He surreptitiously glanced around, eating his cement, and realized something was missing. The explosives were gone. The first time he'd eaten in the room, he'd seen packages of RDX stacked against the wall, the white crystal spilling out of one waxpaper container, the chemical name cyclotrimethylene trinitramine, clearly stenciled on the outside, something he'd seen in pre-deployment training for IEDs in Afghanistan. A powerful explosive. It had been invented in World War II and was the weapon of choice for terrorists. Next to the packages had been an assortment of equipment that would have made his Marine Corps IED instructors shiver. Cell phones, electronic wiring, detonation cord, and containers designed to camouflage and increase the fragmentation of the blast. Things that had made him wonder if he was the bait for an ambush, the goat tied to the tree, waiting for the tiger to enter so it could be killed. The fact that he'd been allowed to see it at all meant they had no intention of him or Cahill being a witness, able to report what they had experienced. No intention of them surviving whatever was planned. The goat never survived, whether the tiger escaped or not. Now the explosives were all gone, and they were waiting to be chained to a tree.
Chapter 23. Lost in thought, running through my conversation with Kurt,
I had stopped counting the stops in the London Underground. Jennifer brought me back to the present, saying, "This is us." I saw the sign for Sloane Square and stood up, following her out the door along with a flow of other people. We exited to street level, and I got my bearings, saying, "It's over this way." We started walking down Sloane Street in silence, Jennifer recognizing my mood and letting me think. We reached Royal Hospital Road, and I could see the Royal Hospital Chelsea in the distance, home to the Chelsea pensioners, retired veterans of the British military. It was not unlike our own VA system in the States, although it was much, much older, and also my last clue. Before I'd gone to sleep the night before, Kurt had managed to hack into the servers of Sentinel Security and retrieve the footage from the Eagle. He'd sent it to me, along with a detailed report that basically said there was no evidence of Nick Seacrest. Kylie was there with a man, but the camera wasn't positioned in such a way to get a positive ID. All they could see was the back of his head. The tone of the email made it seem as if he was somewhat relieved, but he'd sent it to me anyway. With Jennifer, I'd stayed up for hours reviewing the footage, and he was right. Along with the video package, he'd sent the official military photo of Nick Seacrest, and I couldn't match the face with the person sitting with Kylie. She'd been with someone, but it was impossible to positively ID the man. I'd stopped trying and taken a look at the footage from a different perspective, surveying for anyone who appeared interested in the couple, and had found something. Kylie had sat outside on the patio and was clearly close to the man she was with, touching his hand and laughing at what he said, which I know must have broken Kurt's heart to watch. Her date returned the gestures, whispering in her ear and laughing at her comments, silent on the tape. Jennifer had turned away at that point, knowing how the night ended. For me, it brought a feeling of impotence. I wanted to reach through the camera and tell her to leave, to go back to campus, to prevent what was going to happen. I'd refocused, studying the patrons around her. Most were clearly there solely for the pub, the tables full of college kids and tourists. One small table, though, caught my eye. It sat right behind her in full view of the camera, and held a single man. He was drinking coffee and doing nothing but smoking a cigarette. 23 minutes into the tape, he was met by another man, a rough-looking guy in a black leather jacket and a 3-day beard. They sat together, not talking, just looking, both smoking cigarettes. Eventually, the date took Kylie's hand and led her off camera. The two men waited about 30 seconds and left as well, an indicator. I went through the footage until I located the outside cameras, trying to identify when the second man had arrived. Eventually, I'd found it. He'd driven up on a beat-down Honda motorcycle, missing fenders and rolling on threadbare tires. But its license plate was in view of the camera. When the two men left, they walked right by the bike, as if it wouldn't be useful for what was about to happen. At least, that's what I thought. I'd called Kurt with another request, the night now growing into morning. With the time difference, it was 8 p.m. in the United States, and the Taskforce was going to bed. I told him what I had and demanded that he run the plate. He'd said, "How? This isn't the Rockford files. I don't have a contact in the British police to do that." "Hack it. Get into their system and give me who owns it. You want to find Kylie or not?" He exploded. "Don't accuse me of that, damn it! Of course I do." The phone went quiet, then. "You really think this is something? Because I'm about to go deep into the red. I hack UK government systems, and we're treading on dangerous ground." I said, "I have no idea if it's anything at all, none. But it's all I've got. Those guys were sketchy, and maybe this has nothing to do with the VP, but my gut tells me those two assholes had everything to do with Kylie." I could almost hear the smoke grinding off the gears in his head. I was asking him to step 1 foot deeper into the chasm. In the end, he did so, and I got an email about 2 hours later. It said, "Here you go. Don't do this again. I want Kylie back more than life itself, but I can't use national assets on a whim. If this comes to light, there will be no explanation." I was all set to ask Kurt for some support
maybe redirecting Knuckles, but that was cut short by the information he'd sent. The bike was registered to a retired British non-commissioned officer, a guy in his 80s now living at the Royal Chelsea Hospital and retirement home. I could see why Kurt was aggravated. It wasn't exactly a smoking gun, but it was all I had. I didn't have the courage to call Kurt back. In truth, I felt a little like an ass. We entered the grounds of the hospital, the security guard telling us we could visit freely and pointing to an ancient cemetery as a highlight. Jennifer thanked him, and we moved down an old stone walkway to the newer infirmary. The lady at the front desk said, "Are you here for a visitation?" Unsure of how this worked, I jumped right in, saying, "Yes, I'm here to see Dylan McKee. I understand he's staying here." She tapped on a computer and said, "Yes, is he expecting you?" "No, not really. It's a surprise." She smiled as if that were the best thing in the world. She said, "He'll love that." "You know him?" "No, not personally, but they all like surprise visits. Take a seat in the coffee shop. I'll send someone to fetch him." Chapter 24. We did so, seeing old warriors talking to family and visitors touring the grounds. Uncomfortable, I asked Jennifer what the hell I was going to say. I mean, I couldn't accuse an 80-year-old man of kidnapping U.S. citizen. I was beginning to regret coming here. The only reason I had done so was because of the risk Kurt had taken to get the information. There was no way it would lead anywhere. She smiled and placed her hand over mine. "This guy is you in 40 years, your blood. Just talk to him. If there's something here, he'll let you know. If not, then make an old veteran happy, tell war stories." Her words were exactly what I needed to hear. I relaxed. I wasn't the best at social stuff, as Jennifer would attest, but I had no trouble talking to soldiers. Eventually, an administrative assistant entered the coffee shop, followed by a man who stood ramrod straight. At least 6 feet tall, he was gaunt, as if eaten by an unknown disease. But his eyes were alive, blue and full of mischief. She pointed to us, and he walked over. I stood. "Mr. McKee, I'm Nephilim Logan, from the U.S. He said, "Well, I didn't think you were a relative." He shook my hand, then took Jennifer's and actually kissed it. He sat down and said, "To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? You Yanks just pick a name out of the reception book?" Wanting a connection before I could accuse him of stealing my boss's niece, I said, "Where did you serve? Malaysia? Borneo? Yemen?" He looked at me with a new light and said, "You're in the American Army?" "Not anymore, but I was." "You'll find few civilians here who even remember those places. It's all about the Blitz in World War II or Iraq and Afghanistan. The fights in between are forgotten." Jennifer said, "I'm a history buff, but the only thing I can get Pike interested in is a fight. It's the one area he knows more than me." The old man said, "I was in Malaysia. Back when it was the Wild West, as you Yanks say. We were going to lose it to a bunch of Chinese. I'll tell you, we're fighting the same thing now in Afghanistan. We already quit in Iraq. Nobody listens to the history of the past." From there, I let him go, and we spent an hour telling war stories. He was a strong man with strong opinions, not unlike any old soldier from the United States. I learned he was from Belfast, Northern Ireland, and that he'd been torn during the Troubles there. Being in the British Army had put him on the horns of a dilemma, with many treating him like a traitor. Because of it, he'd spent as much time as he could deployed, moving his family away from their ancestral homeland. The conflict was too close and the wounds too deep. When his daughter had married, she had returned, but he never did. I told him about my life in the Army, tours in Iraq and Afghanistan and other places, leaving out the top-secret shit I'd done. He told me about his grandson, a man named Brian McKee, who had served as well, and had been killed in an IED attack in Basra, Iraq, in 2006. Eventually, the stories wound down, and he said, "I appreciate the visit, but you didn't come here to talk about British success in Malaysia." I said, "No, sir, I didn't." And I laid it out for him,
camouflaging the true problem by talking about a stolen rental car, making up a story about how I had misunderstood the insurance requirements and now was trying to find the car instead of being forced to pay for it. I told him about the videotape, then asked why a motorcycle registered in his name would be in Cambridge. He said, "I have no idea why. My daughter sometimes uses my name for things. Maybe she did something with a motorcycle. But she's got nothing to do with Cambridge." Which was no help. I said, would she have loaned it out to someone? Given her bike to a friend? He thought a moment, then said, "No, but I could see Seamus pulling some crap like this." "Who is he?" "My other grandson, Brian's brother, and a waste of good flesh. He's done nothing with his life. Brian joined the military, proud to serve. Seamus refused, going on about our Irish heritage and hating the British military. When Brian was killed in 2006, he went off the deep end, spouting his hatred of the United States for pulling us into Iraq, and talking about joining the Irish Republican Army and fighting the very country I served. I had nothing more to do with him." The conversation was a curveball, but held enough to keep my interest, enough to see where it went. I said, are you Catholic?" The old soldier laughed. "No. That's what's so stupid about Seamus. We're Protestant, but he's convinced he's been shit on by Whitehall. He's just crazy." I pulled a surveillance photo from the Eagle out of my bag, saying, "Is this Seamus?" He looked at it and said, "Christ, no. That's Braden, my other grandson. Seamus has got his arse in the mix now?" I heard the words and felt a spark. Rationally, I knew it was nothing. All I'd done was prove that the bike registration was correct, and the guy riding it was connected to the old soldier. But my sixth sense was telling me I had found the vein to mine, and my sixth sense was rarely wrong. I said, "I don't know. This is from where the car was taken. It's all I have. Is Braden like Seamus? I mean, would he steal a car?" "No, not the Braden I know. But he always looked up to Seamus. Looked up to Seamus and Brian. He was a follower." I said, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to open up wounds for your family, but I'd like to talk to Braden. Do you know where I might find him?" "No, my daughter would. But she's out of the country for the winter. She won't be back until the spring, and even then, I don't know how much she's kept in touch with them. After Brian died, everything changed. Braden used to visit, but I haven't seen him in years." "What about Seamus?" He scoffed. "I disowned that bloke years ago. He's a bad seed, and always was." He stood and stretched his legs. "I have an old address for Braden. It's from 2 or 3 years ago, but maybe it'll help." "You don't mind giving it to us?" "Hell no. I've got more in common with you than I do with them. Promise me one thing, though." "What?" "You find out they took your car. Break them down and teach them a lesson. Something I failed to do." I nodded. "Sir, if they have the car I'm thinking about, I promise they'll regret taking it."
Chapter 25. Kylie felt the cold through the window, someone in the house having cracked it yet again. She held in her urine, wanting to drag out the time. The gust interrupted her warmth as before, but this time it beckoned, told her the men held no fear of her escaping. She stared at the window, hoping an answer would present itself, hoping some sign would tell her to gather the courage to make the attempt. She was the only one who could, the only one who had the ability to get free, to contact someone on the outside. She remembered a story about a man who'd held 3 women for years, conducting unspeakable acts, while the neighbors had no idea. It wasn't until one escaped, running a mere 50 yards out of the house, that they were rescued. She should have the courage to do the same. She stood on the toilet and cranked the window open, wincing with the noise and glancing reflexively at the door. No knock came. She got it fully open, now worrying that the influx of cold air would alert her captor. She hoisted herself up, sticking her head through, her hand scratching the gravel 6 inches below. One pull, one kick, and she would be out, running down the concrete alley. "Do it! Get out! Do it now!" Her arms refused to move. She couldn't commit. She pulled herself back in and sagged against the toilet, silently crying. The guard banged on the door, sending a primeval fear through her. "He'll see the window." Hoping she sounded strong, but hearing terror in her voice, she said, "Almost done." She hoisted herself back up and closed the window, then flushed the toilet, hating herself, hating her cowardice. The bearded guard opened the door and said, "Come on, back down to the cellar." She entered the hallway and heard the man Seamus on the phone shouting, "He went where? Who did he see? What? You're shitting me." "Yes, it matters. That's my damn grandfather. Take him out. I don't know how he's gotten that far, but it's too close. Don't give me that shit. I don't work for you. I'm helping your operation. You want a diversion? You need to get rid of him. If I have to do it, I'm pulling my men to execute. You got that?" She heard him hang up as they reached the door to the basement. To someone she couldn't see, Seamus said, "Pack them up. We're getting out of here." The other man said, "You sure? We don't have enough drugs for 2 movements. This was supposed to be base." The bearded man opened the door, the darkness splitting open before her, and she heard, "Pack them up. I'll get more drugs." She was led down and forced to sit. She waited until the light disappeared, then hissed, "Nick!" She could tell he recognized the urgency in her voice by the tone of his response, vibrating in concern. "Yes?" She heard him shuffle toward her. He said, "Yeah, I'm here. What's up? What's wrong?" "They're moving us. We're going somewhere else." "Why?" "I don't know. Someone did something that's made them afraid." Unconsciously, she brought her bound hands up and rubbed her necklace, a talisman. Travis said, "This is good. If we're bringing pressure on them, our negotiations only get stronger." She ignored him, talking in the dark to Nick. "If we leave here, I lose the chance at escape. We don't know where we're going. This might be it." Travis hissed, "No, damn it. No way. Let this play out." She said, "Nick, what should I do?" Nick was silent. Travis said, "I can't let you do this. You're putting our lives in jeopardy." She repeated, "Nick?" He said, "Kylie, I can't ask that of you. I just can't." The door above opened, spilling light into the room. Kylie recognized the problem, saw the wall separating Nick from a decision. She said, "Is it because you feel responsible for me?" She heard no response and said, "Nick, please tell me what to do." Nick said, "Kylie, maybe if—" The man on the landing shouted, "Shut the fuck up!" The boots clumped down the stairs, the window of decision shrinking with each step. She sat back and made her choice. The bearded man ordered them to rise, stating they were leaving. Hands still bound, they marched to the stairs. They reached the top, and Kylie said, "Please, can I use the bathroom one more time?" "What the fuck? You just did." "Yes, but I have a small bladder. If we're leaving, I'd like to go again. I don't want to pee myself in a trunk. Please?" He grunted and said, "You two stay right here. No movement. I can see you from the bathroom door." She caught Nick's eyes and saw fear. He nodded slightly and followed the bearded man. Inside, she closed the door and put down the seat of the toilet loud enough for him to hear. She made cloth-on-cloth noise, as if she was lowering her pants, then stood still, listening, hearing only the shuffling of feet. She glanced at the window and swallowed. She took a deep breath and climbed onto the toilet. She cranked open the window as fast as she could. When it squeaked, she stopped, adrenaline racing through her. She looked back at the door, but it remained closed. She continued, working the lever much slower, as she had before, getting it as wide as possible. She paused one more time, hearing footsteps outside the door, as if the man was moving away back down the corridor. Nick. He was making a diversion, she was sure of it. She crammed her body into the window, her bound hands outside and clawing for a grip in the gravel. Her breasts caught, preventing further movement. In desperation, she jammed her elbow against the windowsill and pulled, feeling her back getting ground as if a cheese grater was running over it. In a brief moment of panic, she realized she was stuck. Absolute fear took over, a response like that of a person caught in a tangle of rope underwater. She thrashed about, desperately trying to get her upper body through the small aperture. She rolled right, then left, clawing the dirt and pulling. She felt the blood on her back, the pain shooting through her. She came close to crying out, but clamped her jaw shut and continued pulling. She popped through. She dragged her legs out, stood up, and began running down the alley looking for a way out. The house was on the right, a concrete wall topped with razor wire on her left, another house rising behind it. She rounded a corner and saw a street to her front. Freedom. She sprinted as fast as she could, trying to reach a car or a neighbor. She raised her bound hands, preparing to shout and flag down any vehicle that appeared. Seamus stepped around the corner, the sight sending fear bolting through her. He was so close she couldn't avoid a collision and tried to duck underneath him. He snagged her collar, and she felt her necklace snap from her forward momentum, the gold circle flying out of her peripheral vision. She twisted under his arm, trying to break his hold, and he punched her straight in the face. Her head exploded in stars, and she collapsed onto the ground, barely hanging on to consciousness. He grabbed her hair and began to drag her backward. She saw her necklace in the dirt, her last connection to her uncle. She scraped the ground, touched the chain, then felt it slip from her fingers. He jerked her to her feet and slapped her hard, causing the blood running from her nose to spray out against the wall. Dazed, she was shoved through a small access hatch on the side of the house. She fell 2 feet to the flooring below, slamming her shoulder into the ground. In a haze, she saw Nick's unconscious body on the floor next to her, his face bloodied anew. Standing above him without any damage was Travis, looking appalled at what had occurred, looking guilty. Before she lost consciousness, the truth sank through the pain. That bastard betrayed us. Chapter 26. Walking up the steps to the flat, Jennifer wasn't too keen on the plan Pike had in mind, but she let him go with it. The mailbox for apartment 4A was registered to J.B. McFadden, so there probably wouldn't be any drama anyway. Her concern was what Pike would do if this lead panned out and Braden showed his face. The address from Dylan McKee led to the famed Piccadilly Circus, an area of London with a less than stellar reputation, which fit what Dylan had told him about his grandson Braden. They'd exited the tube at the Piccadilly stop, getting topside and seeing performance artists and giant LED billboards, not unlike Times Square, New York City. They'd fought through the crowds of tourists, passing a man dressed like Yoda, painted entirely in gold and magically suspended in the air, only his cane touching the ground. Jennifer had done a double take and run into a 7-foot Darth Vader. He poked her with his fake lightsaber, making her jump. Pike had laughed and kept moving, parting the people in front of him, and ignoring the fact that he was interrupting their attempts at taking pictures. They went deeper into the neighborhood, past the tourist traps like the Ripley's Believe It or Not Museum, and the area got decidedly seedier. Strip clubs and worn-out watering holes began to dot the landscape. They passed a gay cabaret with an Asian massage parlor on the second floor, the neon blinking in the daylight. Jennifer said, "Great idea." Ignoring the scenery, Pike said, "Better than some other shitholes I've been to." Jennifer said, "What are we going to do when we get to the address? How long do you want to conduct surveillance?" Looking at the street name on the brick building to his front, Pike turned down an alley and said, "No surveillance, I'm just going to knock on the door." Jennifer glanced at the grime on the windows and said, "You sure that's smart? What if it spooks him? If he's here, he's living in the open. He'll answer the door. If he doesn't, I'll pick the lock and enter anyway." "And if he does?" "If the guy on the surveillance video opens that door, he's answering questions, whether he wants to or not." Pike stopped and looked at a number on a dilapidated brownstone, now chopped up into a number of different flats. He said, "This is it." They'd entered a foyer and checked the mailboxes, seeing the name of J.B. McFadden on the flat in question. Pike had grunted and walked up the stairs to the first floor, Jennifer trailing behind. He reached the flat's door, the hallway extending another 30 feet before terminating in a right-hand corridor. Jennifer automatically moved beyond him, checking for threats. She reached the end, peeked around the corner, and saw 2 more doors, one labeled Maintenance, the other with an apartment number. At the end was a stairwell. She returned just as Pike knocked, looking at her with a grin. "What?" "I didn't have to tell you anything. You're learning, young Jedi." She smiled back and said, "You're no Yoda. For one, you can't levitate like that guy on the square. Maybe I should paint myself gold and put on a mask." "I don't think the Taskforce would appreciate the cover problems that would cause. It would be hard to blend in anywhere besides Piccadilly Circus." "I was talking about in the bedroom." She saw her reaction reflected in Pike's grin, and started to retort when they heard footsteps behind the door. She grew serious. "Pike, don't hurt this guy. I don't want to spend the night in jail explaining why you broke his thumbs." He said, "That's entirely up to him." The door opened and Jennifer let out a small sigh of relief. It wasn't the man from the surveillance video. This guy was short, fat, and slovenly. He resembled Danny DeVito if the actor had fallen on hard times and completely ignored personal hygiene. Wearing a stained white t-shirt, jeans, and no shoes, he looked like a hobo in a movie from the 20s. His bodily odor wafted out, coating the hallway and forcing Pike to take a step back. Breathing through his mouth, Pike said, "Mr. McFadden, who wants to know?" "Me." Pike said nothing else, letting the unspoken command settle. From behind, Jennifer couldn't see Pike's expression, but knew what he projected. She'd been on the receiving end back when they'd first met, and she had no doubt the man would talk first. After 1 second of silence, he did. "Yeah, I'm McFadden. What do you want? If you're selling, I'm not buying." Pike said, "Mind if we come in?" McFadden scowled and said, "Yeah, I mind." Pike pushed open the door and said, "That was just a formality, like saying I mean no disrespect, then calling you a jackass." He said, "Hey, what are you doing?" "I'll call the police." Pike flicked his head at Jennifer and she sidestepped, moving into the flat. She walked through the den and entered the bedroom, hearing Pike say, "Call whoever the fuck you want." McFadden said, "Hey, she's got no right." She heard a thump and knew Pike had just stepped over the threshold, letting the man know that rights were held only by those who had the monopoly on violence. She had no illusions about who that was. 6 months before, she would have regretted her participation, maybe even tried to intervene. Actually, most certainly would have intervened, if only to prevent Pike from causing permanent damage to an innocent man. Today, those feelings never surfaced. She expected remorse, but all she felt was the press of time and the loss of Kylie. The fact surprised her. She pulled up short, hearing the man protest again. Then Pike began his questions. She heard a slap and started to go back to make sure Pike didn't do anything she would regret. Kylie's picture floated in her head, and she stopped. Finding her is the priority. She'd seen the pain on both Kurt's and Pike's faces, and the little turd in the other room meant nothing. They needed answers, and he might have them. Her thoughts surprised her again, making her wonder what she'd become. She took a quick glance in the bedroom, seeing no threats, and nothing to indicate anyone was being held here. Well, anyone that wasn't a science experiment for contact diseases. She picked her way through the dirty underwear and smashed beer cans, getting to a closet at the back of the room. She opened it and found a sun lamp and a few marijuana plants growing, making her smile. She went to the bathroom, cringing at the moldy shower curtain and grimy tile. There was nothing else of interest. She caught her reflection in a mirror and paused, looking to see if she was different. If she was now like Pike, devoid of empathy. Devoid of the natural human desire to stop someone like him from extracting what he wanted from a weaker being. The person who looked back was a cheerful woman, hair in a ponytail and dancing gray eyes. No remorse, no 1,000-yard stare. And she had an epiphany. Pike is right. Sometimes you need to be a little bad to ensure the good. Monsters were holding Kylie, and no amount of goodness was going to stop them from harming her. There was no natural human desire to prevent atrocities. She'd seen enough brutality to shatter any notion about innate human virtue. If they wanted Kylie back, they would have to take her by force, carving a path through men like the one in the next room. If that meant violence, then so be it. It was his choice. The conviction was something new and a little unsettling. At Jennifer's core, she knew she wasn't evil, knew she didn't yearn to harm others, so it was something else that kept her former tendencies at bay, and she found it in the mirror, in the woman looking back. She saw Kylie in her own reflection, saw herself 4 years ago in a drug lord's house in Guatemala, begging to be saved, begging for anyone to come and destroy the men who'd held her, to rescue her before they physically took from her everything she had. That day, handcuffed half-naked and nearly catatonic, about to be forced into unspeakable acts, she'd prayed for a miracle. What had shown up was Pike, and he had exacted every bit of punishment she had fervently wished for. What Pike was doing now might not be legal, but it was just, and she would do what she could to help. She looked back into the mirror, remembering the terror, understanding what Kylie was experiencing. "We're coming. We'll find you." She re-entered the den to find McFadden sitting on a dingy stool, his face swelling and fear oozing from him like pus from a blister. Pike sat across from him in a chair turned backward, his arms on the backrest. He said, "Get me the address and we'll be gone." Pike saw her and said, "Anything?" "No, other than the fact that he's trying to recreate the Black Plague." McFadden started scribbling on a napkin, and Pike stood. McFadden handed him the address and looked at her with apprehension. She said, "Don't worry, we don't care about your indoor gardening." Relief flitted across his face. Pike said, "What are you talking about?" "Nothing. You ready to go? Or you want to pound the crap out of him?" McFadden cringed, realizing she wasn't an ally. Pike scowled, saying, "What's that supposed to mean?" She smiled, disarming his aggravation. "Just teasing. We have everything we're going to get?" McFadden breathed a sigh of relief and said, "You've got all I'm going to give." Jennifer's smile faded. "There's more?" McFadden shook his head rapidly, saying, No, that's not what I meant." She walked over to him and said, "This is no game. I was joking before, but this man will tear you apart for no other reason than he likes it." Pike stood up, towering over the smaller man, and Jennifer let him, not saying a word. McFadden raised his hands and said, "I don't know anything about the guy. He was here a year or two ago. Jesus, call him off." Jennifer looked at Pike. He held up the napkin, flicked his head to the door, and said, "Let's get out of here." Chapter 27. They hit the street, and Jennifer asked, "So what did you get? What's on the napkin?" "The landlord. He said this guy might have a forwarding address. I doubt it because McFadden's been there for over a year, and he wasn't the only tenant. There's been a revolving door in there since Braden stayed, but it's worth a shot." They retraced their steps, walking back into the light of the tourist area. She asked, "Where's the landlord?" "Believe it or not, pretty close, down someplace in a Chinatown section about a half-mile from here. He gave me a restaurant to look for, and an alley next to it. I guess the landlord is some foreign expat. He didn't know if he was Vietnamese, Chinese, or something else, only that he was Asian. The whole thing is shady." They walked back to the center of Piccadilly Circus, passing Ripley's again, and Pike said, "Why'd you say that about beating the crap out of him? Asking as if I would like it. You still don't trust me, do you?" She looked up at him to see if he was just pressing her buttons and realized he was serious. She said, "Yes, I do. Completely." "You say that, but you still question. It's like you only want part of me, the good part. But the world doesn't work that way. I've come a long way from when we first met, but I'm not going to ask politely to get Kylie back." "I know. I'm okay with the necessary violence. I really am." "But you think what I do is unnecessary." She walked a little bit, thinking of the mirror, then said, "I used to, but not now. I'm not sure what I believe anymore. You say you've come a long way, but maybe it's the opposite, and I'm the one changing. Does it matter? He said, It does to me. He walked in silence for a minute, then said, Heather never saw me in operations. She only saw the good. She had no idea what I've done in the name of national security. I sometimes wonder what she would have thought if she had. I used to lie in bed at night hearing her talk about how proud she was of me. I felt a little dirty. She thought the world was split neatly into black and white, but it's not. Jennifer stopped walking, getting his attention. He turned to her and she said, I never want to hear that again. She loved you for what you were, what you are. You, nothing more, and certainly nothing less. She saw the man, warts and all. I've seen the same, and I feel the same way. He held her eyes, trying to determine if it was just talk. He felt the honesty behind her words and said, Getting Kylie back is going to be violent. It won't be clean. You good with that? Because I can't have you holding back based on some sense of morality for a world that doesn't exist. She thought about the mirror again and said, I know. I've been to that world. I'm good with it. I mean, really good. He looked at her a moment longer, then started walking. Okay, let's go find Kylie. She smiled, and in a stilted Yoda voice said, Finding her good would be. He laughed. You've got a few miles left before I make you a Jedi. They walked down Water Street and entered a section full of Asian restaurants. He pulled out the napkin and said, Okay, we're in the right area. Now keep an eye out for Little Wu Chinese restaurant. It should be close. She pointed to the left and said, That's it right there. He said, Holy shit, that was easy. He walked to an alley right next to the restaurant. A sign with Chinese lettering underneath indicated it was called Danzi Place. This is it. Should be straight back. She peered down the alley, cloyingly small, full of trash cans and other refuse. She said, Wow, that doesn't look safe. Well, it is what it is. He entered the alley without another word, walking past the backs of restaurants, Asian men sitting on steps and smoking, glaring at the intrusion away from the tourist area. He counted doors and then pointed at one, right next to a man in a white apron sitting on a stoop. That's it. The man said, Who you look for? Mr. Ling, a landlord. The man said, He no here. Go away. Pike said, I'll be the judge of that. The man stood and Pike said nothing, letting the implied consequences flow out by his gaze alone. The man sat back down, saying, He no here. They mounted the stairs, and the man said, He no buy girls like her. He cackled and said, But I know who will. Pike turned around, bristling with venom. Jennifer put a hand on his arm and said, Kylie, nothing more. Let it go. Pike did, entering a small hallway. He read his napkin again and said, Last door on the left. They walked to the end of the hall, seeing nobody. The door had frosted glass with Shinto LLC stenciled on it. Pike knocked, but got no response. He knocked again and waited. When nobody appeared, he pulled out a lockpick kit and said, Take security. Without a word, Jennifer went back the way they'd come, pausing between the last two hallway doors with an eye on the entrance. She felt the adrenaline rise and considered how she'd stop anyone from entering, prevent them from seeing Pike. The tension mounted until it was almost unbearable, making her want to shout down the hallway and ask if Pike was building the lock from the ground up. She heard a whistle from him and raced back down the hallway. She said, What the hell were you doing? Filing a key from an imprint? He opened the door and said, I'm rusty. Sorry. They found a room with a utilitarian metal desk and at least a dozen file cabinets. Clearly, Mr. Ling did more than just landlord. Pike said, Jesus, we don't have the time for this. Jennifer said, It's got to be in some order. Ignore anything that doesn't have the address on it. Pike pulled open the first cabinet, and the door flew open. Jennifer whirled at the noise and saw two men, both with a black 3-day growth of beard. One had a receding hairline and a tangle of long hair in a ponytail. The other had buck teeth that made him look as if he were wearing novelty dentures. Overbite pulled out a pistol, and she saw the suppressor on the barrel. Not local thugs. Chapter 28. Overbite trained the weapon on Pike and said, "Hands up. No movement." The accent was hard to place, but it wasn't from the UK, somewhere from Eastern Europe. Pike did as he asked, moving slow and deliberate. Behind the two men, the Asian from outside entered with a smirk on his face. Pike said, "Hey, wait, this isn't what it looks like. We aren't stealing anything. We're just trying to locate a lost friend." Overbite said, "I don't give a shit what you're doing. I'm just happy you broke in here. Makes my job of killing you that much easier for the police investigation." Jennifer said, Wait, we haven't done anything. This is just a misunderstanding." The Asian said, "Kill him. Sell her. I split the profits with you." Pike closed the distance to them, getting in range of the pistol. He said, "You don't want to do this. You're making a mistake." Overbite said, "You have one chance to live, one question, and one answer. You answer correctly, and you get to walk out of here. You don't, and you're dead." Hands raised, Pike said, "What is it? I've got nothing to hide." "Besides you, who knows about Bulgari in Paris?" Jennifer heard the words and thought she was in a bad TV movie. What in the world is he talking about? The man continued, "You tell me the leak, and you can walk. Otherwise, you'll die. And I don't mean quietly." Pike's eyes watered, his voice pathetic, his hands trembling. Please don't harm us. I can't kill both of you. Without help, I'm no threat." The man with the pistol looked confused by his words, but Jennifer knew exactly what Pike meant. She floated forward, closing the distance to Ponytail, ignoring the Asian, waiting on the move. Overbite said, "Get on your knees." He motioned to the other man and said, "Get her under control." Pike lowered himself down, not looking at Jennifer at all, giving no indication of his intentions, yet she had no doubt that there was about to be a cyclone of violence, and she had a part. Ponytail approached, and she knelt down as well, watching Pike, waiting on the explosion. The man sidled next to her, pulled out a pistol of his own, also with a suppressor. He watched Overbite, the leader. Ignoring her, he used the weapon alone as the threat for compliance. Pike began pleading, his voice sounding pitiful. "Amazing, Jennifer. Please, don't hurt us. I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea. I'm here looking for a friend. Please, dear God, don't kill us." Overbite advanced and placed the barrel directly on Pike's forehead, the suppressor embedded into the skin. Death inches away, close enough to negate the very reason pistols were invented. He said, "You're a long way from your friend. Trust me, I know. Last chance. You don't answer, and I'll rape the girl in front of you, then kill you both." Looking him dead in the eyes, the barrel still buried in his forehead, Pike snarled, "I doubt that." He jerked his head down and to the right, and the weapon went off, the soft pfft of the bullet embedding harmlessly into the wall over his shoulder. Pike slapped his hands forward, trapping the pistol before it had even cycled another round. He twisted it upward, locking Overbite's wrists against the frame and causing the man to scream. Controlling the weapon with one hand, Pike hammered a rabbit punch into the man's kidneys, then twisted the barrel until it was aimed at Overbite's chest. The action occurred so quickly that even Jennifer was surprised. Before Ponytail could register what had happened, she sprang to her feet and drove a palm strike into his face, splitting his nose. She wrapped her arm over his gun hand as he fell back shouting, trying to get her off him. He pulled the trigger, and the round shattered the window and the door. He kneed her in the groin, bringing her to the floor with a starburst of pain. She lost control of the weapon. He swung it around, and she slapped the barrel a second time, the bullet snapping by her head like a wasp. She punched him in the gut as hard as she could, causing an explosion of air. She grabbed the pistol again, fighting for control. He began squeezing the trigger, the rounds cycling by her head and stitching the roof. Pike heard Jennifer shout and knew he needed to end the fight now. Still wrestling Overbite for the pistol, he torqued it harshly backward, feeling the man's fingers snap. He jammed his left thumb into the trigger guard of the pistol and forced the man's index finger to break the trigger to the rear. The weapon cycled upside down, the round punching through the man's chest. His eyes flared open, and he fell to the floor, releasing the pistol. Realizing the threat, Ponytail went wild trying to get control of his own gun. He whirled to the left, lifting Jennifer off the ground and slamming her into a wall. She fell and began scrambling backward. He leapt toward Pike, training the barrel for a kill shot. Pike was quicker. A small cough, and the man's head exploded, the pistol falling to the floor useless. Breathing heavy, the pump from the fight racing through her, Jennifer checked to make sure he was truly down. She looked up at Pike and nodded. Pike went over to the other man, hearing the labored breathing from his chest. Knowing he was near the afterlife, he said, "Who are you? Where's my friend?" The man said, "Fuck you," and died. Jennifer surveyed the carnage, shaking from the stench of death, the closeness of her mortality. She saw the Asian break from the corner and try to dart from the room. She sprang forward, beating him to the door. He raised a fist and screamed. She parried with her left and ducked under it, driving an uppercut with her whole weight behind the punch, lifting his slight frame off the ground. He collapsed in a daze. She took a knee on the floor, shaking her hand from the blow and looking at Pike. He checked the chamber of his pistol. Satisfied, he let the slide close. He walked to the Asian and said, "You still want to sell her, asshole?" The man recoiled, pulling himself along the floor, getting away from the specter floating above him. To Jennifer, Pike said, "Search the bodies." She started going through Ponytail's clothing, and Pike bent over the Asian, digging through his pockets. He pulled out a satchel, flipped it open, and glanced at the contents. He closed it and tapped the Asian in the head with the barrel of his newfound weapon. "You talk to anyone about what happened here, you'll end up just like those two. Understand?" The man nodded, and Pike held up the satchel. "I know who you are. I won't kill you. That would be too easy. I'll sell your ass to friends of mine, and you'll beg for the pain to end." The Asian cowered. Pike raised the weapon, saying, "Then again." His expression was so visceral, Jennifer was sure the man was dead. "Don't do it." Her earlier conviction faltered. Violence for Kylie's sake was one thing, but killing innocents, even asshole innocents, was crossing a deadly line. A step into the abyss. A fall into blackness that no rescue would absolve. In a voice just loud enough to be heard, she said, "Pike." He glanced at her, the rage boiling out like a white-hot furnace. The Asian scuttled through the door, then began running for his life. Pike settled back and let out a breath. She said, "You okay?" He smiled, the violence having drained away as rapidly as the man fleeing the room. He said, "Me? I'm the one who should be asking that question." "I'm fine. I thought for sure you were going to kill that guy." "Perfect. I wanted him to feel the same way." She squinted at him, continuing her search of Overbite's body. She found a thick key card for someplace called B Apart Hotel, pocketed it, then held up a cell phone. Pike saw the phone and understood the implications. He moved to the other body and said, "Good. Really good." Confused by the Jekyll and Hyde, she asked, "That was an act? What you just did with that guy?" Pike started going through Ponytail's clothes and said, "Yep. Sometimes you gotta act like a badass, other times like a pussy." With conviction, or maybe confusion, she said, "You never do that. Never." He grinned, real humor showing through. "Not as far as you know, huh?" Her mouth dropped open. She didn't know what to say. Pike was meat and potatoes. Shoot or no shoot. Kill or be killed. There was no nuance. If he wanted to break you apart, he did so. If he didn't, you got to walk away. But she had never, ever seen any capacity for subterfuge. And now he'd just shown it twice. He saw the realization sinking in and said, "You really thought I was losing it, huh?" On new ground, she almost said no, not wanting to admit to her narrow, fallacious view of his psyche. But it would have done no good. He didn't wait for an answer. He winked and said, "Makes you think, doesn't it? Women aren't the only ones controlling that terrain." He tucked the weapon in his pants, hiding it with his shirt tail. He nodded, satisfied with himself. "Yeah, I should get an Oscar if it fooled you. Trust me, I'm better than okay." He pointed at Overbite. "That asshole said we were a long way from our friend. He confirmed we're onto something. I don't know what, but Kylie's at the end of it." Chapter 29. "Turn off the recorder. This isn't for attribution. I told you that already." Grant Breedlove clicked a button and the red light faded. He said, "But you've already said you have no idea what I'm talking about." "Why would you care if you were recorded?" The waiter came by, dropped off a crystal glass full of expensive bourbon, then stood there expectantly. Located just blocks from the White House, Old Ebbitt Grill was an institution of political horse trading in Washington, D.C., dating back more than a century. Crowded even during off hours, it was jam-packed at 6 p.m., the tourists easily distinguishable from the power brokers by the cameras around their necks. Because of it, the waiter had no patience for someone who was going to take a booth and not order food. Gerald Walker, the Secretary of Homeland Security, picked up the glass of bourbon and gave the waiter a look that reminded him of his station. "Give us a minute, please." Gerald fiddled with his glass until the man was out of earshot, then said, "I've been here 20 minutes, and you haven't asked me a damn thing about my department. I'm not even sure why I agreed to show up." Grant leaned back. "Oh, that's bullshit, and you know it. Something's afoot. I can smell it. I'm not asking you for a leak. I have that already. I'm asking for some administration perspective. Whether you give that or not is up to you." Gerald rolled his eyes and said, "Yeah, whatever. Maybe if you gave me a question I could answer, we'd get somewhere." Grant said nothing for a moment, then, "Okay, here's what I think. You tell me if I'm close. We're pulling out of Afghanistan, wanting to leave as rapidly as possible. No combat forces left, and someone's come up missing. Someone important, which is going to cause all kinds of hell about withdrawal. The Taliban have him, and after the last POW, are demanding some type of exchange. A big one. What the hell has any of this got to do with DHS? How would I know?" Grant held up his hand. "Hear me out. So we have one American that was held for 5 years, a possible deserter, and we release 5 Taliban. Now they have another. Someone who's the son or daughter of someone important. But from the last firestorm, there's no way the administration can deal for him, at least not in public. They want to keep it quiet, conduct the negotiations in secret, get the guy back without any fanfare, since the last one was an abortion. How am I doing?" Gerald rattled his glass and said, "As a fantasy, pretty good. Honestly, I don't know where you guys come up with this stuff." "Mr. Secretary, I'm currently going through every single soldier and civilian in a war zone that's even tangentially related to a political elite. The records are open information. From there, I'm going to start sending emails. When one doesn't come back, your side of the story is going to be decidedly less rosy, more like a Watergate cover-up." Gerald drained the last of his bourbon and said, "Once again, I have no idea about any of this. Department of Homeland Security wouldn't have a say in this, even if it was real." He stood, and Grant grabbed his arm, saying, "Then why are you going to all of those off-the-books meetings?" Gerald shook his hand free and said, "Let me guess. You're talking to Rivers, because I'm canning his ass for fraud." Gerald saw a flicker and knew he'd hit pay dirt. "Grant, you should really vet your sources a little more. He's being fired for travel fraud. taking trips on the government dime for personal business. Which I guess explains why your last story had DHS filling American skies with killer drones armed with Hellfire missiles. Your sources are shit. Grant watched him walk away, then shouted above the noise in the restaurant, "I'm still going through the names." Gerald waved a hand without looking back, fighting through the crowd to the front door. Grant watched him go, then signaled the waiter for the check. He threw a 20 down, enough to cover the glass of water for him and the bourbon for Gerald, then stood, scribbling in a notebook. He reached the door and stopped, surveying the room one final time, a reflex to see if there was anyone of interest he could annoy or groom for a source. Lost in his own world, searching for the power elite or those scrambling to achieve that lofty position, he ignored anyone who worked the room as beneath his interest. Others focused on the same story did not possess his snobbery. Because of it, Grant failed to notice his waiter curiously working underneath his vacated booth. Acting dejected, the waiter told the woman who was assigned Grant's section that the booth had left without dinner. The waitress laughed, saying, "You still owe me 20 for giving you the table." He passed the money, then wiped sweat from his brow. She said, "You okay? You look a little sick." He said, "Yeah, just a little pissed at the lack of a tip. Tell Carver that I'm going for a smoke break." She said, "You still got tables?" Pulling off his apron, he said, "Cover for me. I'll be back in 20. He exited on 15th Street and went north, turning onto G Street. He walked about a block and entered a parking garage, hugging the wall to let cars pass. He went straight up the ramp, winding around and moving directly through where cars were trying to pass. He reached the second level and went left to the end of the garage. He saw the white Ford and felt his heart rate increase. He waved his hand, hoping the man behind the wheel would see it in the rear view, not wanting to surprise him. From their earlier meeting, he had an instinctive feeling the end result wouldn't be good, like waking a sleeping Doberman. He paused, waving again, staring at the silhouette in the driver's seat for a reaction. The car's lights flashed against the wall, and he started forward blindly, without looking. He leapt out of the way as another vehicle came around the turn much too fast for the space. A horn honked, and the idiot was gone. Jesus, never again. I'm never doing this again. He darted across the space and opened the passenger door, taking a seat and pulling out the digital recorder he'd been given 4 hours before. He said, "They came, and I managed to get their table, but they didn't eat." "Did they talk at all?" "Yes, I don't know what about, but they did talk." "How long?" "Maybe 20 minutes. The older guy seemed pissed he left early." The man grunted and said, "Okay." Nothing more. The waiter screwed up his courage and said, "You're still going to pay me, right? I mean, it's not my fault they left. I took a huge risk." The man looked at him, and he felt the same fear he had when he'd agreed to this stupid idea. Like his bladder wanted to release right there in the car, he said, "Never mind. You keep the money. We're even." The man tossed a bundle of bills and a rubber band into the waiter's lap and said, "Go." When he was halfway out the door, wanting desperately to get back to the safety of his job, his new employer touched his arm. A light caress that brought him up short. The man said, "You understand what will happen if anyone hears about this, correct?" He looked into the black eyes, devoid of any emotion, and understood the man never made a threat, only a commitment. In abject fear, he felt his bowels want to release. He said, Yes, of course, believe me. I want nothing to do with this." The man nodded, and he fled the parking garage before Black Eyes could change his mind. He emerged back onto G Street and felt more secure, the people swirling all around him. He speed-walked back to Ebbett Grill, questioning why he'd ever agreed to do the eavesdropping. It was the damn accent, all jovial and safe. He wondered what the entire affair had been about, but not enough to investigate. No way would he investigate. The waiter would work at Old Ebbett Grill for another 5 years, never knowing his part in the greatest manhunt since Osama bin Laden. Every March 17, when the patrons wore green and the bar descended into chaos, he would be reminded of the man with black eyes, and he would fear the man's return. Chapter 30. Seamus McKee looked at the rotten wood doors covering the hole in the ground and felt a twinge of remorse. This place was decidedly less comfortable than the last, but there was nothing he could do about it. The connection made to his grandfather was too big to ignore, and he needed a clean break. Collecting favors from ancient men who still considered the fight a virtue, moving to the old country was the answer, which meant a broken-down, abandoned farmhouse in the Irish countryside, complete with a root cellar. A very nasty root cellar. He leaned over and pulled up the door, a split wood affair lying on the ground, vines creeping over to reclaim the land it housed. He splashed the light of a torch onto the stairwell leading down and heard a scraping. He walked halfway down and shone the torch into the cellar, the beam hitting the woman. She flinched from the blade of light, still groggy from the drugs used to get her here. There was a smear of crusted blood on the outside of the hood where he'd struck her. The rough cloth stuck to the skin. He watched to make sure the sack puffed out from breath. His eyes tracked to her partner, his hood also stained, but the spot much larger. He saw breathing, but it looked labored, which scared him. Nick was the prize. If he died, the whole enterprise might fall apart. He went to the third captive, the only one not drugged or hooded, and was sickened at the cowardice. Like a roach looking for food, the man started crawling toward him, his bound legs and hands scraping the dirt, reminding Seamus of the groveling men who'd sold out their progress in the peace talks, reminding him of those he hated. In a hoarse voice, the man said, "You promised me I'd get treated better. I told you what was planned, just like you asked. I'm trying to help this negotiation." Seamus said, "Have you checked on your mates yet? Made sure they're okay?" The man paused, clearly unsure how to respond. He said, "I thought I'd be punished for that." Seamus said, "You disgust me. Make no mistake. If either of them die, I will punish you." He tossed down 4-liter-sized bottles of water and a satchel full of medical supplies. He said, "I come here again. They'd better look improved." He walked back up the stairs and returned the cellar to darkness. He closed his eyes, breathing the clean farm air, smelling the dew and hearing the birds chirp, reminding him of what he was fighting for. He heard a vehicle approach and looked past the farmhouse across a field bounded by a large creek, seeing a lorry bouncing down the tiny lane 100 meters away, the ribbon of asphalt paralleling the far side of the water. The house was as dilapidated as the root cellar door, slowly falling into chaos as the forest began to reclaim what it had lost decades ago. It had no running water or electricity, but with a little help from a generator, it provided enough protection from the elements. More important, the farm was deep inside Ireland, just outside the small village of Macroom and 30 minutes away from Cork City. The nearest structure was an old watermill a half-mile upstream, now defunct. With the creek at their back and the only access a gravel road to their front 200 meters away, across an open field, a vehicle couldn't approach without early warning. The house was a clean break from anything his grandfather would know, and the perfect place to run the end game. Nobody would find them here. He pushed through the brush from the cellar to the side of the house, stamping down harder than necessary to break a path. Squeaking open the faded wood door, the hinges threatening to fail, he found Colin eating a microwave dinner on a dilapidated table. Next to him, using a desk made of scrounged lumber, Kevin worked to establish an internet connection using an Inmarsat Beacon satellite system. Overhead, a single light bulb dangled from an extension cord. Speaking over the rumble of a generator in the next room, Seamus said, "Are we looking?" Colin said, "Got the space heaters hooked up. If you still want to run one to the cellar, we'll need a longer extension cord." "I'll get one. That place is frigid." "How long are we going to stay here?" "Till we're done. This is it. Kevin, what's up with the internet?" Are we going to need to go to court to do this? No, I'm up. Just don't have the bandwidth I want, but I will. Colin interrupted. Hey, you sure this place is secure? I mean, you got it from the drug dealer. Annoyed, Seamus said, the church owns the land, not Klein. And yeah, he deals drugs, but he's with the cause. He doesn't know why we want it, and simply thinks we need a place to cool out for a while. That's all. He won't talk. You got the knockout drug from him, didn't you? So what? So he's not stupid. He doesn't think you're out here sedating cattle. Seamus started to retort, then reconsidered, thinking about the risk Klein represented. He said, Okay, Colin, I hear you. I still need to get the replacement drugs for the handoff. I'll have a word with him. Feel him out. He grabbed the keys for the Range Rover off a nail and said, I'll be back in an hour or so. I'll bring back an extension cord. Check on the hostages in the meantime, especially that coward. One of the 4 phones on the windowsill began vibrating, echoing against the concrete ledge. Seamus said, Christ, what now? He snatched it off the sill, looking at the number. Kevin saw his expression and said, Who is it? Seamus held up a finger, bringing the phone to his ear. Aiden, how's Washington treating you? Better than that crap town of Fayetteville. At least until yesterday. What's up? Your instinct was right. I've kept my ear to the ground like you asked, and found a bogger from the Washington Post that's onto our game. Seamus listened as Aiden recounted what he knew, the implications growing worse with each passing sentence. When he was done, Seamus asked, So he doesn't have the full story? No, but he's going to get it. He's checking everyone with any connection. Eventually he'll get to R5, and the story will break. Seamus began pacing. Colin said, What is it? Seamus ignored him, thinking. He heard Aiden say, What do you want to do? How much time do we have? Not enough. 2 days, maybe less. Shit. They'll never pay if it breaks. It'll put their backs against the wall. Colin stood up and Seamus waved him back down. He took a deep breath and said, Take him out. This time Aiden said nothing. Seamus repeated, Take him out, understand? Make it look like a robbery car wreck, I don't care, but cut him down. Aiden said, You want me to kill an American reporter working for one of the premier newspapers in the United States? Yes, kill him. We're too close. After a pause, Aiden said, Okay, but you might be opening up a hornet's nest. Seamus said, We opened that up when you killed the men in Fayetteville. Chapter 31. Colonel Kurt Hale ordered a straight black coffee and took a seat, ignoring the look of incredulity from the patrons in the line behind him, all amazed that he didn't ask for a grande decaf mocha choco cafe latte. He checked his watch and saw his sister was running late, as usual. Ordinarily, he would have been aggravated at the lack of courtesy, but given what they were going to discuss, he was glad for the reprieve. Kathy expected a miracle from him, and the update wasn't going to satisfy her. Not that his last meeting with Alexander Palmer and the President had been any more enjoyable. After Pike's situation report, he'd had no choice but to let the National Command Authority know he was freelancing Taskforce assets because of a personal loss. Well, not officially freelancing, since by the Oversight Council's own order, Pike was no longer a Taskforce asset. But because what he'd turned up crossed over into current operations, Kurt had known it wouldn't be construed that way, and it wasn't. He'd provided a sanitized 3-page update to Alexander Palmer at the latest update briefing, including the bare bones of the search for Kylie, and, as expected, he'd been asked to kindly accompany the National Security Advisor to the Oval Office, because the President would like a word. This was after the update itself had turned into a feeding frenzy. After each section and department completed the status of current activities, Gerald, the Secretary of Homeland Security, had briefed that Grant Breedlove was on the trail like a bloodhound and getting close. Hearing the news, the table of men had broken into a heated discussion, all centered on who the leaker could be. Gerald began to state his theory when President Warren stopped the verbal dance with a raised hand. He'd said, "Okay, we can discuss how he got the initial lead all day long, but the facts are what they are. The leaker is secondary. Breedlove going to press is a bigger threat than the hostage-takers right now. What do we do?" Carey, the DCIA, had said, "Bring pressure to bear. Pull him in, one-on-one." Billings, the Secretary of State, said, "That'll only confirm he's on the right trail. It won't stop the story. We've seen what they do with this sort of thing. They play games of wanting to get both sides, but only want the information." Carey said, "He's going to get the information. We can't stop that, unless you want to start faking email traffic." President Warren said, "What about that? Can we do it?" Palmer said, "Sir, in short, yes we can, but that's a slippery slope. We're talking Nixon-type stuff here now. We'll never be able to keep it contained. Sooner or later, someone is going to know." Warren said, "Honestly, if we get them home alive, I don't really care. Sir, I understand the sentiment, but if we do that and word gets out, we'll be asking for similar hostage events in the future. It's the whole reason we have a don't negotiate with terrorists stance. You can't say it and then be proved a hypocrite. You'll be setting up future administrations for failure." President Warren slammed his fist into the table and said, "I don't give a damn about what might occur in the future. I care about the here and now. And that damn reporter is going to severely restrict our ability to operate, both on our side and on the terrorist side. Right now, they're communicating directly with us. They've made no overt propaganda statements, which means they don't want the publicity any more than we do." Nobody said a word, letting the president's outburst settle. Carey broke the silence, saying, "Will no one rid me of this meddlesome priest?" His words hung in the room, some men looking confused, but others understanding exactly what he meant. Kurt leaned over to George Wolfe and whispered, "What the hell is he talking about?" George said, "Don't remember your high school world history? In the 12th century, King Henry II's authority was challenged by the priest Thomas Becket. Henry said those words, apparently just venting. The men present took it as a command and assassinated Becket." President Warren drew back and said, "Do not misconstrue my words. I am not giving orders." He looked from man to man, making eye contact with each, then said, "Nobody is to interfere in anything that reporter does. Understand?" He finished the table glare with his eyes on Carey, the director of the CIA. Carey simply nodded, and Kurt wondered how far out they had gone. Billings said, "So, what are we going to do?" "Nothing. Let it ride. We continue with what we're doing and pray to God we beat him. Period." The rest of the meeting was more mundane discussion, and after it broke up, Kurt had waited, knowing Palmer would read his report. He'd watched Palmer's eyes squint, then glance his way. He'd seen him lean over to the president and whisper, then waited for the inevitable. The people had cleared the room, leaving only Palmer, George, and Kurt. Palmer had said, "Kurt, interesting report. I thought it would get your attention. The president would like a word." Kurt had followed Palmer the short distance to the Oval Office, continuing what would prove one of the most difficult days of his life. He entered, seeing President Warren behind the resolute desk in the Oval Office, looking as if he had no patience for more bad news. Palmer took a seat on the couch parallel to the desk, appearing weary and rubbing his eyes. Kurt remained standing. President Warren said, "Well, are you going to explain yourself or wait for me to call the Justice Department to arrest your ass for breaking about 100 laws and disobeying my orders?" Kurt took a breath and said, "It's exactly like I reported. My niece disappeared in England. Pike was cut free and couldn't help with the current issue. A mistake, I might add. Anyway, I paid for his trip to England to find her. As it turns out, she was on a date with Nicholas Seacrest, the vice president's son. You expect me to believe that? Pike stumbled on Nick's trail by following your niece? Sir, I'm not sure what to believe. All I can tell you is where the trail is going. Pike isn't making this up. Shit, I didn't even read him onto the problem. He didn't know where Nick worked or where he was taken. He figured all of that out on his own. President Warren threw the report on his desk and said, Pike Logan, bane of my existence. That man could find trouble in a Girl Scout cookie sale. Kurt said, well, this time he found the right trouble. Palmer said, why didn't you report this earlier? I had no reason to. It was all conjecture. My niece really is missing. Pike is really trying to find her. We still don't have confirmation about the VP connection, but it was growing too hot to ignore. I felt it prudent to report. Warren said, you mean because that lunatic killed 2 Serbian thugs? So you could give him sanction? Report it to me, and now he's working for us, after we specifically cut him free? Kurt scowled. Hell no, not at all. Because I believe he's onto something real for the problem set here. If it was just Kylie, I'd let him continue on his own. But it's not just Kylie. He's onto the vice president's son. Palmer said, how do you know? Kurt let out a sigh and said, I don't. All I know is Pike Logan's instinct. And that guy is never wrong. So what do you want to do? Redirect assets. Give him help. Get Knuckles' team out of Morocco and into Ireland. Ireland? Pike's in London. No, he's not. We found a cell phone on the Serb. He was talking to a guy in Dublin. I geolocated the grid, and Pike's on his way to investigate. He has this crazy idea that an Irishman is behind this whole thing. Chapter 32. Braden McKee stepped off the metro at the Chateau Rouge stop, the people swirling around him all of African descent. He walked up the stairs toward Rue Doudoville and was swarmed by several young men surreptitiously flashing smartphones for sale from the palms of their hands. Samsung Galaxies, iPhones, HTC Droids, each man vied for his attention with a different flavor. He ignored them, not wanting to do business in view of anyone entering the metro. He walked a block and turned into an open-air market, the only Caucasian to be found. Shouting in French, 2 of the men followed him, as he knew they would. Their persistence would earn his business this day. Getting to the center of the market, surrounded on all sides by people hawking goods, he turned and waved them forward. They sprinted to him, both fighting for his attention and his money. He said, "You speak English?" The smaller one, holding a Galaxy, said, "Yes, good phone, unlocked." The thief manipulated the touchscreen, showing a multitude of apps, and that they functioned. Braden said, "Does it have a SIM card?" "Yes, it works right now." The taller one, with an iPhone 5S, blurted, "My phone real. Is this junk fake?" He began the showmanship dance, flipping through apps left and right. Braden ignored the iPhone, focusing on the Galaxy thief. "Dial someone, right now." The boy began to do so, and the iPhone thief became agitated, pushing the Galaxy away and saying, "My phone real. Unlocked. You hook to your service." Braden needed both, but only the Wi-Fi capability of the iPhone. He cared not at all that it wasn't hooked to a cellular service. He said, "How much?" The iPhone thief said, €200. Braden didn't even bother to haggle, not concerned about the cost. "Okay, I'll take it." The Galaxy thief became irate, believing he'd lost the sale in the time he was dialing. He shouted, "His won't work! Listen, listen!" He held the phone up to Braden's ear, a ringtone coming through. A man answered in French, and Braden hung up, saying, "I'll take yours as well." He pocketed both phones, letting the little thieves scamper off with a smile. He left the market, walking east, deeper into the neighborhood of Goutte d'Or, a lone Caucasian in a sea of Africans. He passed 2 gendarmes, both looking at him curiously, and he understood why. Unlike England, which worked to prevent localized concentrations of indigenous populations and attempted to force immigrants to integrate, France had specific pockets that, if it weren't for the distinctive French architecture, could be mistaken for a different country. Goutte d'Or was one such area. Since the Algerian War, it was known as the place for African immigrants. Originally full of Algerian expats who fled the troubles of their home country in the 50s and 60s, it had spread to include people from all over Africa, Somalia, Eritrea, Kenya, and others. They all came here, illegally or otherwise. As a Caucasian, Braden had raised the gendarmes' interest, because he was either lost or clearly looking for something shady. He opted to appear lost, knowing that if they had any idea what he was truly planning, they would have done much more than stare at him. His brother Seamus had called him in Brussels the night before, agitated and asking if the Serbs were ready to execute their jewelry heist. Originally having told Braden he'd have a 5-day preparatory window, Seamus now wanted the operation conducted immediately. He'd asked if it could be done. Braden had said, "Maybe, but it'll be something like 2 days. 1, I need to establish the trap. 2, the Serbs are going to want at least a day for a final look-see." "I thought you said the explosives were ready." "They're staged, but not primed. That's the easy part. The Serbs are harder. Ratko Ilic is no joke. You know his 2 men haven't contacted him in 24 hours? He's asking why, and I have no fucking idea what to tell him. He's liable to go off." Seamus told him what had transpired, ending with, "I have no idea about his men either, but that's just another reason we need to move." Braden was shocked at the revelations. Shocked and scared. He said, "Seamus, suppose he needs those 2 men. Ratko may kill me if I demand this. He'll blame me." "He needs you. Aren't you the getaway? The break from the Serbs? I thought they were worried about getting caught with the jewels. Interpol is all over their ass. Didn't they expect to get pulled in as a matter of course after the robbery?" "Yeah, that's true. But I'm not sure if that'll be enough. He might just put a bullet in my head for the trouble and call the whole thing off. These guys are clannish. You've never worked with them, but they're scary." Seamus said, "That won't happen. They put too much time into this." "How long have they worked it?" 2 months. 2 that I've been involved with, anyway. That's nothing compared to what we've done. They've given us 6 months of work, with aircraft, boats, reconnaissance, and everything else. They won't throw that away. They want the diamonds." Braden said nothing, running the ramifications of what Seamus was asking. Seamus said, "You still there?" "Yeah, I'm here." "Okay, Seamus. I'll give it a try." Braden had gone to the extended stay hotel the Serbs were occupying in Brussels. The living room full of corkboards, each one with a selection of pictures of their target in Paris. The note cards above the photos delineating a specific activity. Response times for police, traffic patterns throughout the day, tourist-pedestrian flows, the rotations of the guards manning each door. Everything involving the assault. Even the glare of the sun on the surveillance cameras. The Pink Panthers conducted operations timed to the nanosecond, utilizing intelligence that would make any Special Forces team proud. The surveillance video later would look random, with the Panthers overwhelming the security by brute force, but the preparation belied the technique. It was why they'd been so successful. Braden heard Ratko on the phone. "So it's there? Inside?" "Doesn't matter where they put that fucker at night. It'll be on display during the day. We're good." Ratko hung up the phone and saw Braden. He said, "Looks like the necklace is in place, but the gendarmes have increased their patrols in the area because of it. A week's worth of extra vigilance like we expected. You know what that means, right?" "Yeah. Your diversion had better be good. It had better consume them." "Ratko, we need to talk." The man rose up from the couch, a brute standing over 6 feet, covered in coarse black hair. "Yes, we do. I still cannot contact the men I sent on your fool's errand." Braden felt more than heard the two other men in the room stand, closing in on him. He said, "I don't know about your men, but I had a call from Seamus. You need to execute as soon as possible. We have to do the diversion now, or we lose the leverage of it." Rodko moved to the board, studying the different cards. He said, "You know why I helped you? You understand how much this necklace is worth?" "No. I mean, yes, I know why you helped, but I have no idea about the necklace. I don't want to know about the necklace. My payment is your help. You've done that, and I'll take the necklace to you as you asked, after the operation." Rodko turned to him and smiled, a grin like a ferret, all teeth and no joy. "I don't like being played. I have put a great deal of effort into this operation, including securing your hostages." He tapped the map of the target with a knife, saying, "This will be our biggest success ever. But I won't take the risk if I have a weak link." He pointed the knife at Braden. "My men have worked for me a long time, some since the Bosnian War, fighting with the Arkan's tigers. I trust them. You, not so much." Braden knew well the name of the paramilitary group that fought in Bosnia. Their cruelty was legendary. He was unsure if the mention was designed to instill fear, or even if it was true. Rodko looked too young to have fought in Bosnia, but age could be deceptive. Braden said, "I understand the soldier's code just like your men. I'm not a weak link. I don't know what happened to the two you sent, but the fact remains that they found a penetration. Someone is tracking our other operation, which puts yours in jeopardy. The diversion has to go now. If you want the parish gendarmes looking somewhere else, then you need to do the robbery soon." Braden sensed the other two men in the room taking positions to his left and right, and knew he was within a breath of Serb punishment. Rodko said, "You take but never give. I have provided more for you than you have ever offered in return. And I'm done with that." Braden sidled to the left, putting his back to a wall. Knowing that any sign of weakness would end in punishment, he steeled himself and said, "Rodko, all of that was predicated on this robbery. Your payoff was my help in transporting the necklace across the border and getting rid of the police presence. You need us. You need the police to look somewhere else. We're set. We just need to execute sooner than we thought." Rodko stared at him, his marble eyes reminding Braden of the pigs from the farm of his youth. Braden remained steady, holding but not challenging Rodko's gaze in return, showing strength but not arrogance. Rodko hissed, spun the blade in his hand, and stabbed it into a picture of the target. He said, "We will execute, but you had better fulfill your end." Braden nodded, not letting the relief show. Rodko flicked his head at the men beside Braden, and they moved away. He said, "You know the price of failure." Braden nodded again. Rodko smiled his ferret grin. "No, you don't. You think you do, but you don't. I promise. If you cross me, you will." Braden had left the room in a rush, clomping down the stairs of the hotel, followed by the two men, both as stoic as if they'd been made of granite. 24 hours later, and a country away, the memory still made him tremble. He would be glad when his relationship with Rodko and the other Serbs was done. Chapter 33. Alexander Palmer heard Kurt's words and exploded. "Have you lost your fucking mind? Ireland? Who gave you authority to start operating in Ireland? You cannot execute operations without the expressed consent of the Oversight Council. What the hell are you doing?" Kurt went instinctively to military attention, back ramrod straight and hands to his sides. He said, "Pike was not on a Taskforce mission. He was working for me as a friend. You guys cut him free. He was helping me find my niece, someone I consider my daughter, and yes, I gave him some help." He turned his head and glared at Palmer. "You want to fire me for that, then do it. But you'd better be ready to bury the vice president's son." Palmer stood up. the anger on his face spilling out. He said, "You sanctimonious son of a bitch, nobody gives a shit about your niece. We have bigger issues here than your personal problems. Nicholas Seacrest could be divulging secrets right this minute." Kurt broke his stance, advancing on Palmer with his fist balled, the violence barely contained. In a low hiss, he said, "Fuck you and your bigger issues. This isn't about intelligence, and my niece means more to me than your vice president's son. More than all of those people." Palmer stood his ground, his legs shaking, the fear evident on his face. Kurt reached him, and President Warren said, "Stop." Kurt held up, glaring at Palmer, wanting to rip his throat out. President Warren said, "This is getting us nowhere. Quit the childish dick contest." Kurt glanced at him, and the president repeated, "Quit it. Right now." Kurt backed down, turning away and muttering under his breath. Palmer breathed out, then said, "Kurt, hey, those words were poorly chosen. I'm sorry. Sorry about your niece. And sorry I said what I did. But you can't freelance like this, you know that." Accepting the apology in the spirit it was given, Kurt said, "Then don't make me freelance anymore. Let's bring it to the council. Pike's onto something here. Get him Taskforce assets. Get Knuckles there." President Warren flipped to the second page of the report and said, "But you reported that Knuckles had found a connection. The ferry trip ticket was tied to some Somalis who came from Paris, and your task force penetration of French immigration says they've returned there." Kurt sighed and said, "Yes, that's what we know. But we can't find a couple of Somalis in the city of Paris. We've got nothing. Pike has a lead." "You mean Pike has a lead to your niece?" "Well, yeah, but she's tied to the VP. I don't understand this Somalia connection, but Pike's onto something real. It's in Ireland, and it's not about torturing these guys for information." Palmer said, "Maybe, maybe not. We know an Islamic group has the hostages. Knuckles is now confirmed it's Somali, Al-Shabaab. We don't know where they are, but we now know who they are. Might be Paris, might be Mali, but they sure as shit aren't in Ireland. That would be the last place they'd go." Kurt said, "Sir, I don't buy that Islamic crap. You think a bunch of Somalis straight out of the Stone Age could do this? Shit, there's no way they could even track someone on Okinawa, much less kidnap them. There's something else going on here." President Warren said, "Because you want it to be that way? For your niece? Or because you have some evidence?" Kurt balled his fists up again, this time in frustration, and said, "It's the same damn thing." President Warren had looked at him with sympathy and said, "Kurt, I understand where you're coming from, but I have to play the intelligence as I see it. I'll let you freelance, Pike. No word to the council. But Knuckles is going to follow the trail where it goes." Now, sitting with his cup of black coffee, surrounded by 20-somethings whose greatest problem was figuring out which blend to buy, he was about to go through the same pain again with his sister. He glanced at his watch one more time, wondering if she was even going to show. He pulled out his cell phone to call and saw her walking at a fast pace up to the door. He entered and he waved. She ignored the line and marched right up to his table, sitting across from him. In the harsh fluorescent light, she looked aged, as if someone had taken a picture of her 2 days ago, then put it through software manipulation to show how she would appear in 20 years. She looked lost. She said, "So you have something? Tell me you have something. The police over there are still giving me the stone wall." He steeled himself and said, "Kathy, I have a thin lead, and I'm exploring it. But you have to understand that it might go nowhere." "Exploring it? What does that mean? You sound like you're looking for oil." He told her what he'd found, leaving out all aspects of the vice president's son and the Serbian connection, washing it all into a date with a ghost that he was trying to find. When he was done, she sagged into her chair and began to cry. He reached across and rubbed her arm, saying, "Hey, it doesn't sound like much, but it's something. We're going forward." She snapped back and said, "Bullshit! You're doing nothing. I knew you would do nothing from that first phone call. You're sitting here on your ass while she gets gang-raped or sold into slavery." She broke down again and began sobbing into her hands. the patrons around them looking on in concern. Kurt let the barbs fall and said, "Kathy, that's not true. Yes, I'm here, but it's only because I've sent someone better than me. I have a man over there. He's looking right now." A bitter look on her face, she spat out, "Better than you? Sure, I get it." He nodded, a soothing gesture. "Yes, better than me." He saw a glimmer of hope, quickly dissolved by the pain of her fear. She said, "Kylie always talked about you being some great hunter of terrorists. I knew that was bullshit, but she thought you were saving the world. I guess she was wrong." "No, she wasn't wrong. She just misconstrued how I hunt. I will find her." The hope returned to her eyes, as much as she tried to prevent it. She said, Who do you have looking?" He clasped her hand in both of his and said, "I can't give you his name, but he's the best man I have." She sniffled and said, "Is he good enough? Will he bring her home?" Kurt smiled, intending to show warmth. What came out was the grin of a shark. "Trust me, he's a predator. His target is the man who took her, and he has never failed me."
Chapter 34. I failed to see the exit from the roundabout in time and swerved, trying to make it. I reached the lane and caused a flurry of honking horns. Apparently it wasn't a one-way road, and I was driving head-on into traffic. Jennifer barked, "Pike!" and threw her hands onto the dash. I swerved back into the roundabout and said, "What the hell? The road's painted with white stripes." The GPS said recalculating in a female Irish voice, and I expected it to follow up with a dumbass. I circled around again and said, "Look, it's Big Ben." Jennifer, not getting my movie reference, said, "Are you crazy?" Now, knowing how Chevy Chase felt, I said, "This driving on the wrong side of the road is killing me." She turned to the window and said, "Some world traveler. Maybe when Knuckles gets here, we can survive the roads." I whipped into the correct exit and said, "He's not coming." "What? I thought you told Kurt what we'd found." "I did, but Knuckles has apparently found a connection with the ferry ticket. We're still on our own, which honestly I don't care about. Easier to do what I want without some command from 8,000 miles away telling me what my left and right limits are." Jennifer said, "Until we need the backup." I turned down a lane, watching the GPS track, and said, "Yeah, there is that. I called someone else for help, but it'll be a while before he can get here." Jennifer said, "What? You're turning into the man of mystery. Who did you call?" "Noong. Remember him? The guy from Thailand? How on earth did you have his number?" "He gave it to me after we rescued Knuckles. I've kept it for a special occasion, and this is it." Noong was the son of an old Air America pilot in Bangkok. Half Thai and half American, he had helped us get Knuckles out of a little prison predicament that hadn't been exactly smooth. He was as calm a person as I've ever seen in a scrape. To be honest, I thought he might be a little crazy, but he was definitely good at mayhem, and that's something we might need now that Knuckles was off the table. "Do you even know his name?" "Well, yeah, it's Noong. His real name. Noong is the number 1 in Thai. Did you call for Song as well?" Song meant the number 2 in the Thai language, and was the name of another guy who had helped us. I said, "No, I don't know his name. If he wants to tell us, he can. And it's just him, no Song." "Why'd he agree to come? What did you promise?" "I told him I'd pay him for his services after we found Kylie." She leaned her head back into the rest and closed her eyes, rubbing her forehead as though she had a migraine. We traveled through the small roads, leaving the city center of Dublin behind and heading to the west. Eventually, she said, "How are you going to do that? We don't have that much cash in the till from Grolier, and the damn plane ticket alone will be enormous." Sheepishly, I said, "I haven't figured that out yet. Maybe I'll bill Kurt." She looked at me like I had truly gone off the deep end. She said, "Maybe we should go back to the hotel and get on the VPN. See what Kurt wants. What he's willing to do before we start building a makeshift team, before we start wrecking things." I knew what she was asking. She understood that we were hanging out in the wind here. We'd been lucky with the Serbs, but if we found Kylie, it would more than likely be along with a bunch of armed men. Even given our conversation before, she knew someone was going to get killed, and it wasn't a foregone conclusion that it would be the bad guys, even with Nung on the team. I'd been running that very scenario through my head for the short flight over from London, wondering how far I wanted to go. I decided to go as far as it took. Kylie free or me dead. But that probably wasn't fair to ask of Jennifer. I said, "Hey, I know Kurt. He wants his niece back, and so do I. By giving us the geolocation of the Serb phone call, he's provided his intent. If I call him now questioning what I can do, he'll tell me to back off. He won't order me to do what's right. He can't." I pulled over next to one of the ubiquitous pubs that dotted the city, letting the car idle. I looked at her and said, "I'm going to get her back. But I understand if you want out. It is risky without a team." Jennifer studied my face, then said, "Is this about her or you?" "What's that mean?" "Is this about your daughter?" The question touched a nerve that deserved to be left alone. I said, "What the fuck are you talking about?" I began to wind up for a fine verbal joust, sick of the unfair accusations, but she just stared at me, burrowing past the scar tissue with her gaze alone. I sagged into the seat and said, maybe it is. But that doesn't make it wrong." She said, "I know. Remember Guatemala?" Surprised, I turned to face her, wondering where this was going. "Yes, of course." "I wanted you to come. I didn't think you would, but I prayed." "And?" "And if she's praying for you like I did, she's in good company. I just want to know where you stand. What you're about to do. What we're about to do." I felt a grin break on my face. "You don't have to come. I can get her back with Nung." She said, "Are you kidding me? You can't even drive over here." I put the car in park and said, "Then why don't you try your hand at driving, since I suck so much?" She smiled and said, "Fine by me." We switched seats and drove in silence. The only sound, the idiotic voice from the GPS. Finally, I said, "I won't turn into the monster you knew before. That won't happen." She looked at me, judging my face. She said, "I don't believe that." Stung, I said, "I won't. I'm not like that anymore." She said, "You miss my meaning. I understand the monster, and sometimes it's good to let it run free." I couldn't believe the words had come out of her mouth. I wondered if it was a trick. Turning down a small side road, she said, "These people are evil. They are the monsters."
Chapter 35. Braden McKee passed the gendarme patrol and continued southeast on Rue Saint-Luc, walking at an unhurried pace. He saw the church known as Saint-Bernard de la Chapelle, the landmark for their safe house. He began counting alleys and turned down the fourth one. He found himself in a courtyard of brick, a small area full of broken wine bottles and newspapers, a rusty bicycle chained to a fence, its seat long gone. After a quick glance around, he entered a repugnant apartment complex through an unlocked gate made of black iron. Walking by a rack of mailboxes, most with the hatch open or missing, he left the sunlight of the courtyard, the only illumination available. He entered a stairwell and turned on a flashlight to fight the gloom. He carefully walked to the fourth floor, stepping around the debris his torch revealed, and breathing through his mouth to avoid the smell of urine. He used a key on the second door to the left, entering a small flat. Inside, there was no furniture, just cracked linoleum and stained walls. He went to the bedroom and found a neat stack of boxes on the floor. Packages of RDX, rolls of detonation cord, and boxes of nails. He went to work, first covering the windows on the eastern wall with sackcloth to block out any snooping eyes. Then set about building the trap, working with no more excitement than a man hanging drywall. Ringing the room in small packets of explosives, he worked to ensure the detonation was contained within this flat and that nobody in the flats to the left or right would be harmed. The only targets would be those who entered. Once he was finished daisy-chaining the explosives to the detonation cord, he began mating them with the nails. He paid special attention to the entry door. It was here that the greatest chance of escape lay, either because of a bottleneck at entry, or because they'd figured out the trap and were rushing to exit. He'd positioned 4 explosive charges, 2 low and 2 high, and now aimed the nail packages so they would crisscross 2 feet in front of the door like 4 shower heads spraying out. They would eviscerate anyone unlucky enough to be standing in the cone of fire. Finished, he surveyed the room, ensuring that at detonation no corner would be free from the hail of metal or flame. His last act was to set the Samsung phone on the windowsill, running its charger to an outlet just below. He checked to make sure the det cord and initiation device would reach the tail hanging from the mini USB plug of the phone. Satisfied, he stood, hands on his hips, proud of his work. The pain of the men receiving his creation never crossed his mind. The same way the United States hadn't thought about his brother when he was ripped in half by an IED in Iraq. Reap what you sow.
Chapter 36. The GPS burped, and Jennifer pulled over to the side of the road. This is it. I looked out and saw a row of townhouses, split by alleys every 50 meters or so. I pulled out my smartphone, looking at the geolocation that Colonel Hale had sent. It was centered right over a house 100 meters down the road. But that technology wasn't perfectly accurate. I said, shit. That grid isn't going to be good enough. We could be a house over. I was hoping for a standalone. Jennifer said, "You want to watch a while? See what we can find?" I thought about it, then said, "Yeah, let's see what comes out." 4 hours later, after watching the comings and goings of various families from the townhouses to the left and right of our target, but nothing from the house itself, I said, "The grid's correct. The other houses all have kids, so I doubt there's someone chained in the bathroom. I think our target is deserted. Let's do what we did before. Go bang on the door, let's stir things up. And if Braden answers?" I pulled out the weapon from the Serbs, a Glock 19 complete with suppressor, and said, "He gets to meet the monster." She nodded, then said, "Okay, but the monster only comes out if necessary, right?" I chuckled. "Yeah, okay. I won't shoot someone just to do it, but odds are this is a dead end." We went to the front stoop and I peered into the glass on the door, unable to see anything because of the drapes. I surveyed the area, seeing a small front yard that was overgrown and trash-ridden, a beat-up grill rusting on the side. The house to the left, across a cinder-block wall, had an immaculate lawn complete with bird bath. The one on the opposite side of the street had the same manicured landscape with children's toys littered about. To the right was a narrow alley made of concrete and gravel and lined with trash cans. This house is unoccupied. I looked at Jennifer and raised my hand to knock. She took a knee against the brick wall, her weapon held low. I banged on the door, my own pistol held at the ready. Nobody answered. I waited and knocked again. Nothing. The lead had turned into a bust. We could find the landlord, see who had rented the place, but it was looking as if there had been some spoofing with the phone. Hell, maybe the damn thing hadn't even connected in Ireland. I was beginning to feel foolish for contacting Kurt. I said, "This is a dry hole." Jennifer said, "Let's check around back. See if we can find something that way." She pointed to the alley and I agreed, if only to keep the pain of failure at bay. We stashed our weapons and walked around the corner, then down the alley.
One side was the edge of the townhouse, the other a concrete wall that was taller than me and topped with razor wire, making me wonder what the hell kind of neighborhood had bird baths out front and slicing metal in the rear. We turned the corner, walking down the back to the townhouse until we reached a large rolling metal gate. Jennifer started snooping. I held back, checking hour 6, waiting on someone to ask what we were doing. She prodded a window just above ground level, saying, "This is open." I said, "So? So let's check out the inside." Surprised at her willingness to break the law, I mentally measured and said, "I can't fit." "I can." I cocked an eyebrow. "You sure?" For an answer, she pried it open and began squirming through. I took a knee and pulled security, feeling a little like a loser, me pulling security while she did the work. She slipped in and I waited, hearing nothing, but prepared to run around to the front and kick in the door if I did. Eventually, she reappeared. She wriggled out, struggling to escape the small window. Kneeling, she said, "Someone was held here." "What? How do you know?" "The place is empty, but inside the basement is a bucket, and it's full of excrement. Someone was forced to use it." I took that in and she continued, "Also, I think there's blood on the floor, near a side door." I said, "Blood? How do you know?" "I don't. But there's 2 smears that look like blood." "Where? What side door?" I hadn't seen one when we had come down the alley. She started walking back, pacing the distance. She stopped and pointed at a hatch, barely 4 feet tall, a piece of plywood, but sure enough it had hinges and a handle. It looked like access to an HVAC, not an entrance. She said, "That's it. The floor is another 2 feet below." I tugged on the handle and she said, "It's padlocked from the inside." I studied the plywood hatch, seeing what looked like a spray of old ketchup on it. I immediately pulled my eyes away, not wanting to dwell on the repercussions of what that might be. I knelt down and studied the gravel at the base. I saw what looked like drag marks, like someone had towed a large bag of trash out of the door. I followed the marks out with my eyes, searching the ground, and saw something. A glint of metal. I bent down, picked it up, and found Kylie Hale. I said, "She was here. You were right." Jennifer said, "What is it?" I held up a pendant, a small circle of gold, shaped like a Flintstones tire. Inside the rim of the gold were the words Romans 3:8. It referred to the Bible verse that said, "Let us do evil, that good may come," and was an unofficial Taskforce motto, something we placed on ball caps and coffee mugs. The only people who would get the meaning were Taskforce members, but it pretty much summarized exactly what we did, and there was no way this was a coincidence. Kurt must have given it to Kylie. I thought of the blood and said, "It's hers. Damn it, it's hers. We're too late."
Chapter 37. Kylie saw the light come in through the hood and heard the footsteps coming down. Feeding time. She no longer had the energy to cower and simply waited for the bearded man to arrive. She coughed, a phlegm-ridden rattle, and realized she was feeling worse. She had a low-grade ache behind her eyes that had nothing to do with the bruises inflicted by Seamus. She was sick and growing weaker. She heard the man shuffling to the other 2 captives first, then felt him next to her. He removed her hood and set a bowl of microwave chicken nuggets in front of her, next to a bottle of water. The same food she'd had for days, but she understood why. It didn't require any utensils, so no potential weapons. Since her escape attempt, their captivity had grown more strict. The hood stayed on at all times, and they were forbidden from talking. Feeding time was a mixed blessing, as she got to see around her, but she was required to drop her blanket from her shoulders to eat, losing the precious heat the thin covering provided. Their captors had run 2 space heaters into the cellar, but both only managed to raise the temperature a few notches. Even with them on, it was a constant 55 degrees, cold, damp, and rotten. Usually the bearded man waited until they were through, waited and watched. This time he did not. He said, "I'll be back in 30 minutes, no talking," and tromped back up the stairs. He closed the hatch, plunging the room into darkness, and she heard the padlock click shut. She sat for a minute, allowing her eyes to adjust to the soft red glow put out by the heaters. She saw Nick watching her intently, his face a battered mess. Off to the side, by himself, Travis ate without looking up. The sight of him caused a spasm of anger. She gave an involuntary cough and spit out a gob of phlegm. Nick flinched, then sidled over to her, bringing his meager portion. He whispered, "Hey, take my food. You need the strength." She said, "You weigh much more than me. I'm not stealing your food. Anyway, I'm not hungry. You need to eat, and to increase your fluid intake, take my water bottle as well." She tried to smile and said, "What, are you a doctor now?" "No, not really, but I've had some training in this sort of thing. You have to keep your strength up, and collectively, we have to help you do it." She gave a small chuckle. "You've been trained to be chained in a cellar after getting beaten? Was that right after you learned what a cumulus cloud was?" She saw he was serious. He said, "I did something else before I was a weatherman. For that job, I had to go through SEER, Survival, Evasion, Resistance, and Escape Training. And one of the key things the POWs from Vietnam stressed was that disease was the killer. Looking at you, they were right. Eat." She did so, nibbling on a nugget. She said, "What did you do before?" "Not worth talking about. Bottom line, I had the misfortune of running across an IED." "You were blown up? What happened? You don't look handicapped." He held out the water bottle. "Drink up. You need it." She took it in her bound hands, and he said, "I'm not hurt anymore. It was a bullshit political move. Because of my father. I was told I'd be medically retired, but I fought to stay in and change my specialty to something a little softer. They were petrified I was going to get killed, and they couldn't have that in the press. They faked the medical stuff, but I raised such a stink that they agreed I could stay in if I changed jobs." She downed a few large gulps and handed the bottle back to him. "I can't take all of it. You need some." He said, "No, I'm good. I don't want to have to piss anyway." She saw the small grin and realized this time he was kidding. She pointed at the bucket and said, "You think I like using that, with beard guys staring at me?" They heard Travis cough, and she realized he'd come closer as well. She saw Nick's face and said, "Ignore him." He said, "I will, because we might need to steal his food sooner or later. But I swear I'm going to kick his ass when we get out of here." He saw her face fall and said, "What?" "I don't think we're getting out." "Whoa, I don't want to hear that. Hope is the one thing we have. You lose that, and you lose the will to live. We're getting out. What about your friend, the Predator?" She reached for the pendant she no longer had, and her eyes watered. She said, "I don't think he's coming. He would have been here by now if he could." "Then we make another escape attempt." "Have you looked around? This is like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. We get out of here, and we're probably going to be running for help right into some clan of people that are with these guys." Travis spoke for the first time. "She's right. I saw it on the way in. You guys were drugged and carried down. They let me walk. We're out in the middle of nowhere." Nick snarled, "If I want your opinion, I'll squeeze it out of your head like a pimple." To Kylie, "Don't listen to him. We're getting out." Travis said, "I didn't mean we weren't getting out. I meant running out of here isn't the right way to go about it. Look, I'm sorry about what happened. I didn't think they'd beat her, but she was putting lives at risk." Nick said, "If what you say is true, and even if we manage to get out of this hole, we still have a run through the woods. Then you put our lives at risk. She could have made it. Jackass. There are more than just us. They captured others, and if we were to escape, it would force an endgame on them. They'd probably be dead. What I did was hard, but the right thing to do. You can't see it, but it was. How the hell would you know that? I heard them talking while we got gas, while I was still in the trunk. So you heard this after her escape attempt? How is that the right thing? All you were worried about was getting a beating, you little shit. It still makes my decision right. It's why I'm an officer, because I can intuit the big picture. Funny, I was thinking the exact opposite, as in, how on earth did this coward become a lieutenant? Kylie interrupted, saying, How many others? Where are they? I don't know. I just heard that guy Seamus on the phone. They captured others besides us. They could be in a cellar 100 feet over for all I know. Nick said, No way. It's much easier to keep us together. If they're real, they aren't anywhere near here. Almost to herself, Kylie said, You're right. It makes much more sense to keep us together. Nick said, And? The fear returned to her face. She said, And if there's somewhere else, there's a reason. They have something special planned. Chapter 38. Kaylin Clute heard her door open and curled up out of reflex. Boots clomped to her head, and she felt hands on her body, a pair on her wrists and a pair on her ankles. She started to writhe, and a voice said, Stop! We're cutting you free. She felt her restraints fall away, and she became afraid. Her hood was removed, and the man above her said, Stand! Follow me. She stood on wobbly legs, her gag still in place, and followed the man into the central den. The other walked behind her, making her glance over her shoulder out of reflex. She saw Mac on his knees, also cut free. He winked at her, drawing a slap on the head. He scowled at the blow, but remained still. The man who struck him said, We're going for a ride. Because of that, you will not be tied or gagged. I want to stress, do not attempt to escape. He held up his cell phone, saying, We will be going in separate cars 5 minutes apart. These phones act as walkie-talkies, instant communication. If either of you attempts anything, you will cause the other to die. Am I understood? She saw Mac nod and followed his head. The man said, McKinley, you're first. Remove the gag. He did so, then said, Where are we going? I want to stay with my sister. Tough shit. No harm will come to either of you, and you'll meet at the end. It's just a precaution. McKinley looked at Kaylin, torn, and she nodded at him. He said, You'd better be telling the truth. Whatever, tough guy. Start moving. Kaylin watched him disappear, one man in front, one in the rear, then sat waiting with the final man. After a short time, his cell squawked with the command to follow. He motioned to her and said, You first. Take a left and head towards the stairs. Don't stop at the elevators. They went down the stairwell and ended up in the ubiquitous Parisian courtyard. The man pointed to a nondescript Renault parked against the curb and said, You get in the passenger side. He held up the phone. Remember what Braden said. If he seemed concerned about using a name, he didn't show it, causing her more fear. She closed the door and he said, Buckle up, in his lyrical accent. Wouldn't want you to get hurt. They drove north in the congested traffic, him weaving like a maniac, and her trying to determine where they were. She caught plenty of ruse, but couldn't decipher names until she was beyond them. Eventually they crossed the Seine, and she recognized the Arc de Triomphe, an anchor. They drove away from it and headed northeast, and the neighborhoods began to become run down. Eventually they were traveling down small roads teeming with African immigrants. She saw a sign for an Islamic Studies Institute and committed the name to memory. 2 turns later, and they were driving by an ornate Orthodox church. Another anchor. He put the building in the rearview mirror, then turned into a courtyard, honking at two men loitering in front of a wrought iron gate. They shouted at him in French, but moved out of the way. Parking behind another sedan, he exited and walked around to her side and pointed to an archway leading inside a dilapidated apartment complex. He opened the door, saying, "Inside there. Take it slow, no sudden movements. Show me you want to obey. Don't make me guess." She walked through an arch. Stung by the smell, she hovered in the shadows, waiting on a command. He turned on a flashlight and pointed to a graffiti-stained stairwell. "4th floor." She walked forward, gingerly picking her way, the small cone of light dancing behind her. They reached the 4th floor, and he said, "Right." She started moving, wondering if she was walking to her death, wondering if it wouldn't be better to run now. She passed one door and reached a second, having the thought taken from her by a command, "Stop." He knocked on the door, and the man called Braden opened it. He said, "Come in." She hesitated. Louder, he said, "McKinley, tell her to come in." She heard, "Kaylin, I'm here." The relief was so great she thought she would collapse. She stumbled through the door and walked inside, embracing Mac. Braden broke them apart, saying, "Look, all we're doing is providing proof of life. Your people want you back, and we want to give you to them, provided they pay a price." She saw Mac steel himself, and wanted to stop him from talking, wanted to acquiesce to whatever they asked, then felt ashamed as a Navy officer that she would. Mac said, "What price? I won't participate in this as some propaganda stunt. I don't know what you're trying to do, but it won't be with my help." He looked at her with a sense of regret, and she nodded, saying, "Neither will I." Braden sighed. "Look, all we're doing is extorting money. I need proof of life from you. I'd like to make it dramatic, but I can do it however you want. Your participation is a foregone conclusion." Mac said, "Bullshit. What's all the RDX for? The debt cord running around the room. We're dead anyway." For the first time, Kaylin saw a myriad of small packages on the walls, all staggered symmetrically. A death trap she didn't comprehend, but she understood her brother's words. She went pale. Braden pulled a pistol and aimed it at Kaylin's head. He said, "Do it your way, then. Time the fuck up." The two men descended, and Kaylin sprang toward Mac. Braden grabbed her wrist and jammed the barrel into her head. "Don't. You aren't dying today unless you fight." She watched helpless as her brother was beaten into submission, the two men punching like machines. No joy or anger, just work. Eventually he was flex-tied hand and foot. Braden said, "Now your turn. Would you like to fight?" Internally, she knew she should, knew it was required, if only to preserve her own image of what was heroic. She did not. She told herself it was because she needed her strength to escape if the opportunity presented itself, needed to prevent any damage that would harm that chance. It was the truth, but it did nothing to salve her feeling of cowardice. She went to the floor and in short order was tied just like her brother. Braden said, "Put on the hoods." She lay in the darkness for a moment, hearing scuffling around. Braden's voice. "Okay, got them parallel. You need to be off-camera when you pull the hoods. Do not get in the way of the lens. Don't worry about talking. There is no audio." She touched her brother in the back, a stroke to let him know she was there. A shadow appeared above her head. Braden said, "Get them on their knees." A hoist, and she was up. "Okay, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. The hood was ripped away, and she saw Braden with an iPhone taking video. She glared at him, and realized she'd given him exactly what he wanted when he said, "Perfect." The hoods returned, and she heard Braden say, "Put them in the bedroom, cinch them tight. This is home for a while." She heard the words and realized the man had told the truth. They wouldn't be killed today. but tomorrow was a short 24 hours away. Chapter 39. Braden exited into the courtyard, dialing Seamus through the VoIP application, and Seamus answered with a flustered tone. "Hey, it's Braden. You sound like you're in the gym working out." "I'm on the M7, fighting through the Muppet tourists. Frog called today. Our black friend is in town and wants to meet." "Now? It's a week early." "Yeah, I know. This shit has been one short circuit after another. Nothing I can do about it. I'm on my way to Dublin. What's up with you?" "Got the Snapchat? They're tucked in tight. It'll look good." "You sure you got the geolocation feature on?" Yeah, it's there. I tested it on Google Maps before I took the video. It spotted me right where I was supposed to be. And it's on Wi-Fi, not the cell network." Braden let a little aggravation come through. "Yes, just like you told me. How about a little trust? Sorry. We have to give them just a taste, make them work for it, make them feel smart. We can't be obvious." "Well, I did what Kevin said to do. I can't tell you how smart it is." "It'll be good enough. Where are the captures?" "In the apartment. They under control?" "Yeah, but that Marine recognized the explosives. He knows this won't end well." "Is that going to be a problem?" "No, not as long as I keep people there. We had to smack him around a bit. But they'll do what's necessary to survive." "Do they know what's planned?" "Of course not. But they suspect. Even a chicken suspects when you show it the axe. Keep them under control. We're close. The diversion goes, the Serbs get their jewels, the Americans spin around in confusion trying to figure out how we set a trap, we kill a hostage, and then the money will flow. I promise, the money will flow." "When do I send the Snapchat? I have to let Rotko know. He has to be ready." "I don't know just yet. Let me figure out what the fucking Somali has in mind. Probably tomorrow." "Are the Serbs in town yet?" "No, damn it. I told them I would give them a warning. They aren't here and won't execute tomorrow." "Okay, fine. Calm down. Give them 2 days." "I will. But you'd better be ready to execute. They're not of a mind to give us favors." Seamus hung up the phone and threw it into the car seat next to him. He crossed the M50 and headed into downtown Dublin on Long Mile Road. He wove about, getting closer to the River Liffey. Wanting to ensure he was on his own and clean from any surveillance, he wound around St. Stephen's Green until he found a parking spot on the south side. He sat in the vehicle for a moment, checking the ebb and flow of traffic, looking for a correlation of someone parking because he had. He saw nothing, feeling a growing satisfaction for what he was about to accomplish. Better men than him had defended this sacred ground in the 1916 Easter Uprising, and he would make them proud. They had sacrificed themselves in a futile attempt at rebellion against the English crown, and their deaths had been the catalyst for the freedom of the first 26 counties of Ireland. He would be the catalyst for the final 6. He exited quickly, entering the park through a central gate. Getting lost among the tourists, he moved purposely through it, taking the winding paths seemingly at random to prevent anyone from anticipating and jumping ahead of him. He circled around, reaching a central bridge spanning a neck of water connecting 2 lakes, a choke point. He crossed it, then sat on a park bench on the other side, surveying his back trail. Nothing appeared out of the ordinary. He exited the green at the northwest corner, walking through a large stone archway and into a shopping district full of tourists, the lane jammed with stores of all types. He continued north, hoping the Africans weren't drawing too much attention. When Frog, his Croatian arms contact, had initially set up the introductions, they were supposed to meet in London, a much more hospitable area for Somalis to blend into the population. But that was also supposed to be next week. Frog had told him these Somalis had arrived in London and were anxious to conduct business. Seamus had said there was no way he could break free to go to London, and the next thing he knew, Frog had coordinated for one to travel here, to Dublin. It was the last scenario Seamus wanted. He had no desire to be connected to the Somali in his own land. The risks were too great for someone remembering, and so he'd been forced to think about where to meet, to find a place where they could at least reasonably blend in, and also limit the risk of running into someone he knew. He'd decided to send him to a pub, not just any pub, but the biggest tourist trap pub in Dublin, the Temple Bar. The streets surrounding the Temple Bar area were once the quarter for locals to go to drink the night away, as the signs proclaimed, the cultural centre of Dublin. But as happens in every city of note, tourists began going for the local atmosphere. Soon enough, the locals went elsewhere, leaving the tourists the victor. At 6 in the evening, the bar would be packed with people from all over the world, and with any luck, the Somali would, if not blend in, at least not be noticed because the tourist wouldn't understand how strange it was. The only ones looking would be the waitstaff, and they'd seen plenty of strange events at the Temple Bar, most involving vomit. He threaded his way through the alleys, eventually reaching Temple Lane South. He walked toward the Liffey, passing pub after pub, all proclaiming authentic Irish something or other, Irish stew, music, or T-shirts full of leprechauns, and the tourists of the world over ate it up. The original Temple Bar, after which the area was named, owned a corner, and like most Irish pubs, was chopped up into a multitude of different rooms. He'd instructed Frog to tell the Somali to head to the beer garden in back, away from the live music, both so they could hear each other, and to get away from the drunks he knew would be slobbering to sing along with the Irish verses. He entered and was immediately accosted by the noise. Even in the dead of winter, the place was packed. So much so it reminded him of a railroad car full of cattle. The people jammed in so tight there was no room to move. On a small stage, a man sang a ditty, and the bar responded with the chorus. Not exactly the place the authorities would expect for planning a revolution. But then again, England missed all the same connections in 1916. Chapter 40. Seamus waded into the crowd, fighting his way to the bar. He reached it and waited. A barkeep came his way, and he said, "Guinness. Also, I'm looking for Dermot." The bartender nodded and began his pour, shouting over his shoulder. Dermot was the man who'd done the legwork to find their original safe house in Dublin. A man not unused to helping out the cause, even if he professed not to know what was being done. Seamus had leased the townhouse with his grandfather's name, and had thought that would be the end of the relationship with Dermot. After Frog's call, Seamus had contacted him for another favor. The beer arrived at the same time as Dermot. Seamus waited until the barkeep was gone, then said, "Well, seen anything out of place?" Wiping down a pint glass, Dermot smiled and said, "Yeah, your two friends are in the garden, looking like they'd rather be dead." "Two? There's two of them." "Yep, tall and lanky, dressed like a couple of vagabonds and sticking out like burnt wood." Seamus thanked him, then picked up his beer and began fighting the crowd, pushing and twisting to get beyond the bottleneck of live music. He entered the door to the beer garden, really just another room, and the music faded to the back. He glanced around and immediately spotted the Somalis, both huddled over a small table drinking what appeared to be tea. They were exactly as advertised, tall and lanky. Even their skulls were long, almost as if someone had taken them as a child and drawn them out until their features were distorted, the mass of their muscles lost in the stretching. He threaded his way through the tables until he was next to theirs. Not wanting to alarm them, he stood until they looked up. He said, "Ali Hassan?" They glanced at each other, then back at him. One had a small hare lip, his teeth white against the cleft. He said, "I am Ali Hassan. And you are?" "You may call me Clover. I'd prefer not to give you my name, but Frog is the one who introduced us." Ali squinted and said, "So you know my name, but I cannot learn yours." Seamus said, "May I sit?" Ali nodded. He did so and said, "Look, I mean no offense, but what you are proposing is pretty significant. I don't want to be tied to a failure, but I'll be more than willing to claim success. I never wanted to meet you here in Ireland. Too many people know me. I'm sure you understand." Ali looked at the other Somali, saying nothing. Seamus said, "Who's your friend?" Teeth bared, the friend said, "You may call me Ismail. Nothing more." Seamus nodded and said, "I understand. We're on the same page. I wish Frog had not given me Ali's name, but he did. A necessary risk of doing business. So you are prepared to conduct the strike, and it will be significant?" Ali said, "Yes, it will be greater than anything seen on this continent. But we won't do it unless you can deliver. We understood from Frog that you have someone of importance, someone who will cause the United States to cease their activities in Somalia. I need to know if that's true." Seamus pulled out his smartphone and flipped to the camera roll. He pulled up one picture and said, "See this? It's the Vice President's son. Next to him is his fiancée. The guy in the back is the husband of a governor of the United States. Yes, they're important. I pass them to you, and you get a coup of unimaginable proportions." Ali took the phone and said, "How do I know this is true? How do I know you didn't manipulate it with Adobe Photoshop?" A little taken aback, expecting the goat-herder facade to extend to the man's mentality, Seamus said, "You see the faces? See the bruises? You won't find any pictures like this on Facebook. Go ahead and search. I have them, trust me." "For how long?" "For as long as it takes. You want them, you need to pay." Ali looked at Ismail again, and Seamus wondered who was really in charge. Ismail nodded, and Ali said, "We are ready, right now. Frog said you would provide the explosive material." "Yes, I can do that. But I need some assurances you can penetrate the target. The RDX is traceable. It was stolen. And if it's found before detonation, it could lead back to my organization. Afterwards, I don't care." Ismail said, "Don't worry about that. We have 2 people who are working as cleaning crew at the target. They've been there for 2 years. We can penetrate. Can you deliver the necessary amount of RDX? It isn't small." Seamus ignored the question, saying, "A janitor isn't going to get you inside. Tell me you haven't planned everything on that. The security at that place is very high." Ali said, "No. We are fishermen. We live in the water. We'll swim to it. There is little protection from that side. All we need is someone to unlock a door once we are up." Seamus considered his words, then said, "Okay. Yes, I can get you the explosives. Are you looking to separate one car, or what?" Ali smiled. "No, the entire thing. I told you it was significant." Seamus smelled a bluff. He leaned back and said, "Bullshit. No way can you do that. I don't even know if you can rig the explosives, but you sure as shit can't do it in a manner to cause catastrophic failure. I'm not trading for a puff of smoke and 30 minutes on the news. If I'm going to claim the attack, I need 30 days of news." Ali pointed at Ismail and said, "He is a structural engineer, trained in Egypt. He has studied everything available on the target. He says he can do it, if you can give us the proper explosives." Seamus went from one to the other, then said, "Okay. It's a trade, then. You get the crown jewels of the United States, and I get your attack. You do understand, though, that if you fail, if you get captured, you're on your own." "Of course. But we won't fail. I promise you that." Chapter 41. Grant Breedlove stared at his computer, the thoughts coalescing in his head but not reaching his fingertips. His editor had given him a leash, but it was running out, and he still didn't have a story, although he knew one was here, a big one. He'd worked his way through a multitude of emails and had received responses from most, but had nothing for a glaring few. Unfortunately, he had no way of knowing if the service members had simply ignored the email. Given military members' normal hatred of the press, he couldn't dismiss the possibility that their lack of response meant they were telling him to stuff it, and there was no way he could print a story on an absence of email contact alone. But there was something here. He had contacts all over D.C. and the highest echelons of government, and whenever he probed on this story, he got two responses. One, a blank stare as if he were crazy, or two, like the Secretary of Homeland Security, a spooked expression and a complete retreat. He needed time, a bit of news to get his editor on board, no matter how small, a nugget to continue the hunt. He felt the presence of someone and turned to find Kincaid Butler staring over his shoulder. He blanked the laptop and said, "What do you want?" "Nothing. Just checking out what you're working on. Word on the street is you're onto a Lewinsky-Watergate type thing." Disgusted, Grant said, "Get out of my cubicle. Find your own damn story." Kincaid said, "Hey, even Woodward needed a Bernstein. I'm just offering to help." "I don't need the help. And I don't have a story. If I do, maybe I'll ask." Kincaid repulsed him. A young up-and-comer, he had achieved the appropriate check marks: degree from Georgetown, internship at the White House, a battlefield press tour in Afghanistan. But he'd never once done anything on his own, always snatching the last bit of fabric from the coat-tail ahead of him. His report on the crisis of Afghan interpreters, men who'd given all to help the U.S. effort and were now abandoned to the Taliban, had garnered worldwide attention. But Grant knew the truth. The person who'd written it had been killed by a suicide bomber in a Kabul restaurant before it was published, and Kincaid, as the man on the ground, had snaked it as his own, ostensibly as a tribute to the fallen reporter. Having braved hostile fire in Libya for a story, Grant had little time for an asshole who sat in the rear collating reports and then received the accolades over another's dead body. Kincaid said, "Hey, everyone knows you're working on something, and that Brittle is done with letting you run amok. No time for that in the internet day. You let me help, and we could cut your leads in half. Get somewhere." Grant said, "Get the hell out of here. I have nothing, and if I needed help, it wouldn't be from some remora." Stung, Kincaid wandered away. Grant rubbed his eyes, thinking of what else he could do to drag out the timeline. He stood, pulling his sport coat off the chair. One cubicle over, he heard his friend Dwight say, "Fuck that guy. And screw Brittle, too. I'm sick of this instant news shit. You got a story? You follow it." Dwight was old school, a man who believed in the Fifth Estate with all the due diligence that entailed. Saddened to see it crushed by bloggers and the internet, he was Grant's biggest cheerleader. He wanted the world to return to normal, but that time had passed long ago. Grant said, "I hear you, man, but this story is about to—" His phone rang. He looked at his watch, seeing it was 9 at night. He snatched it up. "Grant Breedlove." "The reporter?" Grant heard an accent, but couldn't place it. "Yes?" "I have the information you're looking for." Irish. Why on earth would an Irishman be calling him? Feeling circumspect, Grant said, "Okay, what exactly do you have? What story do you think I'm working?" The next words slammed into him like a freight train, the break he'd been waiting for. "Nicholas Seacrest, a.k.a. Hannister, the Vice President's son. Now missing, although nobody knows it. I know what's happened to him. And I've said enough on your recording devices. Goodbye." Wait, we don't record things here. That's the NSA. "Bullshit. Give me a cell number, or always wonder." Rattled, Grant gave him his personal cell, then said, "When will I hear from you?" "When I'm ready." The line went dead, and Grant looked at Dwight. He said, "A break?" "Yeah, I think so. Hard to tell." He rushed out of the office, Kincaid following his every move with his eyes. Grant reached his car before the cell rang. There was no preamble. "You know the C&O Canal run?" "Yes, I've been on it." "Meet me at Fletcher's Cove in 20 minutes. Park your car and wait. I'll find you." "How?" "I know what you drive." The phone went dead. Grant staring at it, as if it could give him a secret he dearly wanted. He entered his car and began to drive. Winding through the D.C. streets, he tried to collate the various questions he should ask. The story was the vice president's son in the hands of terrorists or someone else, but the devil was in the details. A true story wasn't just the meat. It was fleshed out all around with sinew and bone. He needed to know the why, when, and how, and he began rehearsing his questions, trembling at the anticipation of his success. He eventually reached Georgetown, the streets filled with college kids debating the worth of the world over a beer. He saw the women bundled up in coats, yoga pants underneath, showing their wares to the leering college boys, and wondered if he'd ever been so vain. He knew he had been, of course, but he'd grown beyond that. At least that's what he told himself. The truth was, he would like to shout at them, tell them what he was doing, eradicate his college memories of debate with males only, and join the fraternity of men who courted such women. It would never happen, and he would have to be content with his life now. Superior in what he was doing. A cut different from the men walking arm in arm with women above their worth, even if they didn't know it. He exited on Canal Road, the traffic much sparser, a 2-lane affair that led to Fletcher's Cove. He passed 2 cars, continuing the rest of the drive in the dark, his headlights spearing the night. He slowed, now peering out the windshield for the turnoff. It sprang up before he was ready, and he whipped the wheel, swerving into the lane that led down to the canal. He entered the parking lot, seeing 2 cars, but little else. He pulled to the far side and parked, turning off the lights. He sat for 10 minutes, waiting, for the first time realizing that he was out here on his own and dealing with dangerous forces. He considered going back and forcing the man to call him again. But the story was too great. He couldn't afford to lose this lead. He waited another 5 minutes and then considered leaving out of boredom. He reached for the keys in the ignition and heard a knock on his window. The interruption was so stark, he literally jumped. He stared for a minute, seeing a shadowy figure in a D.C. Nationals hoodie. He cracked the window. "Open the passenger door." He did so, and the man circled the car, taking a seat. He waited. The man said, "You're working on a story, but you don't know the true implications." The Irish accent came out again, a lyrical hymn that gave comfort to what was being said. Wanting to build trust, Grant said, "I am, and I'm here. I can promise you complete anonymity. Nobody will know what you tell me." The man chuckled and said, "Trust me. I understand that." The words were sinister, but Grant had heard worse. He said, "What do you have?" "You're on the right trail. There are people missing, but it's much more than you think." Grant said, "How many more? What do you mean?" The hood turned toward him. "First, who else knows about this? Who else is in the hunt for the story?" Seeing competition, worried about losing the source to someone else, Grant said, "Nobody. If you mean you want credit, it's just me. Nobody believes